Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
Look above your heads at the moonlit sky. The stardust drifts and shines brightly in your eye. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, yeah. The stardust falls around us, entwining us. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning.
Said I'd find a way to turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. was born, like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again.
Let's get it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive. We come alive in the nighttime. Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive. Go.
I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Right. Come alive. Come alive. Come alive. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime.
Come alive.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust still comes. Keep on hunting for the bread. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother. Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see your sign though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that.
That sounds like a pop song.
Take a dive before you die, y'all. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Try before you sign off. Shit can kill the sick. Real stories. It's the only way to live. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Rush, rush. Pick up panel to be right on. Yeah. 'Cause no one really gives. Don't look back or keep your eyes on. Long ago. Doesn't matter what it gon' cost. Never gave a shit. Real soul. Let it take a hit. Hey. Who's getting high on emotion? Look around. People fight all their life for some peace. Yeah. Look around. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Hot. Rush. Take off. Rush at the rush.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Tell me everything's alright.
take it. Yeah, reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Oh, 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 shooting through the clouds. I know it's alright. It's alright. Heavens are the limit now. Let's fly just one more night. One more night. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Oh, oh,
dancing on my own when you spilled that rum and coke on my t-shirt. Yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high-pitched feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something.
let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hear none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. How you know the flow, got them coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Live until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
bringing summer
1,
to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide. And with the rhymes that make the dimes, I'll close their eyes and fantasize. Young divine calling their phone number. Yeah. No, you know I love you. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats. On stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Live until the morning, sleep until the noon.
Yeah.
You said that you want it, so I got it for
Got
you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
bringing
1,
summer to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round again.
I don't want your empathy, I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Welcome to the war game.
You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly,
get angry, I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out and I'm being that. I'm under siege and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. Unscathed and unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime, I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. Then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. Say you wanna be somebody. You say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. Oh, I see the signs and I see we're there. And I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever hold, no matter if we're cast away. A fire in the dark. I know that you won't be waiting again.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately, I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So, take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight, then wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you've lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
All right, everyone, apologies that we are hopping into this one a little bit late. The previous game, one of the teams didn't join up, so we did have to just quickly swap over. But as you can see, we are now ready to go. We have the action live. It's QSK, or Kushka Gaming, I believe they're called. Currently leading 2-0 and looking like they're going to take a pretty firm 3-0 lead here, as E-Conquerors so far not doing too much on the full buy, rather. As you can see, they had the rifles here.
Yeah, that's a good point, Dean. And it is Kuski. I'm not even sure how exactly it's pronounced, but it's something of the like. I think we'll nail it one down the line.
I think it was Kushka, one guy said last week, but I'm sure we'll be corrected pretty soon in the chat.
I think you. Oh, maybe he means Kuske.
Maybe it's probably
Kuske, because
he wrote it, so I probably got it wrong on my end.
No, all good, because it's like if you pronounce it from our language, it would be Kuske. So
Okay.
it's possible it's Kuske, but you know, who knows? At this point, it can be anything. But he said it well. E-Conqueror is not looking too good. It's going to be the best of one here, of course, in the starting point of this qualifier. The third one, right? This is the second one. Excuse me. Yes, the second one. And well, I mean, Kuska Gaming, they have a little bit of a history. I won't go into the details just yet, but the players themselves are or have been present on the scene for a little longer than one might imagine. So I think they have actually a really good chance to get up to that. So what would it be? The 4th round somewhere, potentially?
Apologies, just putting out a tweet at the moment, but yeah, I mean, I do think that this is going to be a little bit more of a one-sided game. I think it's to be expected of these opening matchups, especially since kind of like the best teams get a pass into the second round. Most of them just getting buys, and then we have kind of the teams who are in the middle level, then just kind of going against all the low seeds. So you don't usually see a very close game in this first round. And
yeah,
this one we didn't expect much. This was a full eco, to be fair. They just rushed out Palace. They tried to get onto the bomb site, get the bomb down, and likely just push into the CT spawn with their pistols, but that was pretty quickly denied. 4-0 for Kushka Gaming, or QSKE. It's a struggle to say. But an op comes out this time for E-Conquerors. I don't think they had one the last time. I would imagine they didn't, just because it would have been the first round. It would have been difficult to buy up. So let's see if this is going to change things. I think the spawn actually going to allow for an early peek towards middle.
Yeah, they've already smoked window. This will allow them for that quick control of mid. It's quite vital on Mirage, but Kuske, I mean, as I've said, the players themselves, they're knowledgeable about this, and they'll be challenging. Stolek comes in through short, finds one, and that's what I'm trying to say, right? They're always going to be looking for that challenge, always looking for that fight. Stolek takes a bit of a fight, well, takes a bit of a damage from the grenade. Down to 58 he goes still. Looks like a bit of a B split. E-Conquerors. I'm not sure what their game plan entirely is here, but they are actually quite split up. If they hit it now, there's a high chance this could go sideways, although they get stalled. That's a big problem now, because it's all eyes on Bustem, the IGL. Bustem, can he do it? Well, he finds the first from Forest. The second, perhaps? No. Wide angles it a little bit. Furious comes in to support, but he's already delayed for the first, but gets the second. Actually, that's the bomb drop. A big mistake. And E-Conquerors back to 1-on-3.
Does still have the op to work with, so I was going to say maybe the opportunity to isolate a couple 1v1 fights, but unfortunately didn't expect that quick flank to be coming in through short. So with that 5-0, I just realized the voice is enabled, so I do need to quickly turn that off. Someone made a little bit of noise in the chat, so we're good to go now. But the issue is, without the bomb being planted there for E-Conquerors, it does put them back down onto just a half buy. You see a Mac 10 for Suzalinho. I'm going to struggle with a few of these names as well. I'm sure you can help me out a tiny bit. This is a very interesting buy. Okay, 3 Mac 10s, that's a little bit more standard on a half buy, but then a couple P90s coming out. And on both of those players, they spend a lot of money. I mean, Stoli spends all of his money.
Yeah, it's actually a lot of money invested for a straight B rush, which might not even work. Good smoke to destroy the Molotov, or at least extinguish it. Still bust him with the first. He's holding in force. This time stalling with the P90. That's the problem with a weapon like that. Stall insulted though. They've got control, at least for a little while longer. Lackey back to 2-on-3. This is a doable round if they can get rid of Stall. They cannot though. Through pillar, he's too defendable, too good of a position to be held, and Jaxi, or Jixi more specifically, will be able to take him down in the end. That came close though, and it comes down to Bustem holding the door at B. Of course, the IGL of Kuske, and a very good player who's got a perfect understanding of, well, perfect might be a bit of an overstatement, but he's got a very, very good understanding of the game. I think he's probably one of the more experienced players in the Balkan region when it comes to the game itself. At least he understands it in a way that not many people do, and he leads his team by example. So, you know, he's not always the hard hitter, but when he is, you know that they're gonna have a good game. And I mean, 6-0, it kind of is self-explanatory. E-Conquerors, they've invested so much the last round. They rebuy with the plant. Of course, they have the money for it. But it's not exactly looking too sweet anymore. This is Mirage after all, and a best of one.
Yeah, that's the issue with the early stages up until round 7 or 8, I think it is, up until the semi-finals rather. It stays best of ones, so it's a little bit volatile even for the teams that are favoured in matchups. A couple of mistakes, a couple slip-ups on important rounds, and suddenly you could be eliminated from the qualifier. So there's not a lot of room for mistakes to be made, so you do expect most teams to be showing up, or at least hoping to be showing up on their to the best of their ability. But right now, a little bit of a stalemate. I mean, E-Conquerors are set themselves up just across the map in a default, expecting potentially the aggression to come in from the CT side. And as we can see, that is the case pretty much everywhere. That push-up in B apartments being taken down as Stoll gets dropped. There is also some mid-aggression that has come in from Bustum. And I believe initially he did have some support, but decides to go forward on his own. And does at least pull one back quickly. So down to the 4v4.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit more doable for E-Conquerors, even though they've lost the refrag, right? Although the kill on Stale and B-Apps pushing, it's a classic position to take. Although Stale this time, he's ready for the peek out of Jixi. And that's now a mistake on the side of Kuske. As you said, even teams that are favored in positions like this, they have to be careful to not make the basic errors. And there was no reason for Jixi to go for the peek, to go for the challenge. He should have just been a little bit more passive and just held on to B side whilst making sure the rest of the team is, knowledgeable about it. Bustum, though, he's repositioned. They've got support by Furious through Kitchen, but it's an A execute otherwise. Through Palace, it's salted. Let's see what happens here. Sucelinho, nice one. It's still going to be salted with a double. Oh, Dean. Oof.
Yeah, that got a little bit awkward. I mean, it's still the 2v2. They have the bomb down, as you can see. Of course, one player a little bit out of position. That's the op right now, actually wrapping around into the spawn. And I believe it's for the default plant, if I noticed correctly. No, opposite default, rather. So this is set up quite well for them. Robo's either way going to be able to drop that player coming out through the CT spawn. And now that leaves it all unsalted. Got that initial double kill from Palace, but now it makes it extra awkward trying to come out into the crossfire. And with the bomb already ticking away, there's just no chance anymore. The peek comes in from Stoli, using the call from his teammate with those sound cues, of course, to peek out when he was distracted. And with that, E-Conquerors do finally pick themselves up a round, but it was a close one yet again. So, I mean, only 2 players surviving. They have to drop a couple weapons over. It's going to leave them with pretty much nothing in the bank. So there's an immediate opportunity here for the CTs to just come back and put them straight down to an eco again if they aren't at least able to get a bomb plant.
Oh, absolutely. I was just about to say the money for E-Conquerors is a problem. So it is for Kuske as well, but at least, they've got a pretty decent investment going into the round itself, and knowing what we've seen so far, they do seem to be the favored team in this position. But let's find out what E-Conquerors prepare for us, as it looks like a standard kind of default play, looking for that mid control, not as excessively, not as aggressively. Maybe ending up with an A split. I think that might be the go-to strategy, but let's find out quickly. Stale, once more, again, playing from that ladder position. It's a dangerous spot to take if you want to play it aggressively. You definitely need support through connector or window, at least.
Yeah, otherwise you can get trapped in quite easily. A well-placed Molotov rather can force you into a position where someone under the window is already holding you. You're kind of focusing on 2 different spots, making sure you don't get pushed on short. I mean, he does have salted at the moment, at least to watch that short push-up, so he does have some assistance. But E-Conquerors, again, are taking this very slow. I mean, they've had some success taking it slower, of course. In that previous round, they were able to get an advantage off the back of it and then execute late in the round. So I'd imagine they're approaching this with a very similar mindset right now. But they are beginning to try and run down some utility, at least putting a little bit of pressure, trying to force out whatever utility that Kuske may actually have right now. But as you said, it does still seem like they want to favor towards that A split.
In a way, it's not a bad idea, but when that happens, that is certainly going to complicate matters. Salted with the first. They know there's Muedziuk, whatever, Palace in Palace. He's got a bit of a tough position to get out of. Salted 1 second. Of course, the refract from Stolly, but it's still going to be Furious that responds, and that should be enough. A 2-on-4 now that Kuske are heavily favored for, with the bomb blasting connector, and there it goes. Stall and Furious close it out. 7-1. E-Conquerors, now they're in dire trouble. As I said, no plant, no buy. I mean, you also insinuated that as well.
Yeah, again, they can go for another similar investment to what they did with the SMGs when they just rushed over towards B. maybe they could buy a little bit less, just go for pistols, Kevlar, and a bit of utility for some sort of an execute, and it does seem like that's the likely approach here. You want to see them get the best buy possible. I mean, you want the op, you want all the utility to back it up, but especially when they're playing such a slow style where they're playing that default, they need utility early in the round so that they can actually put some pressure on the bomb sites and force utility out of their hands. Otherwise, if you're just trying to hit the bomb site late, you're running into mollies, you're running into nades and flashes, and it just makes your chances so much lower. But look at this, a little bit of a switch up from the CTs. Some aggression in towards ramp. There is one player around that area, but right now E-Conquerors with the pistols mostly focused on the B side of the map.
I'm kind of interested in seeing this on an anti-eco round from Quske. They're really taking quite a bit of a gamble with this kind of setup. It's a double set in pit where you put one behind the wall and the other with the op, or an M4 baiting the shot from top of ramp, looking to force them to push forward without checking the corner. And E-Conquerors having pistols and Kevlar only, they're prone to exploding onto a site, which means that setup might not work always. But yeah, definitely the change that is much needed. Quske do not wish to stay stagnant in that position. They want to make sure they switch it out continuously and just keep up, keep up presence everywhere and not put themselves at harm's way too many times if they can help it. Oh, here's the pop flash. That's beautiful. Stall at one. The second as well. The spray down is pristine, and that shall be another round to Quske Gaming. So far, they seem to be able to control the match flow quite beautifully.
There's one kill, though, from Lackey, I believe his name is. He should be able to pull this back quite easily, but there is a double peek. The Tech 9 long range, I wasn't too confident in its chances, but Robaz able to make it work. I'm going to guess that's how you pronounce his name, with a J and an S at the end.
Yeah. Robaz, yeah.
Unfortunately, we're not too familiar with these guys, so some of the names are a bit difficult. That guy at the top there, Muzyjuszk, it's a Polish name, I'm presuming. That's impossible for me.
Yeah, for me as well. It's quite difficult to say it. Oh, beautiful shot there. That's close, actually. Furious.
Yeah, I was going to say a bit of a chance there for the op maybe to actually be retrieved, because the other player had already dropped off short, so I guess he could have used the bench to get back up in the window, but there would have been a chance either way, another kill coming in. That was just a half buy. So, I mean, they've done a good job at keeping the economy modest there for the CTs. They're in a position where 2 rounds in a row for E-Conquerors could allow them to actually start building up a few rounds here on the T side.
Well, I mean, the chance is now, or at least the time is now. They have to start waking up if they wish to have any fight left for their second half. And for this first half, it's right now or never. Quske Gaming, not only that the money is starting to rise for them and they're going to get a good bank going, it's going to get problematic later down the line for E-Conquerors just because of the mentality. Good refrag by Muide. Let's just call him Muid. Let's just call him Muid and be done with it.
I might just call him Muj, that's easier.
Yeah, that's even easier. Salted finds one, but with Lackey refragging, it's still a 3-on-3. The op in the hands of Stolly might make a difference, but so is Furious, equipped with his mighty green gun. And E-Conquerors, as you said, they have a chance to at least pick up a few rounds. They've been able to make Quske pay for a few of their mistakes. Let's see if they keep it up at least.
Yeah, I mean, with a minute remaining, a 3v3 is not a bad spot here for E-Conquerors to be in, and they may be able to find some B aggression. You see Bustum going forward, but he shuts it down. He finds the bomb with it as well, and now it leaves it all onto Stolly over there for the E-Conquerors side. 45 seconds remaining, left in the 1-on-3. I mean, he has a chance to at least try and retrieve the bomb, but I don't know where he's going to try and bring it. He doesn't know maybe if someone could have already pushed through A, if they're maybe pushed up mid as well. So trying to actually run it back to A is also going to be a risk. But hang on, a little bit of a gap in the smoke. The timing for Stolly, it looked like the peak was just about to come in. It will eventually, but he doesn't connect. Goes for the second attempt and again won't be successful. So it's 9-1. Quske just continuing to run away with this right now. It doesn't seem like we're going to see a lot from E-Conquerors. As we said, this is round 1 of the Open Qualifier, so you do expect some more one-sided games. All the best teams as well end up actually getting through the first round usually with a bye, which was the case this time. So the first round, you don't expect to get the best quality of games, but I mean, QSKE are doing a really good job right now, and we did see them make it pretty far into the first Open Qualifier, if I remember correctly, to around round 5 or something, I think was when they played against I think it might have been Dignitas, wasn't it?
Dignitas?
Yeah, I believe so.
It was Dignitas.
And lost 16-9 or something.
Well, I mean, they've been practicing for a long time. As I've said, the team has a little bit of history, the players at least, and they've known each other for a very long time, all coming from the same region. Yeah, Stalla, he's a dangerous player. When you go head-to-head against him, you better be ready for for a bit of a dirty fight as well as a straight headshot fight. But Stolly is able to refrag, and so is Lackey, and this will turn things on its head. 2v2, that is very much winnable for E-Conquerors at 9-1. It's not exactly it's not exactly the worst position to be in. I mean, they can still salvage a 9-6 half, but it's going to be difficult nonetheless, especially against Jaxi. He's been, he's been called the prodigy of the Slovenian CS scene and the Balkan scene in general. He's definitely been one of the youngest players that's been having such success in the scene that it's quite brutal, really.
This is dangerous,
so
though.
See.
He seems to think ramp/palace is clear because he pushed into ramp a moment ago. Very fortunately for him, Stolly misses the shot from Palace on the op, so he is allowed to live for now. They do lose the bomb site, so the bomb getting planted for E-Conquerors. Definitely not a bad place to be in now that they have the after plant. I mean, still plenty of time on the clock, and there's a good bit of utility as well remaining for the CT side here to try and clear out positions. And that smoke is perfect. Stolly's going to be in trouble actually trying to give any help out to his teammates. You're going to need to see Lackey stepping into a big time from Sandwich. For the moment, his position is at least unknown, so he has the opportunity to maybe try and catch one of these players off guard as they move in. And there we go. Great damage onto the initial and the transfer over to actually take down Bustum. And now it's the 1v1. Stolly, though, with the up in towards Palace. The jumping headshot. What the hell? Enough time as well for the defuse to be found. 10-1, and that's just heartbreaking for E-Conquerors. That would have been... I mean, I can't even say it would have been such a big round because there still would have been money for the CTs, but it looked like it should have been their round, so it's just disappointing.
Exactly as you said, it's not really going to make a big difference when it comes to Kuske, but it at least would have given them a chance, E-Conquerors, that is, to fight, to keep on fighting, to have at least a little bit of hope going their way. Instead, as I said, when you go up against Jaxi, Jixi, you better be ready for the fight. And I've seen a few people ask, who the hell are Kuske? A Croatian organization with 3 Croatian players and 2 Slovenian guys. Like I said, quite experienced. They have a few years now behind them, or at least a few of them, and they shouldn't be taken lightly. As you said, against Dignitas, they performed pretty well, and I think that in itself is an achievement already. And E-Conquerors, well, they might have underestimated what they're up against. We can see Muizuk will be on a glass cannon. I am not particularly fond of that.
I mean, if he had a good spawn in the beginning of the round, etc., but it seems like they're going for just a straight-up A execute, so I think not having the Kevlar right now could be a big issue, trying to push out ramp especially. Oh no, he's in towards Palace. Even then, that's a big issue because there's a good chance that gets naded. Now he's been smoked off. There's not going to be much he can do for at least a couple of extra seconds, and they've given up all of the map control. You can see that's allowed for Bustum to push all the way around in behind. I think there is a couple of players watching it, so this is going to be dangerous, but he does manage to quickly catch one the second as well. There was not much opportunity for him to fall back away, unfortunately, but he still gives them the man advantage, and very importantly, knows that pretty much everyone's around that A side of the map right now, and the frags just continue to roll. Oh, Stole as well pushed through B. He should have at least one of his. One of the guys is lagging very, very hard over on the E-Conquerors side.
Yeah, seems like he's having issues with his internet, and I don't think that's really gonna. Yeah, I mean, it's not really gonna, impact the game itself too much. Simply put, because if he had 30 frags and started lagging, then yeah, sure, that's gonna have an effect. But at 11-1, at what, 0 frags currently for Susselino. Well, he did reconnect, so I think his score did get reset, but still, it's not exactly like he's the hard carry. E-Conquerors, this is not looking too sweet, not looking too good, and I gotta be honest, Dean, Kuske, they just seem too strong, and I'm eager to see what they can do up against a solid team, for example, just like Dignitas. But again, a B attack coming through, Stall 1, no kills at all, actually. A team kill by Lackey as Bustum gets 1. That's
bit unfortunate.
Good for Kuske, actually.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate, but they still have the 3v3, as you said. They're in a pretty good position here on both sides, kind of. Especially with the damage, though, that's been done to 2 players already on the E-Conqueror side. So, trying to just chip away at them. Salted gets the headshot just to be 100% about that frag. The op coming out. Furious destroys Lackey as he's lacking the reaction time, unfortunately, to actually take him down. And now it's all onto a P90. We've seen a few P90s already in play. They haven't worked out so far. Gets wall banged down, and he was the lad that was banging. So, as you said, it seemed like he was disconnected there, and must have been in the end. Yeah, 200 and something ping. Susselino's not having a good time. E-Conquerors aren't having a good time all around. This is just not a good time, is it?
It really is.
Maybe for QSK, they're happy with a little bit of warm-up before they go on to the more difficult games.
I think this is perfect for Kuske, just because it helps them get into the mental state that they need to be in order to play against better teams. And yeah, sure, it definitely helps them with a little bit of a warm-up here. It gives them a bit of a mental boost, right? They're kind of fired up, riled up a little bit. I just hope that they won't take this too lightheartedly as well, because knowing some of the players, you know, they can be perhaps a little bit hard-headed sometimes. I don't know the exact expression, but basically, you know, perhaps thinking they can do a bit too much at times, trying to do too many things in the same second. But 12-1, it couldn't be better, as you said. I mean, for eConkers, it's a sad story. For Kuska Gaming, it couldn't be better. It's an easy first start. It's an easy first round. They have a bit of an easy breezy way through. I've even checked a few of the teams they're supposedly going to face off against in the next few rounds. And if my calculations are correct, or at least by what I've been seeing, you know, they should have a rather simple way up to that fifth round. And I'm just eager to see what they can do, because again, they, you know, out of Slovenia, out of the region itself, we haven't really had too many prosperous teams alongside the likes of Valiance, AK Crazy, AK now they've all split up and all that. You know, it's nice to see the team still at least playing and still fighting for more than just, you know, a few internet points.
Yeah, it's definitely good to see. I'm looking forward to seeing them again against the higher level teams. This time Dignitas, of course, not going to be here to knock them out, because they did qualify in last week's qualifier alongside Big, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Big took down Complexity, so it's definitely going to be interesting to see how they do in this one. I do think we'll probably be seeing them in some of the later rounds, so that's when we're going to really see how they're tested. But for the next one, I think we're going to try and probably hop into one of the more familiar teams. The only issue is then, and that normally means again that we're going to have a little bit more of a one-sided game. But I know people want to see specific teams, so I think we should definitely check some out.
Absolutely right. We're not going to be sticking to one side, because that's just not nice to everybody else. So you know, we're going to try and find what works best for everybody, I guess.
And then I would say around round 4 and 5 is where we do really start getting the competitive games, where some of the more known teams might get matched up against each other in general.
Yeah, it's usually that, you know, in round 4 and 5,
pink spiking
as
again.
You said. Yeah, that sucks. So
I think he's just got to go at this point, boys. It's not really going to make much of a difference now, is it? It's going down a little bit.
Yeah.
He's down to 90.
You know, maybe stop downloading the unnecessary, you know what.
I think he just might have terrible internet, unfortunately, because he was lagging really hard. It seemed like he had a lot of loss, etc. But I mean, you're down 12-1. This is, I don't think it's
not going to make a big difference, is it? Yeah, it's like as we said, if perhaps they would have a top fragger lagging like this, I would understand their want to fix the issues, but since right now it's not really going to make a difference, it's just try it and try and do best you can.
Is Stolly AFK? Yeah, okay, they have an AFK right now, so
yeah,
the lagger isn't even their biggest of issues right now. So
it's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate. Conquerors, eConquerors, Econ, however we can shorten the name. It seems like we've we've
given up a little bit.
I mean, you can't blame them, can you? They've taken quite the beating in the first half here, and no
I've
matter
seen worse, and
what
I've seen people still try. I don't think it's a reason to give up.
That's true. I do agree with you. There's no reason to ever give up, even if you lose 16-0 every single time. But you know, we can't blame them for giving up as well. It's like, you know, some people just don't want to fight when they already have no will to continue anymore. Anyway.
Yeah, maybe Stolly just ran away because I don't know.
He's like,
I'm done with this. One guy's lagging. I'm out of here. Here's one kill. I mean, a 1v3 with 2 players extremely low. It's not like this is impossible to win. That was the real opportunity right there. If we took down Stolly, could have picked up the bomb, probably just ran it over towards B. It would have been the 2 low health players remaining. So, yeah. I mean, I'm still trying to find some positives here, but it does seem like this one's going to end pretty quickly. But that means we should be able to get into a decent round 2 game at least before they all start.
Well, I'm already kind of scrolling through the bracket. So yeah, looking through the bright side, there's definitely quite a few games that might be worthwhile checking out, and I guess I'll try to find a few in between as well. But it seems like they're all back. eConkers, they've returned, Dean. They seem to have themselves a bit of a goodbye on their hands. They might be able to work something out here. Assault that dough. Good spray down for the 1. He's still keeping an eye out on that top mid, looking for a second fight. He's kind of tagged up though, so maybe the best. And then you see Dixie just having his fun jumping with the ult.
Yeah, I mean,
well.
I don't really want to see this though, because for some teams anyway, I've seen them when they get into a messy mood, it's hard to get back into that serious mode then once you're up against an actual good team. So I want to see them take this as seriously as possible. It seems like overall they are. Just a couple of little things every here and now, I guess. But when you have a team that are AFKing and all, it's kind of hard to not start joking around a little bit.
Yeah. Like that's
all onto the 250 ping master though. I don't think he can move from this spot and spawn.
Imagine he's just standing there.
He gave us a jump, so he's still here. We know that.
Yeah, poor guy. It's like
I wish I could just type in chat CT spawn murder hole.
Just Jesus, just like come on.
Hang on, I seen him move a tiny bit again on the radar. He's now looking at a wall. His AK says Spartan. This is what a real warrior does.
Well, I mean, a Spartan holds his position, so I guess in a way he's kind of true to his word. But he's moving inch by inch through kitchen, guys. So he's having some, you know, he's making a little bit of headway.
Okay, I think I don't know. I guess we kind of have to finish this game since we started it. But he should be dead pretty soon. He survived a lot longer than I've expected. With internet like that, though, you just don't play qualifiers.
I mean, at this point, you should tell your brother to maybe not download the explicit content as much, or you know, just turn off any torrents you might have at home. It's like, it's not looking too good. By the way, I was looking through the brackets. We could be checking out Copenhagen Flames. Maybe that would be a worthwhile.
Could be a good matchup. What are the other big teams? What are the top few seeds? Actually, we can have a quick look through while we have this half time break.
I think it's Nordavind as the first, and then it's like Illuminar as the second.
Oh, Complexity are in there, but they'll be probably just smashing some team in round 2. But maybe if people want us to check out Complexity, people will ask and we'll see kind of what dominates the chat, I guess. So the option are Complexity, Copenhagen Flames. I think there's what else is there?
Illuminar, Sprout, I think. Euronics Gaming, although I wouldn't really say there's definitely better teams. Team Secret, even, you know, if we want to see some of the Albanian beauty or the Kosovo beauty of Synopsy and Juan Flatro. There's quite a few teams, I guess, in a way. Gamer Legion as well are playing, I believe. Havu are playing. You know, there's a few.
None of them are going to be playing against each other until the later rounds, so we're a little bit stuck with whichever one of these games we choose. It's probably going to be a little bit one-sided again. Probably, at least we hope by round 2, any teams that are lagging, etc. are gone. So this is round 1 of an open qualifier, so literally any team could join this, so we couldn't really know that this was going to happen.
Yeah, like, you know, we're just kind of trying to get the fix on the position, trying to see how this might spin out. Kuske, well, I mean, at this point, everybody's AFK, just waiting for the player to reconnect.
Is there another game? Is there a round 2 game maybe about to start we could hop into right now? Because they don't even have everyone on the server, so they can't ready up, I don't think, to start the second half till he comes back. This is just not fun, is it?
This point,
is it the player who's lagging that's gone again? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that's reasonable, but hopefully he can get his internet working again quickly.
I pray. I really do pray that we can get this on the road and just finish it. At this point, it's a slow death that they're being given, and they're not really. I don't think they have I don't think they have it in them to make a difference anymore. Unfortunately, I really don't. It takes too much of a mental toll, the way it's been happening, the way it started off for them, and I could see them, you know, maybe taking quite a few rounds off of Kuske if things would have been going differently, if perhaps the series would have opened up differently, but yeah, I don't think there's a point in fake hyping anymore. This is a pretty done deal as far as we're concerned in a way, and basically we're just kind of waiting for the executioner to finish his job.
Pretty much, yeah. For round 2, actually, I think we could have a pretty interesting game. Which one was it? Yeah, the team Enrage, they have Blocker, you know, the Bulgarian guy, I believe, and they're going to be playing up against Gamer Legion, so I think that could be a round 2 game.
We can take that. Yeah, that'd be actually really good. Zix is actually quite decent.
Waiting to start right now, so we should be able to hop into that in time. I'm going to ask for the IP.
Fair enough.
We'll hopefully be able to finish this, but if this guy isn't joining, then we'll just go to
yeah,
that one.
I think we should jump into that one if that guy isn't rejoining soon enough. I don't think there's a point in, you know, dilly-daddling on a done game, basically.
Yeah, okay. I'm trying to get the IP for that one. We'll keep here and
Fair
just,
enough.
I guess, keep talking for a few minutes if I
Yeah.
get the IP and okay, he's back in the server, so we should be able to finish this quickly before that one actually starts. I hope.
Yeah, there we go.
It just means we
Selenia.
should be ready to quickly hop into a second game. Hopefully we don't miss any of it, but here we go. They've readied up. As soon as he got back, he did ready up, so they realized, okay, it's getting a little bit out of control at this time. We need to go. He is still lagging, 130 ping now. Let's have a look and see if he's able to move at least. 162 ping. Nah. Okay, we're just going to make sure we don't spectate Susselinho. We'll stay off of him.
If you want to be nauseous, maybe. Well, Dean, 14-1. It's the pistol, the second half, and Kuska Gaming, they've got themselves a smoke and a Molotov. Usually this will mean they go for an A split, smoking into window and Molotoving. Never mind.
What? Okay,
That's
no, they changed to GoTV for us. Okay, that's mercy. Mercy from the admins, thank you.
That's
They
mercy
changed
from
it.
the admins.
It's not quite ready to go live yet, but it should be pretty soon. So we're actually going to send it over to a quick break because I do need to run some stuff between the things. So we'll be back very soon, guys. Don't worry. We are going to have this game here, Enrage versus Gamer Legion, which should actually be interesting.
See you.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go. Brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
No matter what your passion is, soccer, rugby, racing, or esports, become a part of the experience with the moments we deliver.
I see the signs and I see we're there, and I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever hold, no matter if we can.
All right, everyone, welcome back. We didn't have too long of a break, as you can see. We are actually hopping into a game that may be competitive. Definitely going to be one that favors Gamer Legion, but if you're familiar with any of the players over there in the Enrage side, I think it could be a little bit interesting at least. Blocker, I'm familiar with Zix as well. I've seen them on a few different teams, so I'm looking forward to this, and obviously lots of people are going to be here to support Gamer Legion.
Oh yeah, this is going to be an interesting series, I think, because for Gamer Legion, they've been on and off a little bit, right? They've had their ups and downs. The roster's been changing. Well, the roster has changed in the past quite a lot, so it's not like they can't beat anybody, or at least the majority of the teams that are playing today, but it kind of depends on the, you know, how they feel in the moment, how they're going to be going about it. Whilst for Enrage, Red Star, Zix, Blocker, they're all names that we should all be realizing, especially Blocker and Zix, and In this case, I think it's a bit of a battle of the wills, a best of one. Now, this is a proper series that, a proper best of one that is going to showcase the quality of both sides as well as the mistakes of both sides.
Yeah, I'm already into it. One thing that's interesting is Enrage have just gone for all Kevlar, so no utility at all in play. One player initially just pushing out towards the A-bomb site. That's Nummy trying to be a bit of a nuisance, I guess. See if he could pull some players off of that B-bomb site where they are currently focusing the full attack, but he didn't do much before going down. One positive being Rusty is the closest player to here towards B, rather, to try and actually defend. So he needs to be a little bit more cautious. A smoke, unfortunately, not going to be in play for Enrage to go down to block him off. So he will have the chance to try and rattle off a couple shots, and they also have Draken who can quickly try and help him from the window. Freddy B as well, who can peek out and help if that player from Delpan decides to push towards short. So I do think this is still a pretty decent setup here for Gamer Legion. You don't see B retakes often, but I think they have a pretty decent setup for it.
They will attempt it, of course, but Zix, he's in... Oh, okay, this is a problem. This is a big problem. He's going to delay the retake. Not only that, taking one down is already enough to put the danger of, the whole retake in danger. And Dennis, alone in kitchen. If he dies, that's going to be a big issue. Rusty's able to refrag. Draken finds himself one more, and it's down to Blocker. A 1-on-3, a clutch has to come out of him, but unfortunately that ain't gonna happen. And well, the danger of being in Delpan there on middle might have lasted a little bit, but Zix unfortunately only getting a single kill. Afterwards it was all going down the drain. 1-0 as Gamer Legion take the pistol.
Yeah, needed that double kill. Did at least get the info, which allowed for them to realize there wasn't many players coming in from kitchen, and with that Blocker did push in and take down Dennis, of course, and got the control, but unfortunately his teammates didn't survive very long. If they they would have had a good setup between the apartments and kitchen to try and actually run down the time on that bomb, but wasn't allowed to happen. The bomb plant did at least go down for Enrage, so they're going to come into this round with 4 Deagles, Kevlar onto the majority of the players as well, a P250, so there's opportunities here for at least quite a few kills to be found. That's definitely the goal for them. Drop some of these rifles. It's actually a very heavy rifle buy. 2 FAMASs, 2 M4s, and then just the 1 UMP, so I mean, playing this pretty safe in terms of the firepower that they brought in, realizing with that bomb plant going down that Enrage could have even brought out some rifles themselves. Left all onto Blocker, but it's come down to a 1v2, so this is definitely winnable for him. The only issue being the bomb is all the way back in spawn, and his opponents at the moment just kind of juggling weapons on mid.
Yeah, they shouldn't be chasing Blocker here. Simply put, because it's a dead giveaway. It's not planting, given he's shooting with the player in connector. Luckily, it's Rusty that was in window that is able to flank and not lose any more players. But as you said, they bring out a lot of rifles. They invest a lot of money into the last round, and they pay a high price to winning it. They've lost like what, 1 M4 and 2 FAMASs. It's still quite a little bit of economy that they have to throw out the window that way. Now they do reinvest, that's no doubt, but no op. Utility-wise, they're kind of okay. They have those Molotovs and those smokes. I would maybe want to see one more kit just to be on the safer side of things, but Enrage, here comes the full buy. The SGs, the AKs, limited amount of utility overall, but a mid-take, a classic one. We spoke just earlier between Kuske and E Conquerors, how mid-control is vital, and indeed, in any series, it's absolutely important that as the T, you're able to control it, and then you decide where you want to hit it off.
Yeah, they've already got the connector control. One player run towards the ramp. The only issue is the aggression. True to be Apartments, rather, has given quite a lot of control to Gamer Legion. They can pretty much hold this entire area of the map. The only issue is Hampus looking to go forward. I believe that's Zix right below him at the moment. Almost managed to recover it. I'm not sure what took Zix so long to actually get himself that kill, but he does in the end. That's the main thing. And now they know one of the B players has been taken down. With that, the fact that rather someone was so aggressive in the B Apartments, at that point you could presume that at most there's one player on short, that the B Apartments player itself, of course, had been the one that pushed. So that could influence them to try and go back towards B. But it looks like they are still going to favor on towards the A-bomb site. 2 here to immediately defend, and a quick rotation also coming in from jungle at the moment. That's Rusty coming through. Dennis gets flashed in to take the peek on Blocker and has an easy kill at this point. Back to the 4v4, and time could become a little bit of an issue here. There's still a couple of flashes and a smoke here for the CTs as well to try and delay.
Okay, never mind. That was a worthwhile trade for KCRA TAP or KCRT TAP, whatever his name might be. It actually gives them the 3-on-3, and as you said, if they would have realized it sooner, they probably would have hit B immediately. Still, 2 players running headstrong, head straight on towards B, and they will be able to plant without an issue. A 3-on-2 retake, though, might be a bit of a bigger problem than one I might imagine. Gamer Legion coming in through short and through kitchen. They have to be careful. They can't lose Rusty, though. That's vital. The retake only works when you have multiple angles you're coming from. Otherwise, if you're isolated only to kitchen, you're going to have a hard time getting anywhere but getting killed. And Numby, ooh, he spots him. The timing there couldn't be worse. Yeah, and look at this. Red start from Forest, from more specifically Bench. He gets one. Nummy gets the refrag, and Nummy. Ooh, that's beautiful to see, man.
Yeah, nice little transition to go out with a scope and then just control it through the edge of the, I guess, wooden plank. A little bit of an awkward angle, but manages to come out on top of it. And it does give Enrage their opening gun round, rather. And with that, you see the economy for Gamer Legion, as you'd expect, having gone for so many rifles into the second round. They don't really have too much to work with. A scout, some pistols, a small bit of utility as well. So this is a real opportunity for Enrage to try and actually put themselves into the lead. Because, of course, if they win this one, then Gamer Legion are looking at a full eco.
That's the scary thing about being the CT. When you lose those early rounds, even after winning the pistol and the anti-eco, you're kind of forced into this weird force eco cycle where you can't really get out of it unless you bring out some crazy plays. And unfortunately for Hampus, he's already gone. That's B site lost. They should be looking to save the Kevlars and whatever they can. Draken, though, wait a second. That was a beautiful shot. Makes it into a 4-on-4. They have a kit on Rusty, so maybe, just maybe, if they get themselves one kill early, and maybe bring it into a 4-on-3, there is a well, this is a doable scenario afterwards, but yeah, they realize that there is no point in losing the Kevlars and the weapon. Just save it up until the next, and Enrage tied back up 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, Dennis is on the steps. One thing I like is when you stack up a few players here on the stairs, it can be quite difficult for the T's if they exit through the apartments to actually deal with. You can see even just Dennis on his own being a little bit of an issue. So they do manage to get one quick kill on the Zix. That's a rifle to go ahead and be stolen. I believe just the Galil. Indeed, but I mean, it's better than having nothing coming into this next round. They still have all the weapons they saved, or rather all the Kevlar they saved, the pistols and the Scout. So now they've got a Galil as well on top of that to actually give them a real opportunity in this round. I mean, Enrage should definitely still be a little bit worried about what they're going up against. Even then, Hampus gets the CZ despite not having the Kevlar. So yeah, I mean, this is an opportunity here for Gamer Legion, if they don't get the round win, to try and bring at least 3 of those weapons out of the hands of Enrage and just force them to have to put a lot of reinvestment into the next round.
That's that's a good point. Yeah, and again, it's like it's all about the positioning from Gamer Legion and how they utilize the Galil and the Scout. The pistols are of secondary importance. As long as the Scout and the Galil are well placed and well set up, then you can make some serious damage with it. Enrage, though, they will be losing no time this round. It's a straight 8 take. Through Palace, 3 players will be jumping out, and through Connector, 2 more will be coming into the fray. This is a problematic position for Enrage, though. They're coming out through a single point of entry. We know how that works, Dean. Oh. And if this gets out of hand, Hampus gets 1, gets 2. That's the problem. Hampus jumps into Enrage 6, but it's still not enough. Dennis refrags, a 2-on-2 ensues.
Yeah, of course, with the weapons, though, favoring the T side right now, it's definitely going to be a little bit difficult for Gamer Legion, but the spams are coming in. One being connected onto Zix as he's getting that bomb planted, dropping him to just a little bit over half health, so he's not in the worst of positions. Also looking to try and push in towards that CT spawn, so he has somewhere to play the bomb off of, and at the moment, Gamer Legion unaware of where that second player actually is. You see Rusty having to be cautious of towards the ramp area. Flash goes over, will allow Rusty to push forward. Doesn't notice anyone in on the right side. Unfortunately, it's Zix who's close, so as Rusty does go down, Draken left alone doesn't expect that player to be up close already in the spawn, and also immediately does get dropped. But a pretty decent round. As we said, for Gamer Legion, it was just the weapons that they had saved over. The fact that they're able to bring that down to just 2 surviving for Enrage, I think they can be quite happy with it. Now they get their own buy. But even then, it's not perfect. There's no defuse kits, there's not much utility, and of course they don't have the op.
They definitely are going to be lacking the op, if you ask me. It's a, it's a vital centerpiece of the CT defense of Gamer Legion, always has been, and we all know how good Draken can be with it. But let's find out if this A execution again might work. And Raid seems like they're going to be trying it again. If it works, don't try to switch it out. Don't try to change it. Dennis, though, peeks out triple, gets 1, and Zix is already on site, though. This time, a 4-on-4, and with A side control being lost, this retake will have to come in sooner rather than later. Although Draken through the smoke, the spray down, not sure if there was a gap or not, but Hampus, oh, Dean!
Ooh, just destroying them. Yeah, a little bit late on the reaction right there. They also had a player, I believe, just peeking over the steps at the same time. It was Draken, so not much that could be done. It leaves Sir Tap as the last man standing, and initially I guess he was trying to wrap around in towards middle, see if he could get up towards Connector, maybe even get the jungle control to play off of the bomb, but having not really gotten anywhere close before all of his teammates fell, just decides to give up on that one, save the AK over. And with that, and with the bomb plant that they got down, I mean, they can probably pull out another buy. Surtap can drop an AK over. Nomi and also Zix can buy for themselves, and you see that's what's going to happen. Red Star gets the AK, it'll just be one player who's left on a weaker weapon, that's Blocker. Even then, he can pull out a Galil if he wants with a small bit of utility. So it's not a bad investment. It's pretty decent.
I would prefer a Mech 10 than a Galil, just because a Mech 10 can be so good in certain circumstances. If you time it right, if you know what you want to do, the Mech 10 can be absolutely deadly. You can run and gun like crazy, and you know, you don't have the issue of spraying into the air with the Galil, with the Mech 10 that much. But look at this mid control. Gamer Legion, they're looking for aggressiveness towards mid, and they've got it. With, of course, I believe it's Freddy B that's going to be playing towards that ramp position, top mid, and two more players to support him, Draken and Hampus through connector. It's looking pretty slick. Although, Enrage, again, playing passively. They seem to have read this perfect. And they're not really bothered by the fact they might have lost mid early on. They know that they can retake it. They know that, you know, utility-wise, they cannot really throw everything immediately and hope to just get on with it later. But Hampus, good opening. That's going to give him bit of a starting point, although GL seemed to be aware that this is being hit. Two players on the defense of B. Let's see how it works out. Freddy B1, Rusty the second, and I think that should be it. Although Zix, never mind, he's alone.
We've been informed in the chat that it's Patrick, just written backwards.
Oh,
so that makes it a lot easier. We can
Dude, I gotta admit, you said Surtap. It sounded so beautiful. It sounded like
it does seem like the name. It does, doesn't it? It's a good name. Someone take it. Someone claim it. I'm not going to patent it. I'll leave it there for public use.
Surtap. It's like, damn, it's proper for him, I guess.
But yeah, we've been updated. We know it's Patrick now, guys. Thank you for the information. Always helpful, especially when in these open qualifiers where we're going to be covering some teams where we won't recognize everyone. Maybe we'll recognize a couple players, but this is one of those teams where I know Zix, I know Blocker as well. Of course, I believe I've seen Red Star play a little bit, maybe.
You should have seen Red Star as well. He's been a present on the scene for the Bulgarians for a long time now, so definitely, yeah.
Is this Surtap? No, this is Patrick.
Patrick.
Eco right now, though. So not going to have too much coming in from the Enrage side. Mostly just P250's been upgraded, then one player sticking onto the Glock. They had a few flashes as well, I believe, to start off. And with that, they've actually gotten Patrick up and towards window. He is one of the P250 players, I believe. Yeah, it's just Blocker that's stuck on towards the Glock. So he has a chance to maybe try and catch someone off guard. The only issue is Draken on the Krieg a little bit too quick. Of course, one bullet all he needs towards the dome to finish it off. Blocker going to get dropped as he tries to creep out ramp, but they may combine for one on window. So there it is. One kill at least being found. I mean, they put, what, $1,200 into this round for just the 4 P250, so yeah, it's not too bad, and there's a second. This continues to actually amount into a decent amount of damage at this point. A lot of reinvestment going to be needed from Gamer Legion that they definitely
really
wouldn't prefer. Yeah, they can't really afford to do it. They'll have to drop over some weapons in this next round. They won't leave them with too much left over, at least onto one or two of the players they'll be looking at and looking to be in eco territory rather. So good opportunity still here definitely for Enrage to try and put a stop to the economy quite early on for Gamer Legion and get another couple rounds for themselves and really build it into a decent T side. But here we go. One thing that we do know, we haven't seen any ops, I don't think, come out for Enrage yet, have we?
Nope, we have not. And for Gamer Legion, it's the first time we're seeing a double up, actually. And Hampus, of course, wielding the secondary is kind of a classic move. Hampus is usually the one that goes for the second. I think I've seen a few times where Dennis picked it up and even Freddy B, but mostly it's Hampus. So, yeah, Enrage, they're going to be going up against a very, very hard defense now. With the two ops set up by Hampus and Draken, they're going to have to break it, well, with everything they have. They cannot afford to trade kills and have no map control afterwards. They really will need to pressure Gamer Legion into a defensive spot where then map control is fully in Enrage's hands. But look at Draken, he's posted well for the first rack. The jump is there and Draken will not miss. As Nami gets caught, it's going to be a 5-on-4, and yet again, Enrage, the response is mid-control.
It looked like he was going to post up on Palace there as well, just as Zix was moving forward, but instead chooses the short angle. Gets a little bit of an opportunity on towards Red Star, but they do have the information, so Rusty's ready for him as he peeks towards the ladder room. So a quick second opening frag going in favor of Gamer Legion here as Enrage, unfortunately, on this mid-control are getting shut down. They've got the control itself, but they've just been chipped away at to actually do it, so it's not leaving them in a very good position. You see Patrick now trying to pressure up Connector and see if he can maybe catch someone off guard, but it's just Draken on the op continuing to connect shots. Here's the footsteps up close, gives that over to Dennis, who quickly adjusts himself, leaving it all onto Blocker now. And unfortunately, he's the one that's been blocked from these bomb sites by 5 CT players, and he's all alone.
Well, you said it well, that he was going to post up on Palace. He does it a little bit later. And, well, as you said, it's all alone Blocker in this case. And, oof, Draken, what a reaction. Hat-trick comes out, and he gets himself an easy sixth round for Gamer Legion. Seems like they finally stepped up to the plate as well. The early damage of Enrage hasn't really touched them too much, hasn't really affected them too much. And this is where the real trouble begins for Enrage. It's approaching that mid-game section where they should have been competitive against GL, where they should have been close to the result if they wanted to have any sort of chance to finish it with, you know, a decent result like an 8-7 or something. Instead, Gamer Legion, with the money they've already accumulated, with the rounds they're starting to pick up, it's going to be a problematic first half ending for Enrage as far as I can see. And then Blocker, does he get himself an early kill? Hampus this time, through middle. Gets one, but Blocker, yep, he gets the kill. Ooh. Yes. Okay. That's nice to see.
Hungry man in sandwich. A couple of free kills against the Ecoing players. I believe Patrick just about spotted there around the edge of the smoke in towards Connector, so pretty straightforward kill. Leaving it all on Nummy. He might be numb, but I don't think he's unaware of the fact that he's in an almost impossible 1 versus 4.
Well, he's numb now, so yeah. But that was a sick shot from Hampus, by the way. The second one into Connector. I didn't even, like, you pointed out well that most likely there was a foot or something, the leg that would be spotted through the left side of the bottom side of the smoke. But it was so fast, so quick, just crazy, crazy reactions overall. And, well, GL 7-3, another buy for Enrage.
Yeah, there's still the opportunity here for Enrage to turn this into a decent half. 2 or 3 more rounds, they're in an okay position, a little bit more than that, and I think they'll start feeling happy. But early on in this one, just going to be immediately grouping up outside of A, looking to try and switch things up. So far, we've seen them mostly focusing on mid. This time, the straight up A execute is going to come in, but it's Draken on the op, spamming away from the CT spawn and gets one before the smoke blooms, but continues trying to face and ends up taking quite a lot of damage. So I think at this point he may have to consider playing a little bit more passive, let his teammates come in and set up for the retake potentially. But Enrage, they are still trying to actually fight this one. Ready B around the steps, gets himself one to bring it back in favor of Gamer Legion. So I don't know, Enrage, it looks like they want to just back off.
It's not a bad idea. They want to get control back in their hands. If they were to continue to push towards A, most likely they get into a crossfire they can't beat and they find themselves losing another one. This way, at least, you know, a 3-on-4, it's a doable position to be in. Albeit they left Red Star in the worst possible, actually, excuse me, Zix in the worst possible spot they could have had. Out on Balcony Palace, a single spot from CT, and he's gone for. So, you know, Patrick and Red Star need to make a move in quickly. If they perhaps can draw attention towards mid and short, maybe, just maybe, there's a chance Zix can do something with his spot. But there comes the spot through middle. Rusty, he sees 2 players on top mid. Now the reaction will be imminent. Gamer Legion, though, this reaction is exactly what Enrage wanted. It will leave A side open, and this is actually really good because now Enrage, with Zix already on site, he has a good position to work from. This is doable, actually, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you see Draken, as we said before, being tagged down low. He doesn't really want to continue to face the bomb site itself, so instead just staying back towards the spawn. He's given a little bit of a peek there from Zix, who shoulder peeked it rather to just try and bait out the shot and see if there was anyone around. Patrick jumping across onto the steps, going to be able to drop Freddy B, and that's what they needed. Now they've got themselves at least a 3-on-3. The only issue is the damage so far that's been done. But against the double op setup, it may not even matter too much. I was going to say if a couple of shots are missed from Gamer Legion, suddenly it opens it back up. But so far, we haven't seen Hampus or Draken really missing any at all. They've been connecting up to this point, so let's see how it goes. Nice little setup between Tetris and Ramp at least, but the smoke going down, it's actually not going to block him off. That's a little bit awkward, still gives some room to work with. Draken able to get one. The bomb not being stuck initially. He tried to pop up and get the kill, but Red Star, he's able to come out with a quick double for himself. The up gets retrieved, and Enrage, they do put a 4th round on the board. The only thing is, Gamer Legion have built up quite a solid economy for themselves, so they're immediately buying back into that double up setup.
And as I've said, right, even a 4-on-3, it's not a lost cause for Enrage. When you know how your opponent might react, when you read them well, then there's obviously a chance to win. And they've done it beautifully there. But it all comes down to Red Star making that double in the end, securing the victory. Although, as you said, the revive for Gamer Legion is as dangerous as it comes. Again, double up with Dennis.
Triple?
Actually, wait, triple? Oh my god,
Yeah.
I thought I was saying triple. Never mind, thank you for correcting me.
I said double
Dennis,
initially because they hadn't got 3 at that point.
Yeah, and I didn't even notice. I was like, okay, it surely didn't go beyond that. And then Dennis pulls out the triple. Fair enough. I mean, that's going to be pretty crazy. Game of Legion. Somehow they make it work. And, well, the entry is theirs. That much is clear. Through short, though, it's Rusty and alone. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem.
He only lost 1 health, thankfully. It looked like he was in a little bit more trouble. He landed on the ledge. If he fell right into the underpass, he would have lost about 20 health. Hang on, though. This boost could be perfect for Blocker. I think Shadow may be spotted as he comes around. Indeed, Rusty going to be able to react to that one quite quickly. Molotov goes down, which forces him back off, rather. But I don't think he's too worried about that. How the hell did Hampus get there?
He has an op through lower. He actually pushed B house and went through lower into mid and then decided to pull out a USPS instead of a AWP. Okay, I guess that works out.
Not quite, unfortunately. He done a decent amount of damage, though.
Yeah.
Zix is down to 14, Red Star on 54. Considering it's still a 4-on-3 in favor of Gamer Legion, they should be okay. They also have Rusty right now pushed up in the B apartments. He was initially on short, so he's gone ahead and switched it up a bit. And he's in an ideal spot to at least get 1. And considering the first player's on full health, the next 2 are already tagged up heavily. I was going to say I'm very worried for Enrage, but a little bit of a swing from Rusty. Overzealous maybe a tiny bit as he goes down.
Ooh.
But Draken ready with the flick. Looking for the second. Won't quite be connected, but with 14 health, I really don't have too much hope for this to really be a successful 1-on-3. And Dennis has just been hiding on the bomb site the entire time.
And that's a smart play by Dennis, right? You don't want to risk dying. You don't want to risk losing another op and just getting absolutely economically destroyed, as well as if you do want to peek out and play the challenge, there's a chance you might die. You give the bomb plant to your opponent. A 1-on-2 all of a sudden becomes a very potential round for Enrage. Instead, 8-4 confirmed. The money finally, being put to a stop for Gamer Legion as well. No double ups not by a long shot at least, thank God. I'm happy for that. Hampus, I'm not sure what he was thinking previously, but I guess, now he realizes maybe I should take it easy. And Gamer Legion, they seem to be facing off in A execution. 2 men towards mid, 2 men towards B. It's a classic 2-2-1 setup. Yeah. You want to kind of set yourself defensively, and here comes the execution.
Perfect counter to the mid-aggression, though, that's actually come in from Gamer Legion, because it allows them to just isolate Dennis here on the bomb site. The thing is, will they be able to overcome him? Because it's still Dennis that they have to get through. Only finds 1 initially before being dinked down, and then finished off. No Molotov towards the bench, sadly, so that aggression did come in from Freddy B, but again, the trades are ready. A decent amount of success overall being found considering what Enrage came into this round with, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. It's Red Star left alone, and his teamwork there as Hampus throws the flash over for Rusty to peak. 9-4. One thing I wanted to say in that previous round, what was it? With the aggression to the B apartments. Oh yeah, I think what happened with Hampus was he just didn't want to scope on the op because there were so many players nearby, so tried to use the USP. Yeah. He continued just going through under, got as close as he could. But yeah, I think maybe just taking the op shot from a little bit further back and then trying to retreat after the 1 kill would have been a good way to go. He just wanted a little bit more than a single kill.
He wanted to be flashy, let's be real. As for Enrage, the last round was a nice attempt. You pointed out well, even with pistols, they get onto site, they kill 3 players. Unfortunately, having only pistols, no Kevlar, no real weaponry, it kind of limits you to what you can do. And as soon as you're in that 1-on-2 setup or 1-on-1 setup, you're going to be at a disadvantage always. But look at Enrage now. It's a straight B take. 2 players for the defense. Yet again, the test of might here for Gamer Legion as Hampus finds 1. Rusty, though, tucked away behind Forest, behind Banshee. Only gets the 1, though. Red Star and Nummy. They get themselves 2, and that should be enough in the end to throw it into a 3-on-3 retake with Dennis and Kitchen. And look at the delay of Freddy B. This retake is going to be a harsh one.
Flash straight over, though. I don't think it's for Dennis to push out. It's just for a little bit of a peek to come in so he can maybe catch someone around the van. Ended up getting blinded himself by a return flash, so as you can see, all 3 players now grouping up in towards Kitchen. This is not ideal. It's going to be door and window that they have to try and come through 2 very tight choke points, rather. Although with a very passive after plant from Enrage, I was going to say this could be dangerous. The boost able to get 1 at least as Red Star then pops out the trade to allow for Zix's sacrifice at least to be worthwhile. And now it's all on Draken. As you said, there wasn't time for that to come in anymore, so he was beginning to just back off, but I don't think there was really much opportunity right there.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they even attempted. As soon as they lost the first player, the 3-on-3, then should have been a clear sign to Gamer Legion. We've got an op to retake. We're coming from a single point of entry, and something I pointed out earlier is the 2 points of entry you need for a retake. Through short, through kitchen, it can work. Through only kitchen, yeah, like you said, a single choke point or 2, whatever. It's very hard to make it work. And Rage, 5 rounds, this is actually a lot better than I imagined early on, at least how it started off. It's actually really decent. Game of Legion, they do force up the last round of the first half, and it's looking like they're broken completely and utterly. The save of the op... Actually, no, excuse me, no save at all. It was a force buy, the one they could have afforded, and Red Star already finds the entry.
Yeah, not a bad find. Freddy B going to take the MP9 as a small upgrade for himself. Still using the CZ for now. Just as Red Star went to take out a nade, I believe. Tried to crouch under the bullets as well, but unfortunately didn't give him the cover that he required. Yeah, I don't know why Freddy B's jumping up. Expected it to just be one player, I suppose, in towards Palace, but without having another little quick look to actually confirm that it's clear, that's a very, very risky play. Rusty, I was thinking maybe he was considering going in towards Palace himself, but just going to stay up on top of the balcony for now. As we can see, Enrage have begun to actually fall back off. I actually missed that kill there by Draken, but a quick deagle shot in towards middle. And he also spotted a player running in towards the apartments there, I believe, so that information should be given over. Maybe he did manage to quite see it. It doesn't seem like it because he hasn't called for his teammates to rotate. He's only now beginning to move in through short himself. And despite having the op, I don't know if he's going to be able to do a lot. As I say that, Zix not at all being cautious of the angle on short. His teammate had already crossed over, so he presumed it was clear, which it was initially. As Hampus now on the op also stepping up. That final player trapped in on default. Nothing to be done by Nummy as he goes down. Plenty of time for the defuse. And Gamer Legion, they steal away the final round of the half to actually bring it to double digits. That was looking like a great opportunity for Enrage. They could have came out with the 6 on the halftime if they got a pistol in the second half especially. Suddenly they're in a spectacular spot, but...
You said it well, exactly. For me, it looked like Enrage should have gotten that round because Game of Legion, when you made out the point that, you know, it was Draken that spotted the player crossing into B house, they still haven't even responded to that. The delay in the rotation was so long that for a second I was sure that there should be no problem for Enrage to get onto site, to get themselves the bomb plant and play the 3-on-3 retake yet again, or the after plant for that matter. But instead, it was Draken that responded so beautifully. I mean, that shot with the op into first window was just out of this world, since, you know, it's very hard to hit an immediate shot when you wide angle the peak and you go for the challenge. You can hit it, of course, and most of the time you will, but again, it's vital that you do if you want to get a retake at all going. But here we go, second half, and it's going to be 10-5. Game of Legion in a great spot, if you ask me. Still having themselves 10 rounds on the board within the CT side is really good, and currently with the 2 smokes, Molotov and Flash, I would dare say it looks like perhaps a bit of a B take, perhaps even a split through short, although I wouldn't put my money on that as well, since they could turn through lower and go into a connector.
Yeah, Molotov in towards window, I believe. Indeed, just to stop anyone from being able to actually peek it with the USP. So you seem to be correct with the presumption that it is going to be a split in towards the B bomb site, but it seems like Enrage also have this information, or at least a little bit of a read on it, because they do have 4 players around this B bomb site. Draken the only one so far for the T side to trade it out, but he has doubled down. Freddy B going to come in as well, leaving it onto Blocker towards the bench. He gets his head ripped off by the final bullet of Draken, and now it's all onto Patrick, trying to come in from the kitchen, but he's not going to be able to cook anything up in the clutch, unfortunately.
Dude, I gotta give it to Game of Legion, man. They go for a straight take, and even when Enrage read them so beautifully, putting, what, 4 players on B?
4 immediately, yeah. And then the 5th player rotated like, pretty quick.
Yeah, basically the 5th player was somewhere towards CT already by the time the execute happened, so it's like he was immediately rotating off to B. It's crazy how Game of Legion are able to pull it away, and Draken, of course, the 4K kind of saves it there, but still, it's quite, you know, it's beautiful to see sometimes. And 5-11, Enrage, force buy, no surprise. Dean, I gotta be honest, it's looking like this game might be coming to a close. This force buy, if it's lost, it's gonna be 13-5 before the buy round comes up, and even then it's gonna be a very limited one. Unless Enrage can make something happen here, or on the gun round, this best of one is coming to a close and quickly.
Yeah, that's the problem. They'll have maybe 1 or 2 gun rounds if they aren't successful with the first one at least. So not a lot of room for Enrage to work with on the CT side. But if they can have it near flawless, there's always the opportunity. And I mean, the force buy right now actually allowing for quite a few kills to be found. It was in towards connector where there was a little bit of a slaughter from both sides. Ends up dropping it down to the 2v2 in the end. So not a terrible spot for Enrage to be in. They still have that scout in play for Patrick. They have Red Star, but he's getting aggressive on mid. He has no idea that Dennis could still be chilling around here, and unfortunately, he finds out and then quickly forgets about it because he's dead.
You know what I love? the fact that Gamer Legion don't run away from mid and leave the rifles open, because they know that there's a high chance the CTs will be going for the Galil and the AK. They rather waste a little bit of time, you know, 10, 15 seconds, whatever, to group up, leave, let the player that was in lower or under get through B house on towards top mid, retake the bomb, and then just perhaps have a free chance of a kill. And well, that's exactly what happened. As Red Star wanted to get the AK, knife in hand, unexpected, unwanted, and 12-5. Full eco and rage. Not much else we can say besides this should be 13-5, unless we see the classic old CSGO trick where ecos win over pistol or over rifles. But I guess Gamer Legion should be too experienced to lose against that. Or at least in my mind, they are too experienced to lose against that. Although, good start. Blocker finds one.
Yeah, I mean, they have a little bit of a chance here, having that flash as well. Maybe they can stack up somewhere now a little bit later on in the round, try and use that flash to, again, snatch away a kill or so and trade it, and at that point have a real opportunity to get something done in this round. Gamer Legion, though, have focused fully on towards middle, knowing, of course, that they have a heavy advantage in terms of the weapons. So taken to the spots where they can have the most range duels, I suppose. You don't really want to get up too close to those pistols. Although, as I say, that Freddy B wants to try and go up short and does end up getting blinded slightly. Finds the kill beforehand, continues the face, and eventually goes down to Zix. So, again, pretty good trades being found by Enrage. That's something they've been successful at throughout the entire game. It seems like it's in the later rounds where the experience for Gamer Legion tends to shine through. Nummy, though, gets one in towards the ramp. The nade also not doing too much damage because stairs in this game do block explosions.
Yeah, that's the weirdest part of the Source engine. When you're standing just a few inches below an angle or below a certain position, you don't get hit. Yeah, this is...
Oh, they know it. They have a good read.
Yeah. Like, they shouldn't be leaving CT open. That much is clear. And Red Star, oh, he gets the kill even. He's got a Molotov. You gotta be kidding me. Dennis now. 75 HP, 60 HP. One bullet, he's gone. A lot more damage dealt. 14. Oh, dude. Now that was a close call. That was a seriously close call because Gamer Legion, they're playing down to the wire. They're playing down to the last man with 10 HP left.
Yeah, that was risky, considering it was pretty much a full eco as well from Enrage. I had said maybe there was a bit of a chance if they got the couple kills in the beginning. I didn't notice that they actually had a Molotov, though, in play as well, so it gave a real opportunity forcing Dennis out into the open. I don't think jumping up on Ticket Booth was the greatest of ideas, though, but either way, it did, of course, go in favor of Gamer Legion. Now it's the full buy for Enrage. This is the first full gun round for them here on the CT side, and it could be one of two, maybe, if they don't actually manage to come out on top of this. So let's see. Quick A play from Gamer Legion, playing off at a contact, only throwing down the smokes, I believe, on the way out right there. And they will be able to find the A1-1 trade initially. A spam, though, through the smoke, rather, from Zix, going to be successful in stopping the bomb plant. Rusty pushed in towards the spawn, needs to be able to take this down, otherwise they could be in trouble. Only finds one before being dropped, and it's Patrick on the up to come in and take a quick double, all on Hampus. And you can see he's left in a little bit of an awkward spot, knowing that there's a player in towards the CT. He has to expose himself towards the steps once the smoke actually goes away.
Let's see if he can do it. A 1-on-3 clutch round, all or nothing here for Gamer Legion, but so it is for Enrage, and they will find it in the end. Nummy is able to refrag, and as you said, it could have been one of their last buys, amongst the last buys at least, if they hadn't won it, but they do. 6-13. The chance is taken by Enrage. The golden ticket yet not used, yet not lost, and perhaps the Bulgarians have a little bit of life left in them yet. The double up seemed to have been the right decision as well. I like that, and they are going to be keeping it. Patrick and Red Star, the two players to wield the mighty weapons. And in this case, Gamer Legion, they should be wary of forcing up. They should be wary of, you know, looking for a quick ending, if sort of to say. I have to point out that I love the fact they go for an A execution, by the way, the last round, right? The first gun round and they go for the straight A take. It shows that they are not afraid, and it shows that they're not going to be complicating their lives. They're just going to be going for what they know works, or for at least, you know, what can work the easiest.
Yeah, especially in the first gun round when you know that the utility isn't going to be amazing if they wanted to actually get all the weapons out. So definitely, definitely a good idea. Dennis hadn't quite been spotted, I don't think. Maybe a little bit of a pixel had before, because the Molotov did get dropped down. Didn't quite block him from pushing forward, but it stops him from falling back. And in towards middle is where we see most of the action for the moment. Rusty actually catches one, a chance for the second maybe. Blocker down to 60 in health. If he gets dropped, suddenly this is actually a reclaimable round from Gamer Legion. Fortunately, he has the op at least to trade over, so that should be a much safer option if he wants to continue to try and actually hold Palace.
Ooh, Red Star getting spotted as well. Yeah, I mean, the op is definitely the smarter choice in this case. You want to play it safe. You want to be tucked away in the corner. But Freddy B headshot with the scout, man. Back to a 3-on-3 with Dennis still in B apps. Window tags onto Red Star yet again. No headshot, no critical damage, but the op in his hands is missing a few shots, and that could be a problem. The bomb, oh, they're leaving A side wide open. Enrage, a huge mistake in their defense. Luckily, Blocker is close enough. He's going to have to cross onto site. Rusty crosses, but the miss is there, and Rusty's in CT already, or at least should be soon enough. Freddy B, he still has a scout on him. And this is a 2-on-3 that is doable.
The bomb plant at least going down. I mean, this has been a success for Gamer Legion. They didn't spend much at all. They're able to do some damage onto the economy of Enrage, keep them in a position where if Gamer Legion win one round, the game is pretty much over. But as you said, there's definitely still the opportunity here. Rusty has himself an M4. Only 21 health, but he's going up against a low HP op in towards the spawn. He will be successful in that duel, but his teammate on the bomb site, not quite as fortunate. So he is left alone in towards the spawn, peeked by Nummy. And there is enough time, of course, for that defuse to come in. They're just trying to see what they can salvage beforehand. See if there's any nades lying around, etc. And there we go, actually getting that second op back out of the spawn.
It was still a good attempt from GL. I mean, they deal critical damage to the economy of Enrage. They force them to reinvest everything they've saved up. And it does give them a advantage over Enrage in the name or in the term of economy, because a single loss here for the CTs could have spelled disaster, could spell already 15 for GL. And let's find out if the SGs and the AKs will be enough. We haven't really seen them pick up the AWP here on the T side. Not that they really had a chance, but even if they would, I think, you know, they actually prefer to have rifles. They simply feel like they're more comfortable with them. And if I recall correctly, we've seen that as well once before. But mid control is coming through. Let's see how it works off. 3 players controlling it from the side of Enrage, in window, in connector, and short. And by the looks of it, they're putting all their efforts to control this mid position.
Yeah, they're heavily focused on it. They've given up the bomb site pretty much and east over towards A to try and play towards the retake, and instead contest on mid. It was a very weird peek coming in from Nummy on short. Fortunately, the aggression out through connector will at least be able to return it pretty quickly. Stedo coming out through under, trying to fight back in again. Gamer Legion not willing to give this one up over to Enrage. So back into the 3v3. They've still got the mid control here on the Gamer Legion side. I think they're happy, but this could be dangerous. Trying to go up in towards window. Patrick right now on the op is watching it, and that's a very easy shot. The flash went in, but of course such a tight angle for Patrick kept them out of the danger of that flash.
Well, luckily, they're saved by the bell in a way. And it is going to be the double op that might be able to pull them back once more, although also in a different world, the double op could be a big nuisance for them in a round like this. A 2-on-3 with having to play with an op like that is a problem. But Zix making it look easy from jungle. He peeks out from that corner. He's a deadly asset. The timing couldn't be more perfect. And 19 seconds left. Dennis, he is not going to make it very far, is he? Oh, the spray is also quite pristine. That should be enough. Red Star, as long as he doesn't miss, and he does not, of course, it should be the round, and it is. 8-13, Gamer Legion, back onto an eco. And one thing I should be saying is that Gamer Legion are prone to falling apart at times. They seem to have issues closing out games. They had that problem beforehand a long time ago, and it seems like they haven't really been able to get past that point yet. And hopefully that's not going to be the case here. Again, they have a great advantage, but they seem to be losing control a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing signs of life from Enrage right now, and it should be 13-9 before another actual buy comes in here from Gamer Legion. If that one round goes in favor of Enrage, suddenly they're up to 11 most likely, so at that point you really have a game in your hands. So I think pretty soon is when Gamer Legion would start to worry a little bit. But for now, just on the pistols, trying to, again, keep that money low for Enrage, which they have been doing extremely successfully. That is a great shot from Drake and Hunt towards blocker and connector. Rusty with a deagle as well. Destroys Nummy over towards short. And again, they're trading this very, very successfully considering they have so little to work with. We're not seeing Enrage being able to build up any sort of real momentum / confidence for themselves or bolster the economy at all, which is what you need when you want to make one of these super comebacks, I guess we could call it, happen.
That's a good word for it. Super comeback would be the right way to put it. Certainly, Enrage need to do a lot of work, a lot more than they have up to this point, in order to even call it a tie.
It's completely open.
Oh, wait, again. Enrage again. The same mistake being done, although this time through short, it's Ziggs that's going to peek out. Oh, the timing couldn't be worse for him, though.
He lined it
Draken
up so he wouldn't be exposed as well. It was perfect.
Yeah, yeah. It really gives them another chance here. Game of Legion, even though without Kevlar, they have a dangerous position they're going to be playing from. Double posted into Pit and Tetris usually gives you a fair chance and at least an advantage.
Yeah, smoke going down on towards the bomb. I think it may be a little bit too wide. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure right now because we are focused on Red Star with the auto director, but indeed, Ziggs isn't able to stick it. He has to try and take the fight in towards Tetris first, which will be successful. And with that, I don't think Draken can really do anything. Indeed, had to try and fight the op on the steps first. Even then, once he swung out, there would have been another op posted up on him. So, unfortunately, not able to actually win the round. But again, Gamer Legion not buying much in that at all. They go into it, they manage to actually take down a couple of players, they get a bomb plant, it gives them everything they want coming into this gun round. And as I said, they're still in a position where if they get the one round win up against Enrage, suddenly they have a very weak economy and they have to buy in, they don't have the room to eco. Unless they want to play for overtime, of course.
I mean, in this case, right, if they get close to that 13th point, maybe even pick up the 14, certainly OT will be on the... Yeah, I mean, then that happens. Then
I like it.
That's more than enough. Yeah, I like it as well. That's a perfect set of events here for Game of Legion. You were just saying how important the economy is for Enrage. Well, unfortunately for them, they lose a vital player. Ziggs, in my mind, the best player of Enrage right now. And Blocker, he's going to be holding from deep sight as Red Star holding from stairs. It's not exactly the optimal spot to be in, but the A execution is coming in nonetheless. Game of Legion, here they come, here they go. Two players defending so far. Actively, it's going to be Blocker. Nothing that he can do. There's a gap in the CT smoke, but Rusty's already aware of it. Finds himself one. And it's Nummy and Red Star. A 2v5, Dean.
Has to be a save, really.
Yeah, I have to agree. It has to be a save. They receive 1.4 loss bonus, meaning that at the very best, it's going to be only Patrick and Ziggs and really Red Star that can do anything or buy anything. Even then, limited to a single M4 and mini Kevlar, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, if they save the two weapons, then they should be okay, because Red Star can drop one over. As you said, Patrick and Ziggs can scrape together buys for themselves. It's only really Blocker who needs the weapon. So it will still be a decent investment. They will be able to buy back in, but then they're left with no money at all. If they lose that one, they'll be on a forced buy going into potentially the final round of the game. So it's do or die at this point. But yeah, great execute there as well by Gamer Legion. Well-placed Molotovs, one straight down on bench to stop anyone from swinging out, one in towards Sandwich as well. They were able to, with that, isolate the player who is on default and just not allow for him to have any help from anyone. So it was quite easy for them to just overrun the bomb site. But here we go. The weapons are being spread out, as I said. Utility-wise, I don't know how great it's going to be looking, though. Nummy should be able to get a full set, at least. Blocker's doing pretty decent. So yeah, no, it's not a bad buy at all. They have managed to pull out a really good one here, but as I said, if they lose this round, then it's pretty much over.
And the most important part of all, they have two kits. That's what matters the most. So at least they have that safety net to draw on. So perhaps in a scenario of a retake, they can still win it with the last few seconds left. And let's see how it works off. 14-9 mid control coming out from GL. Two players looking for it early on. Two players through under as well. Looks like it's going to be heavy presence posted there soon enough. And the response from Enrage so far is actually pretty decent. The smoke deployed on short, although the one-way is not going to work out. Draken with the op gets himself a free kill. Nummy, not sure if he wanted to use that in order to get a free frag, but certainly should have been more aware. And that's a problem. Enrage, without having any short control, or at least no proper short control, with Ziggs now being alone, if he gets killed, luckily the pop flash works out. Pulls out, gets one. Hampus, though, the return. Yet again, seems like Dean, it's all going down in flames for Enrage. They are losing control and quickly at that.
Yeah, just again a nicely placed Molotov in towards Connector. Freddy on the up as he trades over, quickly peeks in towards short. Ziggs gets his head ripped off clean. And that puts it 4-on-2 now for Gamer Legion. They still have 50 seconds remaining, or just a little bit under that, rather, to actually commit into a bomb site. And it looks like they want to bring it over towards B, where only now Red Star's beginning to rotate in. He has the op. He's coming through kitchen. So the question is he going to just stick her with that? I was going to say a well-placed smoke could block him up, but they actually don't have any remaining. It's all down to the flashes. So, I mean, there's an opportunity slightly, but Rusty on the lurk as well. He gets knifed once as he surprises Blocker, but this should be the end of the round. He had rather the flank on kitchen, so they had pretty much at that point had Red Star just trapped in. And look at the money. It's going to be pistols and Kevlar most likely, with a couple of smokes and flashes maybe to back it up. That's it.
Well, that's the reality that and Rage have to accept, unfortunately. They knew that losing that many players during the rounds they won is going to be a problem. It's going to be coming to bite them in the buttocks at one point, and certainly it comes at the worst of times. It comes on the 15th, the round where Game Legion now won, well, 5 kills away from securing the victory, or a bomb explosion away from securing the victory. Either way, there goes one. Draken, oh, Draken, he just pulls out the P250. He doesn't even care anymore. In Palace, he clears out 2, and it's going to be a 3-on-5 that Dean, I'm fairly certain, is not going to end well here for Enrage. Although, Red Star, nice attempt, gets himself an SG at least, and it's a workable weapon for the defense. It can give you a fair advantage, but Draken, again, he seems to be reading them like an open book. And even though it's a return by Nummy, it's a 2-on-3 that Game Legion, in all essence,
Oh, perfect smoke. If they didn't put that smoke down, there could have been 2 kills there quite easily for Nummy. He does get a little bit of info, though. Calls over to Red Star. Krieg from Kitchen to try and hold it down, but Freddy B swinging across, hits a quick headshot, and now it's all on Nummy to try and save the day for Enrage. It looks like they will be falling short. The aggression in towards Kitchen already as well from Rusty. I was going to say likely to come in as soon as contact is made, and there it is.
Yeah.
Very easy headshot. 16-9 for Gamer Legion, but it was a good showing from Enrage. It's just unfortunate they weren't able to get those rounds in the beginning as clean as they would have hoped, because as we've seen, it did end up biting them in the buttocks, as you put it. So, guys, we are, of course, going to just send it over to a quick break while we try and choose which game we're going to hop into for round 3. As always, if you're enjoying the stream, hit the follow button above. And also, if you're enjoying the commentary, you can put !caster in the chat to check out myself and also Overseard. But we are going to go ahead and send it to an ad break, guys. Do stick around. I'm not sure how long exactly we'll be before we get into the next game, but as soon as we know which game it is, we'll go ahead and update the graphics, and we'll tell you guys in chat as well.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go. Brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
No matter what your passion is, soccer, rugby, racing, or esports, become a part of the experience with the moments we deliver.
And I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever hold, no matter if we cast away, a fire in the dark. I know that you will be where you will again.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately, I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. Need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight, then wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you're lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Guess who's back?
Look above your head at the moonlit sky. The stardust drips and shines brightly in your eye. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, yeah. The stars falls around us, entwining us. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning.
my heart into something gold. No, I sold my soul to the devil long ago.
Alright everyone, welcome back. We are ready to hop on into the third game of the day, and this one is going to be a little bit more of a familiar name, I would imagine, for everyone that's watching right now. We have Complexity versus eSpuma. Going to be a lot less known. I myself am not familiar with them, but I do think we could maybe see a little bit of an interesting matchup here. We're going on to Dust 2, of course, so it's going to be interesting to see how eSpuma can actually match up against Complexity on that individual level, because of course, just looking at the names, that Complexity roster is star-studded.
Yeah, it's a good point you bring out. Just looking at the whole squad, comparing the two, there's not really a line you can draw that is equal. And eSpuma, they're going to have to rely heavily on their aim and on their A game. In this case, it's going to be an A straight play through long. I like it. A flash to support it. And the pistol is live. Complexity, 2 men to defend. And Config and Rush already finding a few frags as Rush will continue on. And he gets himself the triple. And that is Complexity in a 1-3 all of a sudden. A nice attempt by eSpuma, but it's not enough. And, well, let's find out how this one works out for Zebet. A 1-3 is not exactly the worst position to be in, but having no Kevlar, having a little bit of utility in that only, it's definitely going to complicate matters. And, of course, in the end, it ends as expected. Blamev takes him out. Complexity take the pistol, and everybody in chat should be happy. We're seeing a team that I guess is the fan favorite as well as the bracket favorite. They have been... Actually, no, Nordavind was the one that was posted as the top-seeded team. So, and there's definitely a discussion there that can be had in this case. But in any case, they were like seed number 4, I think. Illuminar have been eliminated as well. That's a problem, I think. Everybody's gonna be going through losing towards quite an unknown team.
Yeah, but, that was just a shocking one. We were keeping an eye on it here while we were waiting for this game to start, and I mean a decent opportunity here opening up the round as well for eSpuma. A triple scout setup though, I feel like that's going to make late in the round just extremely difficult for them to get onto really any bomb site.
Yeah, it should, right? It should complicate matters for them. If you get yourself into an afterplant towards A, sure, maybe it can work. But if you have to work up against, against a B afterplant and having yourself 3 scouts, usually it presents to be an issue. And yeah, they're going to go towards long. I think it makes the most sense in this case. Ouch.
Nice nade by Rush. A couple other players around that long area not really being affected by the nade, fortunately. It's the one scout of Poison right now that is actually the only scout on the server getting anything done at this moment, at least. Eventually the Deagle from Friends over on long trades out to the scout as well, but Poison has decided to stick around, falling back to the USB. This is dangerous, but he makes it work for at least one more kill before going down. But right now eSpuma, considering they of course came in with the force buy here, being able to bring this down to the 2v2, even getting a FAMAS now into the hands of one player, it makes it dangerous. The 1-for-1 trade again, but will he expect Config to be so close? It looks like he was definitely cautious because of the flash that came in, but didn't expect him to be coming out of that smoke so quickly. So he does end up going down. Complexity get their second round, but I mean eSpuma, as I said, doing some good damage at least. The only issue is now they have to eco. So the question is, are they able to maybe pick up 1 or 2 kills here at least on the eco so that they can make that damage from the previous round just continue on? Because you can see the reinvestment here. They put in so much money, but they do go for a couple SMGs as well. So this is Complexity trying to build up that money early on.
Yeah, they paid a high price.
As well. Just a P250 then for Config. So yeah, they know they're up against the full eco, of course.
Yeah, no surprise. And yeah, I have to point out, I love the fact that it was, of course, Poison holding the line towards long. And look at this cleanup crew by Complexity as the last man standing cannot do anything but wait for his ultimate demise. It was Complexity that makes it in 3-0. And as I was saying, Poison, the reason why he held on towards long for that, well, basically why he stopped on long and didn't run away in that second round is because he realizes he doesn't really have a position to run away with. If he had tried to back track in towards site or CT, he most likely would have been caught in the way, and instead he chose to take the fight, gotten a kill and enabled the 2v2 for Complexity at least. And right now is Puma. It's a full buy. There's the op on the side of Fredens, and it's going to be a bit of a short play. I like this. A quick and very straight execution. But Poison finds himself the first. Dean, this is not looking too good. Poison again. He's just ramping up the kills.
Yeah, just destroying them at this point. Expected that drop in towards the CT spawn once the short smoke went down so quickly. Config on his op as well, going to be able to pick up a double to match that of Poison as he quickly ends that round on middle. And the opening gun round for eSpuma had, surprisingly for them, no openings at all. So yeah, not the greatest of starts here for eSpuma. They had some success on the force play, but once they get the actual rifles, despite Complexity still having a couple SMGs, etc. in play, they don't even get a single kill. 4-0 here for Complexity, back to the pistols, back to a scout again for Fredens. Let's see what the plan is going to be. Initially, not really having the greatest of spawn for long, so I don't think they're going to be going over towards long. No, just at the beginning, grouping up maybe an Xbox smoke to go down, try and get the short control again. You see over towards long, a little bit of pressure being put on by one player as well to try and run down whatever Molotovs and nades that long player might have.
Yeah, that's a good point. And again, towards short, there will be presence shown. Config on towards mid. Easy shutdowns, and Complexity seem to have no qualms about playing quite separated, leaving a few vulnerabilities on their sides, and they seem to be confident enough. Of course, they should be confident enough in being able to control the angles easily. Obo, not sure if for you it doesn't show his weapon, but well, he has an MP9, and it is not going to be the best weapon in this kind of position when they're exiting tunnels, but he gets himself the first as Domini is blinded. It's going to be Config with the second, and Config, he's holding the line towards Pillar. He gets himself nothing more but the 2, but that's enough. He puts an end to the push and secures the 5-0. Complexity off to a flying start.
Yeah, I believe he got one towards the start of the round as well, so actually 3 in total. But yeah, a really nice hold there by Config. If he got dropped, suddenly the op would have been picked up by one of the T players. Maybe they would have had an actual opportunity to get that bomb planted and try and hold the after plant. And, you know, of course, B on this map can be extremely difficult to retake. So really well held indeed. Then the assistance from BlameF. But here we go. Back onto the guns again for the T side. This time around, there's not going to be an op actually coming out for eSpuma. Instead, just rifles. But they get all the nades they could ask for pretty much. So it is a really strong buy at least coming in. To start things off, though, looking like it's not going to be anything too wild. They had 4 players over towards the tunnels, maybe considering a quick B play if a smoke didn't go down, perhaps, but that didn't work out. Now they're beginning to kind of reapproach and see what map control they can find. And for the moment, it's just one player actually working up on short.
Yeah, good pop flash, although Poison doesn't seem to be affected. Ooh. There's the nade, tag by Poison, and the kill comes through. Or Kobe, if we are more exact. Dominic going in towards long. Good pop flash. This time it works as Rush is blinded. And this is the second time Rush gets caught on towards long. And I'm kind of surprised that he is left alone to his own devices. BlameF on the off angle, finding the first, finding the second. The spray transfers beautifully to 3K. And that should be more than enough as eSpuma is left to go alone with Zebe yet again. And Complexity seem to have, again, no issues leaving their players alone to deal with the mess at hand. And sure enough, they lose one more player, but it's not really that effective in the end. 6-0.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is kind of gone as expected. I believe in last week's qualifier as well, Complexity didn't really struggle in any of the games up until when they were playing against Big in the semi-finals, where they did ultimately fall short of actually, of course, qualifying for the closed qualifier. So they are here again trying to make it happen. And I would definitely say they're one of the favourites right now coming into it. You said maybe Illuminar could have been a little bit of a wild horse. But as you pointed out at the beginning of this map, they've already been eliminated in their opening game up against a team that we're not familiar with at least. So that's a big upset to actually kick off the qualifier. Good nade there from Config as he dunks it on towards Chosen on short. A little bit of extra damage. And I mean, that's not what you want when you're eSpuma. You're already working with the weaker weapons by a decent amount. But let's see, trying to go out towards middle, smokes down on both sides, seeing if they can maybe catch someone getting a little bit overly aggressive. And I mean, BlameF is going for it, but with the flash, it's perfect. Quick double kill, eventually does go down, but with that, the kill's still easily going in favor of Complexity.
I mean, it's not just easily going their way. It seems like there is no other path but in the way of Complexity. Getting themselves free kills with BlameF just running out of the smoke with a pop flash to support it. Getting those 2 kills was... It wasn't really vital for Complexity to get both kills to win the round, but it's more about the fact that eSpuma is not able to retaliate, is not able to respond to it, and in the end, well, I mean, it's complexity after all that you're going up against. You know that this is going to be the toughest match you have to face here as a Puma, and as long as you're able to bring up a good fight, then maybe at least it's worth your time. But in any case, double up Poison and Config. They're not to be faced by anything. As Puma, now the real challenge begins. Having to face off both Poison and Config? Yeah, good luck with that, isn't it?
Yeah, rushing up towards long right now, though. Chosen had the spawn. It did allow for him to get close on blue, and then the peek coming in from Zebi to drop one. Blame F trying to cross over, quickly taken out of the equation as well, but Poison strikes down 2. A quick double kill to actually return it immediately back to a 3 versus 3. They haven't taken back the long control. Of course, Poison, he does immediately fall back off, but they're happy enough. They've gone ahead and pushed over towards short now, I believe. It's Config who takes that control with his op. And they've very quickly actually brought this back from what was a pretty poor beginning.
Yeah, that was actually a concerning factor. As soon as I pointed out, right, that East Puma is not doing good, they get both Rush and Blame F in the same second, and then bam, it's Config to reply. Although, again, Chosen gets himself one. It's Oboe to fault. Back to Config and Poison with double up to retake B site in this case. Yeah, it's going to be very hard to pull it off, although I do believe in Poison and Config to be... Oh my god!
He actually got it!
Oh, what? Poison! Damn, this guy just runs out of the smoke, prevents the plant, and buys Config enough time to get close to the B site. Threatens towards the doors. It's going to be Config that reveals the spot, though. With the smoke deployed, here we go. A 1-on-2 clutch.
Yeah, the smoke is letting him creep forward, at least out of window. Dropping down, does so without making any noise, I believe, as well. So maybe he has the opportunity to try and isolate the 1 versus 1. Initially, almost lines them up. That would have been spectacular, but now he has the 1 versus 1, but low health. Chosen only needing 1 bullet to finish it off, is able to do so. Picks himself up the hat-trick, a triple kill, retrieves the op as well, so he can actually give that over to Freddens, I believe, is the man who's been using this so far, indeed.
Oh my god, Dean, I'm sorry. I broke your earbuds or ear. Oh my god. That was so close.
It did look like it was going to be the collateral, and that would have been a fitting way. The collateral, rather, from Poison opened that round up for complexity. If Config could have ended on one as well, it would have been great. But East Puma, they've got a round on the board. They've given themselves a fighting chance now. They still have a pretty good buy here, apart from, I guess, that Galil that unfortunately is put into the hands of Zoom. But let's see. I mean, that's not the biggest issue anymore. The up from Poison manages to start this round off for complexity in towards middle. Peek then from Config's a bit wild. It allows for 1 kill, and he also manages to escape back. The flash goes down, and now he has the help as they actually just go for a quick swing in towards middle. I mean, this is complexity playing extremely aggressively.
Zoom gets 1. Tomini gets the return. It's still Freddens with a frag on towards Config. Blaymat was able to burn 1 in middle by the time they got through. 2v2 retake. Freddens with what? 11 HP. Zoom or Azum. How do you even pronounce that name, actually?
I'm just going with Azum.
Yeah, Azum sounds like the right word. Poison and Rush, though, they've picked up the rifles. Poison, in this case, correct decision, right? You want to switch up to a weapon that can work in your favor easily. And look at this, a 2v2 retake that might just work. Izum finds nothing but a bullet in his face, and it's Freddens that has to save this. And Poison, he's just going to hold it. He doesn't care. Freddens is blinded off. He can't do anything. And Poison, he's got it. And he's even going to get the kill. Oh boy. Well, complexity. They seem to have control of things, and they're not really, you know, feeling pressured at all, and as they should not. The last time they played the qualifiers, of course, the first one was against Big, and they basically lost in the finals, right? Or the semis, I guess.
Yeah, it's like there's 2 finals, basically, because there's 2 slots on the line from each qualifier. It's the winner of each semi-final, so... And the final itself isn't played, so... Indeed, that is basically the case. But yeah, complexity immediately returning around. It puts East Puma in a pretty tough spot. I mean, they're able to scrape together another decent buy here. They get the firepower, at least. Utility-wise, they are lacking a little bit. But they've got the early long control. They were actually able to force, I believe it was only 1 player who got aggressive initially, just Poison over towards the long corner. So a smoke down, a couple of flashes over as well, and he decides to just give it up, which is understandable because they do already have the short control as well. Oh, getting aggressive in towards the B tunnels, though. Azium going to be holding for this one. Config and shut down quickly. Will he expect Oboe to try and follow it up? He definitely has the info now that it's happening. The op being traded out to, and Oboe able to pull it back to the 4v4 at least. And they want to try and get the short control now as well, so they're going to be running into a couple of players here. Poison able to pull 1 back at least after Chosen did take down Blame F. That being thinked up by his teammate though as well at the same time, I believe. So it made it a bit easier on the trade. Oboe then on the op gets a second for himself, and this is not looking too good. But I mean, B is open.
That's actually a bit of a surprise. Complexity making a big error in their defense, leaving B side this wide open, and having Oboe actually cross from mid towards CT as well. It's gonna now having, well, it's now gonna be a dead tail that he's rotated all over towards B and back towards A and now back towards B. But Poison, he's gonna be standing on towards ledge or towards ramp.
Look at Rush though. He's pushing out through long.
He's gonna have all the information he needs. In this case, Zebe is in dire trouble. Rush peeks out. Oh, he spots him going towards short. Doesn't even matter. He gets the kill. And oh, what is this challenge, Freddens? That was a lot closer than I thought. It's still a 1-on-2 though. In 15 seconds, not enough time to do anything.
Yeah, unfortunately not. Tried to jump through the smoke, see if he can maybe quickly get a kill there on the op, and with that, have a chance to retrieve the bomb. But as you said, there wasn't much time. Trying to actually get onto a bomb site was pretty much impossible at that point. But 9-1 Complexity continuing to run away with this lead pretty much as expected. As we said before, it can be hard to find some of the more competitive games here in the early stages. I really wish we had got that Illuminar game. Because I mean, that's the thing. The ones you look at where that actually will end up being exciting, if they are exciting, rather, it's a surprise usually, because Illuminar, they got upset massively. So we had no way of predicting that was going to happen. So we were thinking, okay, that's just a straight up game for Illuminar. They should be going on to the next round. But no, didn't happen. Complexity they're not making any mistakes. 9-1 right now. Pistols for eSpuma. A quick B rush going to be coming in. It's just Obo right now spamming through the smoke, already with 3 kills to his name.
Hey, Zoom. Nice attempt, at least, right? Gets himself one, but as you said, Complexity is not making too many mistakes. Besides a few basic, you know, leaving B open, just being perhaps a little bit over peaky in that sense. They're looking for those frags, but they can't afford it. That's the thing, right? At 9-1, and being Complexity, being as good as they are, they know they can afford to be a bit more cocky in that sense, and they can take the fight to their enemies instead of having to wait for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they know in this game that they're heavily favored and that they can play a little bit more aggressive maybe than they would normally otherwise, but they're not taking it for granted. You see, still making those plays off the back of utility the majority of the time. Unfortunately for I believe that was BlameF, was it, pushing down in through mid? The flash not quite working out, so he does end up getting dropped by the Deagle, but at the moment we've still got the short control in favour of Complexity there from Rush. We have the op then who's playing around the CT spawn, so even if that push does come in through long, which is looking to now, unfortunately without a smoke, it's very likely that at least one of them get picked off on the cross.
Yeah. There should be... Well, should have been one, but never mind. They both cross safely. The bomb is going to be planted as Complexity is now forced into a retake. Having to come through CT, though, it's going to be a bit of an issue. They're funneling in through a single point of entry, but doesn't matter. When Zebe peeks out into CT and gives them a free kill, you kind of make it easy. And at this point, it's an ace. Obo, yeah. You could see that the rest of, well, both Poison and Rush were just like, yo, go for the ace, you know, go for the kill. And he's got it. 9-1, make it 10-1 as Complexity are just simply gliding through this third round. And, well, specifically round number 11 previously. And eSpuma, full buy. Sure enough, the op comes out. Freddens has had a little bit of success earlier, but I'm eager to see what they can present to us now, because it's still double up they have to face off against. And, well, I mean, so far there hasn't really been anything that was how to say this, within reach in a way.
Yeah, there hasn't been a lot of those moments, and even when we did see them, some of them were on the weaker buys, as we said earlier with the scouts, for example. A little bit of a pre-fire there from Rush, just slightly tags up Freddens, doesn't do anything substantial, apart from kind of taking him off the angle for a moment. We did still see the shot come in, but he baited it out with that shoulder peek and allowed for himself to actually cross over towards the pit area. Going to be playing up close though on the long doors, so this can be a little bit more difficult for the T's to deal with, especially as Poison is beginning to rotate in. As I say that though, the opening kill from Freddens on towards Rush. We then have Domini, I believe is his name, actually holding for that long corner peak, so he's able to get a second. And with that now, full long control, full short control as well coming in. This is going to be so difficult to hold, but Config and Obo going to be able to pull back one kill each quickly, and BlameF had already rotated in, so it seems kind of like that initial A split has been cancelled completely. They need to retrieve the bomb though, that's the main issue.
Where's the bomb?
It's on short, yeah. I mean, we see it, Azium has walked into the B bomb site, he does get himself one kill, but they still need to go get that bomb, and Config is holding it.
Yeah, I mean, once Config gets its eyes on it, that's going to be the end of the line there. eSpuma, you've literally made the worst mistake you could have had. Lost the bomb on short, had nobody close range to control it, and you even revealed your hand. A-Zoom, though, back to a one-on-one. Catching off to Config at least gives him a fair chance. BlameF The clutch round now is real. The one-on-one challenge here for Complexity to make it 11 to continue on with the performance, continue on with the domination. And Azum, he has to go A here. With 15 seconds left, he needs to make a move. What is he waiting for? He is wasting a lot of time. 10 seconds. Azum, yeah, that's the round gone. He has no more time to plant anyway. So.
He has to try and jump in. Can he get a flying up kill? No, he doesn't even go for it quick enough. 1 second remaining. If he dies after time now, I was going to say he could be in trouble, but he at least gets the kill, so he's able to keep the up. But yeah, I mean, just taking too much time at that point, you just have to go for it and hope you're going to be able to get the kill on the initial push. Otherwise, it's pretty much over as it was right there. He didn't have time to get the bomb to the site. It's 11-1 now for Complexity, a close round. So it does keep the economy in a very low position here for Complexity. I mean, they buy in, but they get 4 M4s, 1 Deagle. The main thing being, if eSpuma do get this round, suddenly Complexity are looking at a double E going to a few players, and we could then maybe see eSpuma having a chance to bring it back to 4. So there's a small sign of life. That's it. But even then, 4 isn't good enough here on the T side. But it's the only option they have right now to actually salvage this half.
Yeah, given what they have to face, definitely 4 is better than nothing. But then again, with the recent changes to Dust, with the the meta changing in the favor of the T side, usually you should have been going up, or you should have been looking towards that 7-8 rounds for the T side itself. But then again, you're up against Complexity, so many factors that count in here for Espuma. In any case, they've got a little bit of map control, actually. Kudos to them that they're able to achieve it like this. Short control, mid control. They've got a good deal of knowledge on their side, or at least information. But Complexity, they're in phase. They don't really care. They're going to be playing 2-1-2, kind of classic setup. You are looking to play defensively with this. And as long as Complexity does not touch the Hornet's Nest, or at least poke it too much, they should be fine and dandy. Even then, we've seen them poke it before, and they didn't really get too concerned. So, yeah.
Ooh, they're pushing towards B right now, actually working out for eSpuma. The trade on mid also going to be successful. 1 for 1. They completely cut off the rotation. They own the B bomb site, and as we said, with not much money for Complexity, they're just straight away forced into the save. They can't even consider going for the retake. 2 M4s at least to be carried over into the next round, but double eco and everyone else means we'll probably see pistols being bought up behind them just alongside the Kevlar most likely. I mean, if they wanted, they could take the eco and then try and pull out like FAMASs, etc. in the next round, but I don't know, with Complexity being up so much, with them being so favored, I feel like they are going to be confident that they can make it happen with a couple of rifles and some pistols.
No doubt, right? They will be pulling up those SMGs 100%. I would even love to see a scout for that matter. Just give poison the scout.
Yeah, that's actually quite likely as well.
Right?
Just the weaker weapons in general is what we're going to see coming out behind those rifles. And if Poison does want to have the scout, I mean, as you said, he could drop the M4 over and take a scout in return, but then the only issue is the player he drops it to likely wouldn't have armor unless it's not the person who dropped them the scout. So maybe bring the scout out on config, or even a double scout. Maybe? I wouldn't mind seeing if both Blame and config had a gun for one, just so that they could try and get in a bit of damage early and make it really easy for the rifles. But they've gone for a couple of Deagles, a FAMAS, and it is a really good buy overall. With the way they've gone for here, they're actually able to get some nades behind it at least.
I like the fact they focus on the nades as well. It's going to help them immensely dealing with those early pressure points from Espuma. And as we can see right now, it's going to be Conflict pulling into lower, dealing a hefty amount of damage to Zebed. This has not been noticed by Espuma. Conflict keeps on pushing, actually gets the kill, but I'm not sure why he would want to keep on going there. Although, I mean, in a way, it's a worthwhile trade. He takes out one of the rifles. He does trade his life for it, and he knows that he can rely on the rest of his teammates to be able to close the round out. Although, right now, Espuma, they have to make a very good decision, or at least the decision they're going to make has to be perfect. They have to read Complexity if they wish to win the round. They can still be, they can still be running into 3 players potentially. The 2 rifles, the M4 and the M4 and the FAMAS. You shouldn't be going up against it head-to-head, at least not from what you've experienced so far. And Chosen. Oh, Chosen! Fair enough. Gets himself one.
Yeah, I mean, a good bit of damage, though, has been done to a few of the players, though, or a couple of them at least, so they're definitely weakened up for these rifles alongside the pistol, I was going to say, to make it happen, but instead it's going to be Obo on the B-bomb site that's holding it down on his own. Triple kill comes in, Rush on the quick flank as well, not being expected. And despite that trade on the bomb site, Rush, as we pointed out, quickly in from behind, gets the op as well, so that can be recovered and tossed on over to Poison. but only a couple players survive. So I mean, the complexity buy is not going to be the strongest. It's the final round of the half, so obviously they're going to buy everything they can, as will eSpuma. But it does seem like eSpuma may have an overall stronger buy. Yeah, you see a couple SMGs in play. Rush, he is enough to buy an M4 at least for himself. So it's not really weak by either side. Both teams just happen to make a few sacrifices to get what they want.
Yeah, for Poison, it's going to be a bit harder to take straight fights without a Kevlar, but it's better than nothing. And Rush, well, he is not faced by the flashes. Here comes the play through long. There's already a player out. That's Zebe, but Rush in pit, and he's ready for the fight. Blame F, though. Gets himself caught. I'm sure that was through the smoke. Fairly certain, at least. And Poison through middle, through short. Easy shutdown. And once more, eSpuma. Even though they got themselves a kill, it seems like they have nothing to respond with, nothing to work with. Although, as I say it, Rush finds one good pop flash again, though, and it's Config this time that clears the angle, clears the round towards long, and it's Obo that's waiting patiently towards mid with an MP9. Just patiently spraying through, and that is going to be 13-2 as eSpuma is dealt a deadly blow. This is starting to turn into a one-sided result, as I guess was expected, but also, in a way, I had hoped for perhaps to see a bit more out of eSpuma.
Yeah, a bit more. I mean, there was a few close rounds that could have went either way, and if they did go to eSpuma, suddenly we could have maybe been at 10-5 half even and 11-4. But it's kind of as we expected, Complexity to take the win. We were more in a position where in these early rounds you hope that some of the teams will give us a surprise, and that's it. That is the opportunity for these teams to show what they're capable of. When you go Complexity, you're not thinking, oh, this is definitely a win. You're going to think, okay, let's do our best, guys. Even if we don't win, we probably have some stuff to learn from it. But yeah, when it's this one-sided, it's difficult to learn from, unfortunately. If you're not actually allowed to make any of the plays, etc., that you may have rehearsed and that sort of stuff, if you're just being pushed down and destroyed every round, it can be tough really to take anything from it.
Yeah, that's a good point, I guess, in a way. You know, it's hard to learn when you're just getting this dominated. Although I would say that perhaps they should have focused more on their tactics rather than anything else, because we could see they tried a few defaults in their T side, and eSpuma certainly had a little bit of success here and there. Unfortunately, going up against Complexity, you know, it's always going to be a problem no matter what. And as we can see, the pistol is live. Complexity T side, it's 2 smokes, 3 flashbangs. They've got a few Kevlars to support it. I'm eager to see how it works out here for Complexity, or what they actually decide to do. By the looks of it, a classic mini marathon, as we like to say. Usually involves nades when you go through lower and towards short, but yeah,
look at Freddens. No, Freddens, they actually didn't spot him pushing up mid with that boost, but he's in trouble once he gets spotted because they're behind them as well. That's the issue. Fortunately, does at least get one before going down, and as Zebby is able to shut down Obo in the tunnels as well, suddenly a man advantage actually has gone in favor of eSpuma, so there's an opportunity for them right now. Complexity in the 3-on-4, wanting to just quickly commit up through short, rather. I think on towards Chosen kind of negates his impact right now from the ramp. He's going to have to try and play a little bit more passively, and despite having teammates even rotate in to help him, he's somehow staying alive. Eventually goes down. I mean, he lets Zebby at least come up through short, and the tap through the smoke. A little bit of the outline, I believe, may have been shown, or else, of course, it is a pretty standard plant spot, rather.
Yeah.
But yeah, the fact that Chosen stayed alive so long on the ramp right there, I figured he was going down immediately after the other player rotated and up on the ramp and went down. He got dinked stayed alive for a couple seconds, but it was after that, rather, he jumped into the smoke, and he just allowed the rotation to come in. He put a lot of the focus from the players on towards the bomb site. They weren't allowed to worry about the quick flanks, etc.
He had a great idea going to the smoke. Unfortunately, his shadow gave it away, and I believe it was Blame F that was able to immediately respond and got the kill. But yeah, they get the pistol. That's what matters. It's going to be the second round, the force buy round. No surprise, although it's actually not even a force buy round. Just a few deagles and a single hero AK buy from Config. No surprise there. It's a classic move you see continuously in pro games where a hero rifle or hero weapon is bought. And I like that idea, right? Because it gives you that extra edge. Even without Kevlars on the rest of the team, you have a chance to perhaps break it. And as you can see, eSpuma with 2 scouts, a UMP and an MP9 and a single M4, they are in a troublesome spot when it comes down to the firepower having to face off that AK. But 3-13 in Complexity, they're going to be hitting through short. There is no doubt in my mind that right now it's down to Config to make this happen, but he does get tagged early on. That's a great start at least. eSpuma seem to have cards aligned for them.
Ooh. He still managed to take down Freddens on the corner, and I mean, having that AK, the quick headshot always possible on towards the player, playing the headshot on ramp. Config falls, but it was Poison actually prepared for the trade there on the Deagle. Rush tried to creep out long while the attention was put towards short, but there had been one player who stuck around. So the bomb goes down. I mean, a 3-on-3, this is successful so far, and they could definitely still take this round in their favor, because both of the remaining players right now actually moving in from the CT spawn, up against a couple of rifles, up against the Deagle, and a strong setup on the ramp right now. Flash goes over, Poison just takes the peek off the back of it, Blame F jumps up as well, and there it is, Complexity, they steal it away with just the 1 AK. And I mean, yeah, despite Config even getting tagged down in the beginning, yeah, as you said, it's a worthwhile risky play sometimes when you're up by so much, especially because even if they did lose it, it would only really be Config who'd be stuck to like a Deagle or something this round. You'd still have everyone else getting the full buy, so it doesn't impact the buy massively, and as you said, it at least gives you a little bit of a chance in that round where you do buy it up.
And the best part of it is that even if you do lose Config without a kill for him, you have the Deagles of Poison, and you have the Deagles of Blame F that kind of just, you know, wreak havoc in them in their own right. So in a way, Complexity, they instill enough fear with only pistols. Imagine now having to be a Spuma and having to face off an AK alongside it. Ooh, Obo. That was weird to see. 2 bullets, 2 hits as Zebe falls down to 44, and this full force for Spuma is not starting off too well, but look at this. It's Obo that clears long. Fredens, I think they know he's there. Yes, they do. He still gets a kill, but Config replies, and that was...
The flash fell down behind the box. He didn't have to turn, but obviously he didn't know that. He could have got very, very fortunate. There's a second player in lower tunnels actually right now that I don't think Obo's aware of. They'd get that quick trade at least onto the first player. One over towards the car on A has been spotted, so it's really up to Azium here to try and catch someone off guard, and the spike coming in from behind and having a couple of free shots, it's still not enough for him to get the frag. 15-3 map point here for Complexity. Espuma going to be on a similar buy to the previous round to try and actually keep themselves alive. 12 rounds in a row is what they need for an overtime, and I don't know if they have any fans who'll believe in that.
I mean, let's be realistic. Obviously, 12 rounds in a row is not impossible here for Spuma unless they bring out some crazy stuff or just start spinning like crazy. You spin my head right round and all that, you know, 360 kills and all. But Complexity, I mean, they know that this is their game already. They're going to be chilling right now. They're going for the straight A long take. They know that their firepower is enough in this case to overtake anybody facing them. And Spuma, unless they're all present and ready for the fight, there should be no chance to them. And oi, as Obo just... He's making it look easy here. I'm not even sure how else to describe this. The timing, the positioning, the shots, it's just all coming together. And Complexity, the stars aligning as Rush takes down one more. It's a 5-on-3, oh, excuse me, a 5-on-2, a 5-on-1, and it is a 5-on-none, 16-2 final score as Spuma fall apart. And that will be Complexity taking themselves up another notch.
Yeah, and a very successful game. I mean, as we said, kind of expected. The only team they struggled against last week, from what I recall, at least in the games that I was able to catch them, was up against Big, which is another top-level team. Right now, in the early rounds, it is the qualifier going to be against those lower-seeded teams. But, I mean, there was some rounds, there was a little bit of hope, and you can definitely see that they weren't a terrible team, of course. But we are going to be sending that over to a quick break, guys. I'm not sure what game we'll have coming up next. We're going to have a quick look at the bracket once we do get it onto the break. And I'm hoping now is when things start to spice up a little bit, because we're heading on towards round 4. I do think there's a couple good games. I already recall, I think Copenhagen Flames might be taking on Tricked in round 4 if neither of those teams got upset. So that's something we can consider, but we'll have a look and see what other options there is as well. So do stick around, guys. As always, if you're enjoying the commentary, you can check myself and Overseer out by just putting !caster into the chat, and you can find our Twitter links. We, of course, appreciate any support from you guys, but we're going to go ahead and send it over to the break now.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go. Brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel. empowering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
No matter what your passion is, soccer, rugby, racing, or esports, become a part of the experience with the moments we deliver.
Signs and I see we're there, and I feel the lies and I feel the same. Forever hold, no matter if we're cast away, a fire in the dark. I know that you won't be where we'll again. Right from the start, I see the end. A world torn apart, but I know we're meant. Forever hold, no matter if we're cast away, a fire in the dark. I know that you won't be where we'll again.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind, 'cause lately I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moon. straight. Go back to when we were, yeah. Hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you've lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know.
Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
Alright everyone, welcome back as we hop on into round number 4 of the second European qualifier. Of course, it is 5 against Lil Mix. We actually followed 5 in 1 or 2 of their games there last week during the first qualifier, and they did look quite impressive. And of course, a few recognizable names over there with Twanu, Body, and Maten. It's slightly changed up this time. I think they had Afro last week as well, but I don't remember Mikey playing for them. But over on the Lil Mix side as well, you're going to have Pit, of course, a recognizable name, HNS, Bowden, Pepsor, I'm not familiar with, and then Quicks as well as another very solid Swedish player. So this is going to be an exciting game.
This is definitely going to be an exciting game. Unfortunately, it's going to be Dust 2 again, so might not be the best map for it, but we'll, I think everybody's going to be happy about this, especially when it comes to 5. Having to rely on Twano and, of course, having to rely on Body's aim is always a good thing, and we'll find out how this pistol works out. Mike, you're already getting a few headshots in. The knowledge for 5 coming in through that the aggression of Lil Mix was attempted, but quickly and utterly denied. And it's a good position to be in for 5 if you look at it. I mean, they've got upper B control, they've got mid kind of control, and they've even got a player that's going to be Math End coming out towards long. Let's see how the duel goes, though. Ooh, nice reaction. He gets the kill.
Yeah, HNS also in a decent enough position, I was going to say, but it can be dangerous if you aren't connecting the shots, but he continues to just rip off the heads of 5 one by one as they move up through short. He has salvaged this round into a winnable position here for Lil Mix, but Maten and Mikey still looking a little bit more healthy than their opponents are. I mean, right now though, Mikey struggling a bit to try and retrieve that bomb. It is being spotted from the bomb site, and HNS just continues to destroy people looking for the ace. It is only Maten crossing over. He at least has the Kevlar to work with. If he does get HNS, Pepster's barely hanging on to life, and now it's gotten dangerous again.
Indeed, it has a one-on-one Pepsor. Oh, he's been spotted. 5 HP, 1 bullet, he's gone. And, well, of course, Maten will go for the challenge. He doesn't need to plant. He doesn't need to worry about that. Just goes for the straight fight, takes it, and wins it. 4 kills for HNS, though. I mean, almost pulling off an ace on the pistol. Almost saving the entire team the trouble of even having to challenge anybody out of 5. But in the end, it comes down to Maten and a hat-trick to save it. Dust 2, of course, a map that is heavily relied upon with aim. And in this case, I gotta say, you know, the names for Lil Mix might be a bit more resonant with everybody. But for 5, I think Twano, it's himself, is so strong and so and so good with aiming that it's gonna definitely play a part in this overall series. Pepser already tagging on to Afro, though. That's gonna be complicated. And I'm eager to see how 5... Yeah, okay, yeah, I was just about to say, do they switch out? Of course they do. The Galil goes into the hands of Mikey.
Yeah, you want to keep the rifle on the rifled rather on the healthy players. The scout right now from Bowden looking to see if he can do any more damage. A couple of chances in towards mid, but oh, that nade. I was going to say the scout shot's not being connected, but that was a decent enough nade. Twanu down to 73. As you said, definitely one of the standout players there on the side of 5, but more so when he gets that op in his hands for sure. But Body, he opens up towards the A bomb site, and and unfortunately rather for Lil Mix, he was the only real line of defense for the bomb site itself. They do have Pit pushing out on long, but he's likely going to fall to Afro right now, who has a very sneaky position on that Mach 10. Oh, low health. I was worried for him when he didn't get the kill instantly. One bullet would have been enough to take him down from Pit, but pretty straightforward so far here from 5. That lurk from Mikey, although it looked like it was being expected, still going to be successful. And now it's all on HNS, the hero of the previous round, who unfortunately still wasn't able to take them over the finish line. But he's picked up a Galil, and he's doing a little bit of damage here towards the end, at least, forcing some reinvestment out of 5.
I love this confidence. Pulls out the Deagle as well. It's just like, screw the Galil. Let's fight. If you want to fight, we'll go head to head, and I'll use my best weapon, a bloody Deagle. But still, as he said, right, he can't get through the finish line. He couldn't on the pistol. He can't do it here. A 1-on-3 chase for 5, as they will be able to shut him out. No save, nothing to pull into the next, and that is a clear cut engagement for 5 and a very clear start for 5 as they find themselves on that second round, most likely the third going their way as well. Little Mix should be feeling a little bit of pressure moving into the first gun round, especially with the money they're going to be accumulating. I'm not sure there's even enough for an AWP. I'm fairly certain there shouldn't be enough unless there's going to be a glass cannon and, you know, lacking all utility or anything of the like.
Yeah, likely we'll just see the rifles coming out in the next round. This one should be quite straightforward for 5. Just the pistols, as we said. Mikey on the Deagle holding for the BP. Going to be able to drop quicks as he goes in for a little bit of a gander towards the tunnels. Smoke's then going down as well. Should make it even easier for him to just get this bomb planted and close out the round. But Mikey just continuing the frag on that Deagle right now. Body almost getting dropped on the Xbox, but he will be able to win the fight out on short. And then Twanu spins around to drop Bowden as he had got aggressive through long. So 3-0 here for 5. A very clean round there as well against the Antico. That's exactly what they needed. But coming into the opening gun round now from Lil Mix. As you said, not enough for the op unless they wanted a glass cannon. They could have maybe got it on Pit or on HNS. But deciding against it, they get some utility at least behind these rifles. But they don't have a defuse kit, so if it does come down to a retake, they could be in trouble.
That's what I'm thinking right now. A kit definitely would have been preferable to just, you know, waste one flash and you have yourself up a kit bit in that case. You know, definitely would be useful, but Bowden Master get himself one, and that's a great start. Body is able to refrag, yet Bowden Master is still present and able to respond as Quicks is coming in through middle as well. He gets himself a free frag on Mike. He just strafes away, and now in a 2-on-4, 5 in dire trouble. The start was theirs, but it seems like the gun rounds will be going a little bit differently, and well, this is certainly a welcome change. Little Mix, they needed this early advantage, I should say, or at least early progression. If they wanted to be competitive, if they wish to be competitive, this is the way to go. And HNS already realizing that this is an A-take. Quicks closing them through short. Oh, he's going to get a free kill. He sees the second as well. Afro, good return, but a 1-on-3 that shouldn't be boding too well anymore for 5.
I see what you did there, but yeah, it's not looking too well for him. 14 health, being peaked by 2 players, actually does take down Bowden, so maybe you were wrong with your pun. Maybe you jinxed him. But Lil Mix winning that opening gun round. The good recovery, though, for them to at least be able to get 3 kills out of it in the end, because they still have pretty good economy on the side of 5. You can see they can reinvest, and Lil Mix, after dropping over a couple of rifles, aren't really going to have any spare money left over, so there's the opportunity for 5 to immediately put them back down towards the eco. So let's see how that's going to go. The only real weakness, I guess, for the CT side being the FAMAS on Quicks. A lot better this time in terms of actually having a few defuse kits and a decent amount of utility again.
Yeah, once more, they're going to be able to shut down any early attempts out of 5, and that's what matters the most, that, you know, you don't give the French too much of an advantage too early on. But look at towards mid. Ooh, this is a lot of presence by 5, and they're already pushing out as Body is close range towards the CT position. Metend is going to leave him alone. And Little Mix have decided to stack on towards mid itself. Bodden is going to be playing towards that box, the second one on the left. And it's going to be Quicks that's going to be looking for a fight. But it's Body that responds, an immediate frag. And that should be a dead giveaway, but it's Pepsor that pushes in forward. Does get the return, and that's vital because now Little Mix can respond in kind. And as you said, with utility still in their hands, they're able to at least shut down any sort of attempts early on. Decent nade as Metend drops down to 60. Yet 5 still have a massive amount of grenades themselves, and now they can fake out, they can play slow, they can do whatever the hell they want. But they have to group up, in my mind. They cannot allow to go in solo one by one.
Yeah, they're going to try and go out mid here. Bowden has been boosted on his box pretty much since the beginning of the round, and it will now finally allow for him to go ahead and pick up a kill. That's actually the bomb as well that now they've dropped in mid. Molotov a little bit of an issue. He's not burning right now. Eventually will be forced out, but because it took so long, Matend, he presumed that Bowden had already fell back off onto a different angle. Mikey tries to creep out B as the action was elsewhere. Unfortunately, HNS had not begun to rotate, so that's a free kill for him. Leaving it all on Afro now. 19 HP is all he has to work with. The bomb's still down on mid, 12 seconds. It's impossible. He's still looking to go forward, but he will end up getting dropped by HNS, who had already pushed into the lower tunnels. So 2 to 3.
A bit unfortunate, right? Yeah, that he's unable to at least get a frag and perhaps save the AK. The Kevlar would have been much better than just straight up dying, but then again, he would have lost the loss bonus. But if you weighed against the buy he had, it would have been worth it. In any case, 2 to 3, as you said, and it's going to be a full eco. 5 pistols and Kevlar, even then just limited to Kevlar, and ooh, a lot of utility. Would you look at that? I actually like this decision. They go for the utility because they want to plant. They want to get the bomb down, and they want to secure at least a bit of an economical advantage for themselves.
One thing that's worth noting is in the few games I've done of those two since the change, I haven't really seen many teams utilizing the lack of the skybox above B all that much. So maybe this is the time where we will finally see a little bit of a change up. I mean, we didn't see... I don't think I've seen Dust 2 in any of the top level games, to be fair. It was more in some of the early ones where they were one-sided and it wasn't really needed. So I guess this is a matchup here that can give us a little bit of a sign of how that's actually going to change things. Mid control looking to come in. That CT smoke a couple of seconds too late to bloom, giving Pepser an easy vision, of course, of that initial mid push, taking down one. HNS pushing back in towards B, going to be able to drop body as well, and Bowden just picking them off with the op right now. The smoke's still down, the other two players all the way back in tunnels, and despite realizing there was a player pushing lower tunnels and being ready for it, they aren't able to stop it. Quicks and HNS finish it off. Lil Mix now with 3 on the board, and they took that one completely clean. That's what they needed after the 2 previous ones, only surviving with 2 and 3 players, I believe, so they build up a little bit of money now. But looking at the economy for 5s, they still don't really have enough to buy. I think pistols and Kevlar again, maybe.
I would definitely love to see just pistols and a little bit of utility, and that's about it. Also, I should mention the last round where Twano pushed out towards mid. Yeah, as you said, the smoke, late bloom. Twano perhaps a little bit too quick to pull, and then the rest was done by Quicks because he's able to come from lower. He's able to delay the push long enough to basically separate the entire team of 5 and force them to go in one by one. And even if they had the power of numbers in that case, against Quicks in upper and lower, they didn't have the momentum to break him. And in the end, it just didn't work out. 5 tagged back up, or at least tied back up, 3 to 3, up against pistols and Kevlar. It should be easy for Lil Mix to make it 4, and should be easy for the Swedish team to continue on dominating. Although, Bodenmaster, that was a close call, actually.
Yeah, I think it may have been a thing through the corner of the wall because the head was really all that could be spotted. Gave it a little bit of an opportunity towards 5. Matend, though, trying to creep out mid, already taken down, but they do have the bomb planted, and there we go, an op being retrieved by Mikey. I seen immediately rather that there was a player coming down lower tunnels, and with him being blind, he did not get that information for himself. All on the body and Afro, both players over towards short right now. Afro, he's just ripping off heads. Looking for another on towards long, will be successful on towards Pepser, and now it's all on Quicks to try and save the day. A P250 in hand, spamming down the initial player, gets revenge on towards Afro, but Body just trying to play time over towards the ramp right now. Has the deagle on hand, spots out Quicks, spamming through, does the damage, and the time is just so low. He has to stick it at this point, and it's not going to be allowed by Body. He's just going to go ahead and swing, take the fight, deny the defuse, stop it from even being attempted again as he gets the kill. We've seen it from Auto Director brought me over to a dead body on short for some reason, but it was actually a good perspective. We got to see both of them.
Yeah, we got to see the third-party perspective where both of them just kind of ran around, yeah. And it's going to be 3 to 4 as Lil Mix are going to be failing to retake the site up against pistols. It couldn't be better for 5, really, in that kind of case, right? It really couldn't. I mean, when you think about it, Lil Mix were relying on top of their utility and their rifles to prevent that, but in the end, they paid the highest price ever, and they do rebuy, they do get themselves the double up back out, but I'm not sure that's the answer, and certainly right now, Quicks is going to be paying a high price to just get the single shot, and Body finds the second. Afro gets Bodenmeister, and in the end, it seems to be a very easy round for 5 yet again, and Lil Mix in trouble.
Yeah, Pepser doesn't really have much of a chance here with an MP9.
I wanted to just point out that perhaps, Afro's double there with the Deagle last round was kind of the tilting point for 5 to win. So in a way, they do rely on personal performance, but on the other side, it's still, it's still a pretty crazy team they're going up against. Well, 5-3. What a start to the map. What a start to the game. As 5 are going to be, of course, facing off a full eco. This should be a little bit more complicated than it seems, though. Little Mix. I hope they pull out a few pistols. I hope they pull out a few nades if they can, and just group up and try to stack aside, really. Just go old school, right? Go for the classic maneuver where you take a position and you hold it by all costs. Even in VP terms, if you remember, if you recall, that first VP boost we saw stack on train. Oh boy, I would love to see more of that.
Yeah, not expecting much in this round here with the pistols from Lil Mix. I mean, there's still 2 P250s in play. Maybe they can... Oh, I don't think he realized there's a player up close on the right. I was kind of surprised Wanu didn't peek out there alongside his teammate that he had nearby. I guess having the bomb in their possession, it would have been a little bit risky. But eventually, Pitt's not expecting anyone, of course, to be in the tunnel still, with so much noise having been made by Quicks, with the fact that he was able to run in and get the weapon for himself. Pitt figured he'd get a nice and aggressive spot himself forward, and it doesn't work out. So the pistol's not finding any success at all. It looks like 5 again will be able to clean this one up quite easily and build themselves up some economy off the back of it. Only Body going to have to reinvest. He should be able to do that for himself. If they wanted, they could maybe drop an AK over from someone else just to keep it a little bit more even. But Lil Mix coming back onto the buy. We need to see them starting to pick up a few more rounds, rather. And one issue is we haven't really seen them have the opportunity to actually pull out the AWP. They've mostly been limited to the rifles, and when they have been as well on these rifles, they usually have had a couple players lacking utility, or else not had the defuse kits. Which in this round, that's the issue again. They don't really have much to work with apart from the rifles.
I have to agree. I would have preferred to see one less flashbang in favor of that kit. It just is so important to have at least one. But Matt, and he's going to find himself one. Bottom Master, he's able to refrag, yet it does not matter much, as it is Afro that's ready on the flank. Although Pepser from long, he pushed behind him, gets himself a frag, and it's going to be a 3-on-3 retake of A. And the one thing that Lil Mix could not have afforded is the fact that they lost A control completely and utterly. And through long, they're all coming in together. But look at Matt, and he's already ready for the fight, although he cannot finish the job. It's HNS that's still alive, and it's going to be a 2-on-2 left. His Body is waiting patiently behind the car. He's like a shark and waiting, and of course, the reaction from HNS doesn't even come. He is so quick to kill. He is so quick to push out or peek out. Now that's going to be 7-3 before long, and a Lil Mix again back onto an eco, back onto the starting point. They are thrown into the mix, and truly they are just a Little Mix.
You know, I mean, again, they can spend some money because they do have the full loss bonus built up. So pistols, Kevlar, a few nades coming out with a flash, and then a HE on towards Quicks, but on paper, this should be an 8th round for 5. At that point, they'll already be putting themselves into a position to lead at a half-time, with very likely a few more rounds at least to be found. Wanu with the opening pick on long. The aggression in towards tunnels as well, going to be shut down by Mikey. And with that already a 5-on-3 to kick this one off, and yeah, just players for Lil Mix continuing the fall. Pitt trying to fall back on towards the bomb site goes down. HNS does eventually trade one back on mid and steal away an AK, so that's a decent enough recovery, but they're not going to be able to do much about the round itself.
Well, I mean, it's a 2-on-3. I wouldn't say it's not winnable yet, as HNS takes down one more. This 2-on-2 becomes certainly a dangerous position to be in for 5, yet Mikey seems to be the savior of the day. Sees the last player as well. It's HNS, though, that's able to finish him still. A 1-on-1, a clutch round, Dean. This is not going to be an easy round, and Twano, if he reveals his position with the smoke, indeed he does. That should be a dead giveaway. HNS through short. He's got a perfect position. Remember, one time or beforehand, he was already the savior of the round itself for Little Mix. So maybe this time, once more to deliver. Although Twano... Ooh! That was a close call. This challenge has to be taken, though, by HNS. He cannot be patient. He cannot wait. And unfortunately, neither does Twano. It's 8-3 and 5. Saved by the grace of Twano.
Yeah, but onto the buy now for Lil Mix. Is this the first stop we've actually seen them pull out? I think it might be on towards Bowden. HNS gonna pull one out as well.
Yeah, it's the first time I think we're seeing it, actually.
Oh, they didn't even go for a defuse kit again. It just makes things so much... I guess with the double up setup, they're expecting to be able to find some opening picks early on and not put it into a position for that. So I suppose it is kind of a... There's a play in mind, but that's not good. Twanu over towards middle, jumping up onto the short ledge, going to be able to take down HNS immediately. That has allowed 2 players for 5 who are already up close to the doors to actually advance out on towards middle. And with that kill, Quick's trying to get aggressive into the tunnels. That opens up the B bomb site. They're going to be able to just straight up commit to this one now. You see, Pit doesn't really have the opportunity to just stay in the CT spawn. He had to try and make the play happen. And despite the trade at least being found by Pepser through the smoke, it's still not enough. A 4-on-2 as the bomb gets planted. As we said, no defuse kits, and with an op still in play for Bowden, definitely just wants to be saved. It looked like he was in a bit of trouble there.
Yeah, luckily he does survive, but then again, as you said, right, no kit, no real position to save this. Well, save the round, that is. Save, of course, the weapons is the one thing they can do. Yet again, I'm not particularly fond of the way they're dealing with their B hold, at least in this kind of position. I love the fact that Pit pushes through the smoke, but why is the rest of the team still waiting towards that A site then, right? If Pit is committing for the retake, if he's wanting to retake mid back in his hands, or their hands, why is the rest of the team not there to support it? At least the second rifle, at least somebody else. And Afro actually gets killed by the bomb. Okay, classic bomb explosion. It's like we're back on Inferno, but 9-3. 5 is leading this by a long shot, and it's getting harder and harder for Lil Mix, or at least it will get progressively harder once we switch into the second half.
Yeah, I mean, I expected more from Lil Mix. I haven't actually seen them play. As you'd imagine from their name, they are a mix, and 5 have been playing for a little while at least, because they were in the qualifier last week also. 9-3 is not the scoreline I was expecting, but let's see, there's still the opportunity for Lil Mix to try and salvage this half, and as they try and fight over towards long, that may have been the opportunity, but Mikey, he was able to find the opening before going down, and Body immediately ready for the trade. He himself trying to get in towards the tunnels, in towards the pit rather, ends up getting taken down. Afro just walks out mid. Afro has just been opening up everywhere. Seems like he gets a double kill every single time. He's sitting on 14 right now.
He's just... It's really just crazy. Come on, that is just...
Plenty of warning.
Yeah. He had more than enough warning, and, well, 10-3. 5 is making a fool out of Little Mix, really, right now. They're just toying with their food in a way, and of course, as you said it, right, they're a mix. They're not, you know, they haven't really committed to pracking all the time and all that, and it's understandable it's not always going to go their way, or even in any good way, but at least you would have expected them to be able to put up a bit of a better fight. Instead, we're seeing much of the same what we've been seeing throughout the entire day today, and Pepser, nice start, gets himself one, but look at this fast short play, and Little Mix without a rifle, there's no chance they put an end to this.
I was going to say, an AK has actually just been retrieved as you got those words out of your mouth, so maybe there is a small opportunity for Pepser to put up a defense, and indeed it takes down Mata, and advantage right now over towards the CT side, remaining that way for a couple of moments until Afro just kills everyone. All headshots. Twanu's the one who finishes it off, so he's not allowed the ace, but it was needed at that point because the round was getting way too close for 5's liking. But, I mean, it being close doesn't matter at this point anymore because they're onto the final round of the half and they have more than enough money to buy up. They could buy a few ops here. An auto sniper actually going to come out as well so they can spam down mid. A second auto sniper from Afro also. He, of course, has the AK to trade out to. At this point, you have to do it.
Yeah, at this point, I'd be disappointed if they wouldn't have. But I think you're actually my anti-curse caster. Every time I say something, seems like it's coming through, but then you are able to kind of counter it in a way, so I'm happy for that. 11-3, and... Ooh, Twano. Imagine if he had shot there. Imagine how many people in chat would be crying back. But 5 is playing this one safe. They know what they're up against. They know if they are able to break Little Mix here. If they close the half 12-3, not only are they going to have the best possible chance to win this best-of-1 quickly and effectively, but also with a victory in the final round, not even allowing them the 4 rounds or the pleasure of 4 rounds, mentally speaking, it has to be a strain, and Lil Mix will not be feeling at all pleasant about it, and as they should not. In any case, Quick starts off nicely. HNS the second, make it a double. Oh la la, this is certainly turning out to be a lot better than expected, but it is still going to be a 2-on-4.
Ooh, nice shot by Bowden. Matend was already dinked down, of course, so he was able to just use the USP to finish him off. But it was a very quick shot. Barely any of the head was showing itself, so that leaves it all on Twanu now. He has creeped out long. He's now beginning to make quite a bit of noise, so he's definitely going to be heard here by Pepser. And with that, everyone from Little Mix is watching the corner. The flash goes in as well, so Pepser can just take the peek in, and it is an easy finish. 4 rounds at least are going to be found for Little Mix in the end, but I mean, it's not what you want. It's not enough, really. Dust 2 is a map where you expect it to be fairly close at the halftime, maybe an 8-7, a 6-9, really towards either side in my opinion, because I feel like the map could kind of just depend on the teams.
Yeah, that's the best way to explain it. It depends on the team. It depends on how they're feeling, the players themselves, if they're currently well warmed up, you know, kind of geared for the fight and all that. And it's honestly, it's anybody's map if they're not exactly too, forgive my French, shitty on it, and that's about it. But in any case, let's see how 5 deal with this. It's going to be the CT side, the pistol round, and 5 with the advantage they've been able to pick up. I wouldn't actually put it beyond them that they can close this before Little Mix even get up to 5-6 rounds themselves. In any case, the pistol live, and we have a short push already.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to go up mid. Instead, just watching for the lower tunnel's peak. Body found the opening. Wanu getting dinked down by a couple of different players eventually does fall, but for the moment, 5 do still have themselves the man advantage. Mikey and Afro, though, both low on health, so this could be dangerous. You can see Afro at least taking the headshot angle over towards Long. Nice little double peek in on mid towards Bowden as he gets dinked down himself, and a perfect flash on Long allows for Body to swing out, getting himself 1 pit. Pulls back a quick double actually on the Glock and just keeps Lil Mix alive in this. They're all low for 5. And that was an easy finish on Matt End as well. 1 to the body as he drops dead. And it's all on Mikey. They know he was around mid as well, because he had, of course, been fighting Bowden just a few moments ago. And I don't know if he expects Bowden to still be here. He will actually manage to hit a quick headshot either way. And now he's watching the cross with a USP. So this is still a decent opportunity for Mikey. Unfortunately, doesn't quite connect. Pitt now spotting out where he is 100%, of course, that he's still coming around the CT spawn, trying to jump back across.
Mikey.
That was a risky play from Pitt.
I
mean, guess he presumed that he started going back towards short as soon as he took a few shots at him.
I guess maybe, you know, he thought he was getting... What? Okay. For a second there that he might be lucky with the timing, yeah, that Mikey might be rotating over. But, yeah, in the end, Little Mix, unfortunately, they can't make anything happen. The pistol just getting destroyed in front of their very eyes with Mikey at the helm. And Little Mix, I'm not surprised. It's a force buy. At 12-4, they have to do something drastic, and this is the correct response. It's going to be a Scout, Deagles, and 2 SGs coming out. And look at the spawn for a B rush. I would have loved to see a B rush, actually. Like, just, you know, I know it's basic. I know it's very stereotypical to go for it. But they had probably the best B spawn they could have had. And Mikey gets 1. Pitt, the refrag. Still going to be a 4-on-4. This is a doable round for Little Mix. If they can get rid of Body. And, well, they do.
Yeah, that was a quick headshot.
Yeah, although a 3-on-3 still.
With Pitt low, I mean, it's definitely still a recoverable retake, but they actually don't have a defuse count inside the 5. At least not in their current possession. I think there's 1 on the middle of the bomb site right there, so definitely retrievable. One thing being, it looks like all 3 players, though, do want to try and work in from around the door and window. They're up against rifles as well. They don't have that much utility themselves. They have a couple flashes, a molly to maybe try and clear out towards the back of the platform or underneath the window even potentially. Or towards car, that works as well. And there is 1 player in that position right now, so will be successful in leaving 1 out in the open. It allowed for Twanu to find the initial kill as they moved in, but it didn't last very long. From that point forward, Lil Mix able to shut it down with the Kriegs and steal it away. 12-5. Lil Mix finding themselves some chances now early on their T side, especially now as we look at the economy of 5. They have 3 players, I think it was, on a double eco, actually 4 with Matt End also being a bit low on money, so they are going to buy up. And if this round rather goes in favor of Lil Mix, then they're probably getting a 7th off the back of it.
Most likely they should. And, well, 5, no surprise. Scout Deagles, as he said, it's going to be a full investment. They're going to be hoping for the best. And, well, so far, HNS down to 46 as Afro delivers again. Is able to hit Odin Master, but it's Quicks that was able to respond instead. And Pitt, this is a smart call. Throwing away the rifles, making sure nobody can retrieve them. Not even Quicks in this case, although Quicks alone through short. What is this? Solo flashing himself through. That's never going to work. And Body with a free frag. Back to a 4-on-3 with Lil Mix having 3 rifles. Sure, they have the advantage. But let's see, can they win this? Well, Mathen is going to be caught. So at least it's going to be a 3-on-3 that is doable for Lil Mix. But they're still risking a lot with the way they're playing right now. And having to be in a position like this, you don't have the commodity. And yeah, that was a close call. HNS down to 11 in Pith. And Pepster, they have to stay alive at all costs.
That kill there from Pepster so that they can actually keep this long control, I think, has probably just confirmed this round in their favor. Unless HNS and Pith rather start fighting and end up going down quickly, then there's no real opportunity for 5 to make this retake happen. And it seems like they realize that. They've begun to just back away. A little pistol being upgraded, I believe. No, it's actually just another Glock that Twanu picked up on the way back. So the Scout and the MAC-10 at least going to be saved over. But that's very likely all they're going to actually have in this next round, and I don't even know if Body will really be able to invest into the armor behind that MAC-10. So it's not going to be the most useful weapon. You can at least give the Deagle over to a teammate as well, so it gives them the chance for a couple of kills to be found. And considering they do have such a massive lead, if they can just get a little bit of damage in and then keep the economy low for a Little Mix, so they only have to get maybe 1 or 2 gun rounds in a row themselves to actually put a stop to whatever Little Mix have going. But let's see. Matend actually ends up with the MAC-10. Kind of rhymes.
Well, I mean, if he's going to be going in quickly, if he's going to be pushing perhaps towards B or something, I definitely see it working in his favor. And 5, I mean, they have enough firepower, maybe not on all 5, but they have enough firepower to make this a painful round for Little Mix. But as I say that, it's going to be Bottom Master gets himself 1. Will be Mikey. Oh, no scope! A headshot on Quicks. Jesus, and Mathen from the flank from lower is able to take down the bomb carrier, gets himself an SG. You gotta be kidding me, Dean. What in the world just happened? How is this even possible? And Lil Mix having, what, 2 rounds in a row go their way and then back into a complete and utter loss on a full eco effectively? It's possibly the worst case scenario that could have happened here for Lil Mix. It's not over yet, at least. It's a minute and, what, 6 seconds left, so enough time on the clock for them to salvage this round. But holy hell, are they paying a high price for it. Although, ooh, yeah.
Decent kill by Pith. I mean, now Mikey's all alone, so it doesn't look too likely, but he does know one player's in towards the CT spawn. If Pith tries to take a little bit of a peek out, could be in danger. Shot now being rang off makes, of course, the position of Mikey exactly known. It allowed for the player in tunnels to push forward a little bit more now. They're just going to be looking to try and join up. And this is understandable. They presume he still has a scout in his hands. If that was the case, then just peeking them together pretty much stops him from having any chance of winning. But now he's got the Krieg. So despite both of them sticking together, if he can hit a couple of quick headshots, if he can maybe line them up, there's definitely a chance. And here we go. The steps now indicating that they have pushed out on towards B. Mikey with the last couple of bullets manages to take down Pepser. And now there's 12 seconds left for that bomb to be planted. Pitt just going to tap it. Oh, the timing horrible for Pitt as he looked back, but he's going to go for it again. And this time, Mikey out in the open going to be taken down. But that was way too close for Lil Mix's liking. It was only a scout and a MAC-10 and a pistol that had been saved over that dropped it down to an eventual 1v1.
Definitely too close for their liking. I mean, it almost ended with 5 taking the 13th. Not only that, the money would have been devastatingly low for a Little Mix, and it was a do or die scenario, really, in a way, as 5 would most likely get their mojo back, and that would have been the end of Little Mix as we know it. But Twano through short, 2 kills, SCZ in hand, makes it look so simple as he just, like a ballerina, just moves through the angle, and Mathen on short. Oh, come on. Was the last round not enough? Was the last round not enough to give Little Mix a little bit of warning? And I guess they're gonna have to mix it up a little bit more. This is a harsh reality they'll have to accept right now.
Yeah, I mean,
it's actually, sorry, but this is actually worse than losing the last round. If they had lost the last round and then won this one, or even lost this one, at least they would have loss bonus. Instead, now, they're going to go down to 1.4 loss bonus, man.
Yeah, that's all they're going to get. $100 on Quicks before this round ends as well, so he's going to be double eco. Everyone else can maybe afford with just going for to just go for the 1 eco, so I think they might have to do that just because of the score that they're sitting at the moment. I mean, if Bowden can save over the op, then it would be okay, but I don't think that's going to happen either. He'd look to still be going for this one. Does get spotted, and now his chances drop even further.
It's... Oh, man, Bowden, I don't even know. Do you want to attempt this? I mean, okay, yeah, sure. He even gets the bomb. The mad lad actually gets the bomb. I am thoroughly surprised by him, but in the end, it does not really matter. It's Mikey to finish the job. Twano, he retrieves the op. And they all equip themselves with SGs. They have the AWP. It's like nothing ever happened for 5. Sure enough, they drop a few rounds, but then again, they're back to it. And Little Mix, this is it, I guess you should say, or we should say. It's all or nothing for them. SG's coming out, 2 of them, a Scout, a Deagle, and hope that they get a little bit of luck at least.
Yeah, I wouldn't say, look, I mean, it's still a decent investment having 2 Kriegs here, a couple of Eagles and a Scout. You can definitely find some opening kills, give yourself an opportunity early on in the round, and you can see it actually is Bowden who just goes straight out through mid. Managed to take a peek into the CT spawn, got tagged down straight away by the op, I believe it was, then finished off by Body, which is 1 bullet to the body. And with that, it's already a good start rather into this round for 5 yet again, with both the weapons now and the manpower going in their favor. You begin to become a little bit worried here for a Little Mix. It seemed like maybe they could get something done when they had a decent start here on the T side, but as the guns have come out, it's just 5 again, looking to shut it down. And there it is, 3 players going out through the tunnel. Smoke get destroyed. Twanu, who had been holding that angle for ages, had HNS pinned in the corner. When he eventually popped out, he was a sitting duck. 14-7. Little Mix outnumbered right now with the score 2-1. And it looks like they're just going to try and buy up into this. They don't want to play for an overtime, which isn't too surprising.
Honestly, yeah, exactly. It's like, in this case, 14-7, I don't think you really want to play for OT, do you? It's just too far away to be comfortable with playing a full eco and then relying on an OT. But then Body, well, the bodies are certainly mounting up here for 5 and for Little Mix both, but it is going to be Mikey that throws away the SG, so at least Little Mix ain't getting one more rifle to work with. But look at Twano, the op on mid, he's going to hold the line, gets himself one. It's a little bit weird to pick out the Molotov in that timing, as Mikey is now alone on the site. He gets himself one, drops the bomb carrier. The Molotov in front of him is enough, and it's going to be oh my god, it's going to be another for Mikey. Make it triple almost if he had not ran out of money, or excuse me, ran out of bullets. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. It's still going to be a 3-on-2, and well, the flank is coming through for after, and there's the double. 15-7, and this is turning out to be a very one-sided affair, no matter how Little Mix is performing or what they're pulling on the table.
Yeah, we're not having too much luck today so far with whatever games we choose.
Yeah.
We're hoping we'd see a couple of close ones, and it hasn't been the case. I mean, when you look at the names on Little Mix, you thought they would put up an interesting, or at least an exciting fight rather, against 5, but that hasn't been the case. The double up setup right now in play from 5, 2 Kriegs and M4, anything they could ask for, of course, to try and just close this one out, and their buy is highly contrasted to the buy that we see from Little Mix with a Scout, a couple of SMGs, and a couple pistols as well. So it is, it's not the best of buys for Little Mix to try and actually keep themselves alive. But let's see what they're going to go for. They do have one player up close in the long house right now. It looks like a couple of them then moving in towards the short control. So they seem to want to try and set themselves up for an eventual A split. Afro already getting the opening kill over towards long. A little bit of a push out mid does give some success for the T side as they bring it down to the 3 versus 3. And they have the bomb site, so I mean the bomb is going to get planted. The question is, can this Lurk do anything from Quicks? Long range with the Mac 10, not ideal. He got the dink straight away on the Mikey, but wasn't able to finish him off.
That's a little bit of a shame, isn't it? They needed that kill, and certainly they need short control. They've got the plant for short as well, and with Pit and Pepser left with an SG in the hands of Pepser and 11 HP yet again, he's dealt a deadly blow. At least his teammate Pit is down. Pepser gets the return, still going to be a 2-on-1. Time is ticking, but the position that 5 is in is perfect, and Mikey at this point, he can just stick it. He presses the bomb, forces the peak, and Pepser, I think he's got it. He does have it. And Mikey, that's 16-7. That's it. That's going to be the elimination of Little Mix as 5 push on to the next round. And Dean, this is a very one-sided affair. I really did not expect it. As you said, all the games we've been seeing today have been quick and easy almost.
Yeah, which is a bit unfortunate. I do hope we'll start getting some better games soon, but you can expect them definitely to come once we get towards the quarterfinals and the semi-finals, especially the semi-finals. They'll be tomorrow, though, I believe. But yeah, we're gonna go have a look, obviously, in a moment, and hope that there is some other matchups that on paper do look good. Sometimes they look good on paper and they end up being a bit one-sided because it's CS after all. It's about how you're playing in the moment, and you can have a bad game. But yeah, of course, well played by 5. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do against some of the other high-level teams that are still in the qualifier. But guys, we're going to send it over to a quick break as always. If you did enjoy the commentary, you can check us out by putting Caster into the chat. But we're going to go send it to the advertisements, and as soon as we know which game we're going to have coming up next, we will let you guys actually know in the chat, and of course you'll also see it on the screen.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go. Brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
No matter what your passion is, soccer, rugby, racing, or esports, become a part of the experience with the moments we deliver.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind, 'cause lately I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight and wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we would hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clean my throat.
Guess who's back?
Welcome back, everyone, to round 5 here of the qualifier between Vexed and Copenhagen Flames. Now we're going to have a little bit of action. I would like to thank them for taking this knife round so slow that we managed to run the bumper and everything and still not miss any of the action apart from Farley getting tagged a tiny bit. So yeah, we're going to see who's going to get the choice of sides. It's quite important here on Nuke, of course, especially in a best of 1. And it looks like it should be Copenhagen Flames. Yeah, there we go. Don't do much commentary of knife rounds normally, but yeah, Copenhagen Flames, they come out on top.
It's the first knife we actually caught on stream, I believe. And thanks to them delaying it long enough for us to actually see it. So yeah, definitely important though, as you said, to Nuke. It's vital really to have a choice in where you want to start. Of course, the new meta changes and everything. T side is getting a bit of a boost, is getting a bit of a, I guess you could say, the upper hand as of late, and it's starting to be acceptable for them to pick up 7-8 rounds. Yet, let's find out how this one works out. Although, as far as I can tell, a tag pause or a technical pause, I'm not sure. It's probably a technical pause, right? And who would tactical pause in the pistol, for Christ's sake?
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't actually have the exact information about why the pause is, but yeah, most likely a little bit of a technical, as you said. Looking at the ping, there's no immediate issues that stand out, though, so, I mean, maybe it's just someone's like, oh, damn, have to do something quick, pause it for a couple of seconds. Hopefully it won't be long, though.
Yeah, if you know what? If I had to bet on something, it's probably TeamSpeak. Like an issue with TeamSpeak or somebody's microphone or something, you know, not working, classic like that. I think that's a pretty common issue that everybody's having these days. But yeah, Copenhagen Flames versus Vexed. This is going to be another best of 1 on our hands. This is round number 5, I believe, if I'm not wrong completely and utterly. And the winner going already in what, the quarterfinals with this, basically? And
round
just
6.
one.
I think round 7 might be quarterfinals. Not sure.
Oh yes, you are right. It's 5, 6 is still best of 1, and then round 7 is best of 3. You're right, because it's round 7 is semis, round 8 is the grand finals, basically.
Yeah, basically. I think round 7 is actually also a best of 1. It's only round 8. I think that's best of 3s, I believe.
Okay.
Fair enough. We've got mostly best of 1s for today. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure I think round 7 is top 16, and top 16 is still the best of 1s. But here we go. Pistol round is going live. All Kevlar on the CT side. So not a fuse kit if it comes down to that retake, and it's looking like it's going to be a very quick play here from Vex straight on towards that A-bomb site. Rust the one to open it up initially and eventually get that second kill on the Tesses as well. So it does give Vex themselves a man advantage, actually, as they likely will get that bomb planted. But it's actually down on B. That was something I hadn't really paid too much attention to. Adam ends up actually getting dropped the bomb out in the open now as well. The rotation down there from Cray. He's not being very cautious of Firelug, who had already made his way onto the site. So this is quickly spun back around into a very winnable spot again for Copenhagen Flames.
Well, thankfully, they spot that the bomb was down there. And, well, it's going to be a 2-on-2, as you said, a very winnable position, especially if they stick together. Although Nodio is going to be separating Farley, having to go through decon, or specifically short in this case. Oh, I'm fairly certain they've... Never mind, they didn't notice. And Farley, he gets himself a free frag, even sees where Mezzi is. A 1-on-2 now. He's got a smoke at least, so that's going to help him immensely. He can go towards long, close the doors, pick up the bomb, and have a little bit of time left to play to his own devices, although Nodios and Farley. This is such a smart decision. I love this, and they're both going to peek him at the same time. And that is going to be the 1-0 start for the Copenhagen Flames. The pistol is theirs, and Farley with a 4K this time.
Yeah, I somehow managed to miss the bomb going down the vent just because we were so focused on Rust when they were coming out of the hut, of course. So I was like, okay, they have the bomb site, but there's not much happening right now. And then I saw there was 2 players rotating down to B. So I was like, wait, did the bomb go down vent? And then I seen, I think it was Adam with the bomb on his own down on B. He felt like got very, very awkward. And with that Vex, they now have to force buy up into the second round. 3 Deagles, a P250, and a Scout looking for the immediate outside control as the close smoke goes down. They don't drop any more for the crossover itself, but there's no one peeking from the CT side, so they actually will be able to get that secret control. And of course, Adam, again, having made his way down the vent in the beginning of the round, is going to be a bit of a nuisance alongside them. Does at least find that trade into the vents, but unfortunately, it's Copenhagen Flames just owning the round everywhere else.
I'm not even surprised in this case. SMGs, shotguns, close range usually take the cake. And Copenhagen Flames, they are very knowledgeable when it comes to nuke. We've seen them just a week ago against Sprout, taking down Sprout in the final 2-1, and in nuke specifically 16-13. But then again, Copenhagen Flames, well, they have their own set of issues. Sometimes they're a little bit too eager. Sometimes they're a little bit too, I wouldn't say cautious, but perhaps not as aggressive as they should be, even though that sounds wrong at times. I know really they don't take all the opportunities that perhaps present to them. And well, Vexed, full eco, no surprise. PT50s and a Deagle to support this. Should be a simple 3-0 start for Copenhagen Flames. Although again, as I've said, if there's ever been a team that's lost more anti-ecos, please tell me, because I've seen Copenhagen Flames fall against full eco so many times at this point. I feel like that's their ultimate kryptonite.
Taking them a while to clean up the pistols right now, but so far yet to actually take a casualty. Only Mezzi now remaining. He's been spotted on top of main as well, so with this nade going over, with the push now coming out from a few players to hunt him down, Mezzi is not allowed to live much longer at all. Finished off by Tessies, and there we go. You seem to be the one who curses everything. You say that you've seen them fall to a lot of ecos. They don't even lose a single player. A little bit of an upgrade off the SMGs as well, but yeah, I mean, there's still actually really good economy here for Copenhagen Flames, despite even Tessies upgrading off of the MP9, just because he built up so much money over these past couple of rounds. So you see he still has plenty to buy in the next round, as do the rest of the Copenhagen Flames players. So this first gun round here, quite important for Vex.
It really is. No op on either side. That's a good thing. It does give, it does insinuate that they're both looking for the straight fights. No slow play, or at least no slow commitment, and then just waiting for one player to do all the handiwork. But it is going to be outside control that Vexer's kind of looking for with Mezzi and Link. All that outside red take. They are pulling back by the looks of it, and Vex are very scared of a quick push in towards lobby. And we gotta respect their choice in this case, that they're playing it passively, although Facilian spots the shadow or the outline of Adam, is able to bring him down to 7. Gonna be a bit of an early start here for Copenhagen Flames with the damage. Yet the smoke's now deploying. Here comes the execution. Do they commit towards secret is, I think, the question, though, at this point. Surely they know if they go down secret, there's already going to be a few players ready for them. But no, towards main we go. This is a smart call. I love this by Vex, that they make the decision to go towards main and garage. It might just give them the room they need in this case.
I mean, they don't have a lot of time left to work with off the back of it, though. If they had about a minute left, they could set themselves up slowly to go for the ace split through heaven alongside main in the lobby, potentially. But, I mean, right now, 30 seconds remaining. It's still the 5-on-5. They need to start moving in towards those bomb sites, and that's not the start they were hoping for. Cillian frags on towards Adam. A couple players still wrapping around him behind them on the garage, but Tessies has pushed all the way around through Secret. Actually manages to drop the bomb. There's only 15 seconds remaining, although Link will get that trade. It's still just going to be so tough to get onto the bomb site, but hang on. Fighting back into the round, 10 seconds. If they can get TMB quickly, maybe there's a chance, but that's it. It's all over as that kill comes through. There's not enough time for the plant anymore, and Cray realizes he can't even attempt to try and stick around. Just backs off so he'd at least have the AK here in the next round. But sadly, without that bomb plant, everyone else can't buy. You can see there's a couple players who don't have enough to actually get the investment. I mean, Russ could just about scrape out the AK, and Kevlar. Link could go for a bit of a buy as well. But I'm expecting just pistols and Kevlar, and that's exactly what we see.
Yeah, just, you know, buy those helmets. Make sure you can't get insta headshotted by those M4s, and make use of that AK. I want to see the pickup game with the AK. When you lose Cray, somebody else should be right behind him. Pick up the AK, keep on shooting, keep on fighting, because that's the one rifle that might be able to save you in the round. Just like it did Complexity, you know, it just might do the same for Vexed. In any case, it is going to be Copenhagen Flames with the op on Farley, and once he picks it up, you know that you're going to be in trouble. And Vexed, well, they make it down secret. They make their way easily down secret. All 4 players are there. Tess is the turret, though. He shuts down Adam, and at least it's going to be an advantage that Copenhagen Flames go into this retake. Although not really a retake, more of a hold already. Farley, oh, what a quick shot. And it's going to be back to a 4-on-3. This is not looking too sweet anymore. And Vexed, they're not really using that AK as much as they could, but at least they still are using it.
In the hands of Russ right now, he's been fairly successful so far. Towards the top of the scoreboard, it's actually Mezzi on the Mac, not the Mac 10, the Tech 9 rather. 1 number in the difference, another 3-letter word in the beginning. I mean, close enough. I'll let myself away with it. But he's creeped all the way down to the secret, so maybe there's a little bit of a chance here for him to catch 1 more player. Unfortunately, hasn't gotten himself a weapon, of course. So still just stuck on the pistol, so it is mostly Russ that we look towards to open up one of these bomb sites. And let's see, I mean, Mezzi set himself up at the bottom event. They're going to try and just burst up onto A, but Tessis is in the perfect position to counter this. He can line them up as they push through main and up the vent, and he is able to find 2 at least before going down. Russ already tagged up as well. Farley up close in the hut. A free kill from behind. And that is going to be Copenhagen Flames leading now 5-0. 3 players surviving, so again, keeping the kind of bare minimum you want to keep alive to actually be able to keep stacking up at least a little bit of money from round to round.
Yeah, the bank is rising, and the most important part is once somebody thinks that 10k, you want to keep it as high as possible, so he's able to drop the rifles in the subsequent rounds that you might lose. And it's the only thing that matters, really, that you keep up a healthy bank that you can rely on. In Copenhagen Flames, with a 5-0 start, they can be, well, they're going to be very happy, very content with the way it's going so far. Vexed, of course, a full buy. There's the Galil, the AK, the SGs. Very little utility, no AWP yet again. I'm not particularly fond of this. They're looking for a bit of a split towards secret and outside, but what is going on right now? Mezzi's already been in the eyes of Farley. Double for him. Adam does get the return, yet still. Copenhagen Flames, they might have lost secret, yet they have the advantage. And Vexed, I don't know what was the game plan here for Vexed. 2 players jumping into main, 2 players going down secret. At least the bomb is planted, sure, but it's a 4-on-3 retake that Copenhagen Flames so far hadn't really had a problem with doing.
Yeah, they've still got a decent amount of nades as well to work with her. Kits on everyone. HE to try and do a bit of damage. Adam going to have to try and find 2 of them coming down secret. And with the Krieg is successful in mowing down both of them. 1 HP. He's left on. He comes in to try and help out his teammate towards ramp as well. Perfect timing from the pop out there and actually cover the back of Russ. And with that, it is Vexed finally picking up a round. A great afterplant there in the 2-on-4. Adam going to be the one who stepped up massively to take 3. But Copenhagen Flames, as we said, they've got money. They'll be rebuying here, but, I mean, they spend everything into this one. So if Vex do get this round right now, suddenly they're right back up to 3, and you can kind of forget about the fact that they were down 5-0 initially. They've already started to build up a few rounds on the D side, and at least at that point, would have themselves a decent foundation to build off of. But, of course, that requires they win this round here as well. Otherwise, they could be right back on the pistols and Kevlar again.
Oh, the timing. Russ comes out to challenge, comes out to play, and just as he heads onto the right direction, he's tagged on by Farley, and the entry again to Copenhagen Flames. As you said, once more, it's coming down to those early engagements, and the rifles that Copenhagen Flames reinvested into seem to already be paying off. And Vexed, sure enough, they were able to diminish the economy of Copenhagen Flames as much as we praised it last round. It shows to tell that even Copenhagen Flames are not above bankruptcy. But, oh, the timing again, Adam, throwing a few 2 Molotovs and, well, a few 2 grenades, I think. Too many grenades, excuse me, but Cillian, it's an easy kill for him as Link is caught trying to enter into secret, leaving it down to Mezzi and Cray to deal with the mess at hand. Mezzi? Oh, they already know he's there. Nodio's, yeah, he's going to be there to kind of, you know, be a nuisance and all. And actually, Mezzi gets himself a free frag. Not sure why Nodio sprays wildly through a smoke, as he should be aware that there's a high chance Mezzi goes the different angle. Yeah, that's it. That should be 6-1. Although Cray, back to 1-on-3, 30 seconds.
Only 22 health, though. You can't really fancy his chances at all in this position. I'm sure he doesn't either. Get the Molotov'd off now, 20 seconds remaining. I think a save definitely could be worthwhile, especially considering they have a decent amount of loss bonus. Maybe his teammates can force up a couple of rifles behind the one he has in his hands right now. Even he could drop over an SMG, perhaps a Mac 10 to someone who can't quite afford to buy for themselves either. So they can maybe scrape something together now with this Krieg being saved over. The Copenhagen Flames immediately bouncing back after losing one. That's kind of what we were saying Vex couldn't afford to have happen, to get the one single round on its own, not being able to actually chain any together. Mezzi will buy for himself. We might see maybe a couple of Galils being pulled out. Link has 3k as well. So, I mean, if they wanted, they could pull Galils out on everyone. But you might see a couple SMGs maybe to allow for a quicker play towards the upper bomb site. Or you might just see them actually willing to take this eco, because they do have the full loss bonus again, of course, coming into the next round.
Well, they indeed do. Again, this is still a dangerous buy, if you ask me, even with a hero SG that was saved up. Sure enough, it's not a lot, but it's something. It's something that they can rely on. And if they know anything, is the fact that a single SG can change the outcome of history in this case. Copenhagen Flames, though. Yeah, they're not too concerned, I should say, about Cray saving. It's not really like they're going to be looking to throw everybody away just to get one rifle out of his hands. And with a 6-1 result already, they're looking pretty solid. TNB classic position, auto shotgun on hut. I think it was actually Taz amongst the first... well, not amongst the first, but at least the ones I noticed the first to be using this position with an auto shotgun. It's a really good spot, and it's an easy kill if anybody comes to face you. As long as you have some support, or some meaning of support, you should be able to handle yourself pretty well. And TNB is a pretty crazy player in his own right, so no doubt that he should be handling himself easily. Although... oh, boy. Well, that was a bit much. A bit rough, I should say. And I jinxed TNB, man. I jinxed TNB. Oh, God.
He's okay. He just needs a drop over from a teammate. Still 4 players surviving for Copenhagen Flames. Since Vex did have 1 rifle and they had bought into a few pistols in Kevlar, that's not the worst of results for Copenhagen Flames. But yeah, this is the buy again now coming in from Vex. They're down 7-1, and this is where they need to actually start building up some rounds if they want to start making it a half that they could actually be happy with, rather. I think ideally they'll need at least 5 to start feeling a little bit more comfortable, but even then you do want more than that for it to actually be a good half. It's just kind of in the context at this point pulling back 5 would be decent. But here we go, outside control looking quick, and it seems like it's going to be a much quicker play towards A this time around. Straight in through main. Tessies and Asilian able to find 1 frag each for Copenhagen Flames, but I was going to say that wasn't quite enough. It was the advantage for Vex, but Farley coming in quickly, rather, snatching 1 with the op, and Nodio's on the flank in through foot as well. Should have a free kill on Cray, and indeed he does. So it's been dropped into the hands of Rust to try and pull off the 1v2.
And Farley's already got his eyes on Rust, and unfortunately for him, he's already got his crosser as well. And that was a nice idea, as you pointed out. A good change up of pace. Vex immediately hit on towards A site through outside main and through Squeaky. It was it gave them a little bit of an element of surprise. Unfortunately, Copenhagen Flames, they didn't seem to be too overly concerned. And as soon as it was back to a 2-on-2, they just kept their cool. Nodios coming in through hut, able to finish the job. And once it was a 1-on-2 close round, or 1-on-2 challenge for Russ, the only thing they had to do was go at it together and make sure they don't face it one by one. Even though Farley, I guess in a way, did that, he had support in terms of Nodios. But 8-1 and Vexed in a bit of a troublesome spot. They should have plenty enough to rebuy, even for utility alongside it. Maybe even an op coming out. I wouldn't be too surprised. I actually would love to see an op, just because somebody has to challenge Farley. So far, they're giving him so much room. They're giving him so much freedom that he's literally just running around the map, switching out his position continuously, at one point going outside, at one point going inside, and having an easy time shutting down anybody in his path. 8-1 though, and the round is live. Let's see, again, Vexed, what is their attempt here? What are they going to be trying to do? Slow play, or is it another execution? By the looks of it, taking it slow and easy, and with the utility they have, I'm happy to see it.
Yeah, again, just going to set up the outside smokes, it seems. At least Cray and a couple other players. Yeah, actually going to be throwing them out. I wasn't sure who else was joining them with them. So they will probably try and advance towards outside. Sometimes you just throw them down and use them as a little bit of a fake. But as you can see, most of the players for Vexed going in this direction. And right now, Asilian actually playing around the smoke in towards Secret. I was going to say this could be very dangerous if they were to move around the box there, around red, but instead, again, focusing on towards main. But the issue is Adam falls towards lobby. They actually line up for Mezzi. I don't even think he realized that he was about to get a double kill from that one, but it works in his favor perfectly. Despite the trades right now from Asilian, Vex have still got themselves control of the bomb site in the 2-on-2. Audios from above may be able to get a bit of damage with the nade. Didn't quite drop it just below. Instead, it went for a little bit more of an aggressive nade. Seen if he can catch him on the other side of the silo. Tried to peek out, goes down, and then Asilian also swinging in falls to Cray just as the bomb was planted. So Vex will actually go ahead and get themselves a second round right now, despite having actually lost the initial player. That double kill from Mezzi, I think, is what really kind of started pulling it in their favor. As I said, didn't even realize, I don't think, that both of the players lined up.
Well, the important part, he got it. And for Copenhagen Flames, the money is not exactly splendid. They will reinvest, yet having to play with an MP9 and an auto shotgun on TMB and Tessis. It's not perfect, but it's better than nothing. And look at this, another fast play towards Squeaky. Looks like Adam tried to get down vents this time. He's actually going to succeed in doing so. Perfect stuff. Facilian gets tagged through the wall of hut in towards main. So far, Vexed getting some good headway, getting some good damage in. But Copenhagen Flames seemingly shutting down their aggression as well. They do not wish to overextend. They know they can be punished for their mistakes, and certainly Vexed is more than aware of it. Although, Mezzi, the timing here has to be pristine, and he's going to walk away just as they push into lobby. This is a big problem. There's two players in radio room. If nobody's watching the corner towards lobby, there's a high chance this could go either way. Although Cray finds one, finds the second, and, well, it seems like that's more than enough.
Like it might be Farley actually going to come back with a couple of kills himself, but even then left in the 1v3, the bomb just about to be planted. A Molotov in towards heaven stops him from trying to actually have a quick rotation up to even then try and stop that bomb from being planted. So at this point, probably just going to back away and try and save the up. As we see though, Adam right now trying to hunt in through hell, may be able to catch Farley as he falls back towards the spawn. Not quite in time, so I think he should make his way into the spawn, but he may have just been spotted. No, he's seen Adam, I believe, but I don't think Adam spotted him in return, because he's definitely not heading in towards the spawn right now, going over to, instead, clear out the garage, I believe, initially.
Well...
Oh, he might be going back again. He definitely didn't spot him, but I don't know, he may go in towards the spawn. Let's see. Flash is going over. Will actually blind him with the flash. The shot comes true from Farley, not quite connecting, but the Molotov is the main issue. Just about gets out of the flames itself. Adam jumping around the corner, fakes out the shot, and manages to steal the kill within the last couple of seconds.
And that's beautiful. He also gets the op. Finally, they're able to afford the AWP. Russ is going to be the one to pick it up. And I'm eager to see what they can bring on the table with this. Surely they should know Copenhagen Flames have been just broken entirely and thoroughly with the economy currently. There shouldn't be much that... Well, effectively, Vex should be knowing that Copenhagen Flames are going to be playing with maximum of P250s and Eagles, and even then, it's only USPSs. But Vexed. Again, outside control with smokes to support it. A pretty standard execution. Adam already finds the entry. Once more, Vex looks like the fourth round is not going to be put onto a halt. Oh, lining up again.
Even left. Oh, I believed in the ace.
Yeah, me too. Unfortunately, Farley does not. So, yeah. I'm looking for Adam. But it's going to be the fourth round regardless, and that's what matters in the end.
Farley is hoping he can maybe steal away another kill or two with this Krieg, because, I mean, they know that Vexed also don't have the strongest of economies, and right now Link is trying to hunt this one down. The peak perfectly timed by Farley. Catch him as he was looking to clear out some corners. Credo ready towards the door, shoots off, or rather rattles off a couple of shots and does give away his position. So Farley dropping the Molotov, the smoke then on the other side, peeking out could be dangerous as the op was initially posted up. The op then spamming to bait the peek in because Cray was also holding. So nicely played. They don't allow the weapon to be saved. But I mean, 2 kills in the end there coming true is not a bad result by Farley by any means, because they force a little bit of extra reinvestment onto 2 of the players. It keeps Vexed in a position where they only really have 1 buy left in the reserve. So if Copenhagen Flames do win this round and then win the one after for the final round of the half, you could see Vexed working with a very weak buy. So there's still the opportunity for Flames to actually come out with an 11-4 half right now.
Although I should only note that we shouldn't disregard the bomb plant. If Vex are able to pull bomb plants in both rounds, then maybe, just maybe, there will be enough for a few AKs. But you've said it, Dean. They're going to be getting 2 kills. That's an early start. Russ, good return still. It's going to be a 4-on-3 in Vexed. The immediate reply to go towards ramp might not be the right one. Nodios, only good for a single kill. Back to a 3-on-2. Again, once more, Vexed is having themselves a bit of a rattling moment, yet they are alive. That's what matters. And with 1 minute and 20 seconds or give or take on the clock, they have time to play this to their will, to the way they want to finish it, to what they imagine. And in this case, Russ, I'm thinking, wants to draw attention towards B. I doubt they want to go B, though, because it's wide open for all angles. And the timing here, Farley falls down from heaven as he wants to drop down. The fake seems to have worked out. Although, do they still commit B? That's a different question now. Cillian, he's waiting in control room.
Yeah, he's been waiting there since the beginning of the round, pretty much, when that initial ramp control came in. As you can see, not quite expecting it. Credo has been able to creep down the ramp. The bomb now getting planted. The smoke, fortunately, covering Russ off initially. A little bit of a chance then for Cillian, but only spotting the top of the head. The spray not quite being accurate enough. So now it's just coming down to the 2 versus 2 retake. Tessis also moves in alongside his teammate. They know that final player is somewhere below. The Molotov was perfect to force him out, but Russ still hits 1 shot for himself to start it off. And the smoke just makes things really awkward for Cillian. He has to try and push around it, and he will be successful. No kit to work with, but plenty of time for the defuse to still come in. And then, of course, to retrieve the op behind them as well. And that was a very close one, all things considered. I mean, there was a good start for Copenhagen Flames with an initial 2-man advantage, I believe, when they shut down that push out through door.
Yeah. The Molotov and then the 2 players coming out both through hut, excuse me, and both players getting immediately shut down. Yeah, and then it was, I believe, Russ that got the return through hut to whoever was peeking into hut. It was either Nodios or it was Farley, and then in the end, of course, we saw that B play, that little bit of a fake out. Farley dropping. No, actually, it was Nodios and Farley dropping down from heaven, hoping to get on towards ramp, getting caught in the process. And that's what surprised me the most, that Vex still decided to go B after Farley dropped down from heaven. That should be a dead giveaway, that there's nobody else on A, or that there's already most likely a player or 2 down on B, since Farley is going to be that leisurely dropping down from the position, right? But it is, I believe, a tactical pause, or at least was a tactical pause, most likely by Vexed in this case. You called it. It's one of their last buys. Losing this will force them to go into a very limited buy for the last round of the first half. And yes, they did plant at least. That's the one thing that saves them, if they're able to plant again, including the loss bonus. I think they should be able to come up with at least somewhat of a decent, well, not decent buy, but AKs, Kevlars, and maybe a little bit of utility to support it. But look at this, all outside, Dean. And it looks like Copenhagen Flames are not entirely aware of it yet.
Well,
although I say
Farley is now.
Yeah.
Just about caught Russ. I think there was maybe a shoulder left showing itself at that point. So he is at least able to snatch an advantage towards Copenhagen Flames, which is very, very important when you've given up the full outside control, pretty much, when you already have some players down Secret for Vex, because it means you have to be a little bit more cautious. You likely have to rotate someone down from the A side, down through Secret, down through the vent, or maybe even down through ramp, down into Secret rather. But yeah, you can see, of course, having the man advantage makes things a little bit easier on them. They have one player just kind of spotting Secret at the moment. He'll be able to give the info over, then call for the A players to rotate down if it is needed. But Farley's all the way back in the spawn, so his goal kind of just to watch if anyone actually tries to wrap up into heaven. There's not really too much else he can help with.
Yeah, I mean, the important part here is Farley needs to stay alive, right? He's the one that will make the callouts. And as long as they are able to rely on his accurate callouts, then they should be fine. Although he is going to be very late for the defense if he wants to support the A hold. And, well, TMB with an MP9, not in a great position, but Tess's the turret delivers again. A 4K, as simple as that. And it's 10 rounds to Copenhagen Flames. No plant, no buy. I said it, you said it, we both knew it, and so did Vex and everybody else. Unfortunately for them, now they're left with the worst possible position ever, having to play with limited weaponry. I'm surprised they don't even go for the AKs. Russ and Cray, well, for Cray, I understand he goes for maximum utility, whilst for Russ, I would have much preferred the AK over the Galil, simply because it's a better weapon. But It is as it is, and Vexed 10-4, looking like it might go 11-4 if they're not going to change it out quickly here.
Yeah, looking very, very possible at this point. Nicely placed Molotov to at least slow a Cillian there, who was tempted to try and push up around through Secret. It'll allow Vex to get up close with their weapons before he can actually get towards the steps. So again, the outside control being the main focus here for Vex. That is all of the players this time around. In the previous round, I think they left one lurking. Not this time. Cillian just playing for the contact. Drop the smoke as soon as he hears the steps, but considering it's all 5 players, there's no way that he can actually manage to escape them in time. Goes down quickly. Nodio's only going to be able to find one after he rotates in. And so far, this isn't too bad for Vex. I mean, they've traded out equally. They've got themselves on towards the bomb site. And they've given themselves a better chance, I would say, than they had in the beginning of the round. Most of the utility already, though, being thrown out for them, so they're only left with one flash at this point. You see slowly the weapon being shot across, so an upgrade from Mezzi. That's quite handy.
Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, at least having a bit of control link. Let's see how this one works out. The timing couldn't be better, but oh my god, he actually forces it a little bit too much. He tries to go into the angle itself, but it's going to be Mezzi holding this off angle, as you said, through long. He gets himself one, and that should be enough. Trey now on site, back to a 1-on-1, but not enough time. TNB, you know, presses the bomb, of course, to draw Mezzi to attention, to force him to peek, but that's in the end going to still be enough. Vex to pick up the 5th round, and that is going to be 10-5 as Copenhagen Flames make it a very acceptable first half, yet a lot worse than one would have imagined otherwise. Vex, they're putting up a good fight, and that's what you'd love to see, and I'm now eager to see how the pistol actually goes. As it's going to be vital in my mind, the pistol for Vexed, even though it's not as vital for economy, of course.
Yeah, I mean, Vexed had a pretty rough start, so as I said, recovering up to 5 rounds not a terrible spot to be in, but also that pistol you pointed out is really quite important here for them. So, I mean, if we do see the pistol going in favor of Copenhagen Flames, then I think they'll probably just run away with it. If Vexed pick up the pistol, then I do think we're going to have quite a close game in our hands. But here we go. We actually don't have too long of a pause at the halftime. Yep. Sometimes it takes a while. It's up to the players whenever they're prepared to ready up. But both of these just wanting to get straight into the action again. Dual Berettas and a nade being bought up there for Adam over on the Vexed side. Mezzi yet to buy will get the defuse kit and a smoke. And then over on the T side, it's just one player to actually pick up utility, being a Cillian with a molly and a nade. That's interesting. Maybe a nade towards the door, maybe a molly in towards main or something. Either that, or they're just going to look to try and use the Molotov for the afterplant, rather. But let's see. Yeah,
break the doors? Break the doors?
Door. Yeah, that's what I presumed initially. Going to throw it in towards vent. I thought maybe towards main, just to stop the rotation from coming in if they wanted to go quick A. But instead, it's actually to stop the rotation down through the vent, so it allows them to actually push in towards ramp, get on towards B, and at least delay that rotation by a couple of extra seconds. And a Cillian's still alive for the moment, just being a nuisance, causing these players to have to focus on him as they rotate down. Gets one before he falls, but with Tessie's also fragging, they've taken the advantage.
This is actually a perfect position. Copenhagen Flames, they couldn't be in a better spot right now. And as you said, the advantage so much in favor of for them. It's crazy, and it's a slaughterhouse. There's nothing Vex could have done in that position. And that was all thanks to that Molotov. As you said, a few seconds being bought. To some people, that might not seem much, but 2 seconds delayed on the retake or on the rotation, and that's more than enough for them to get to the site, the bomb, to plant the bomb, and afterwards get in a decent afterplant. Vexed, unfortunately, denied any sort of chance whatsoever. If nobody was on ramp, if nobody was outside Secret to push down towards the B site already from the get-go, they would never have made it there in time no matter what. And Copenhagen Flames, 11-5, they're looking very much like the... Oh, Lord, and Nodios as well through the smoke, yeah. And like I said, Copenhagen Flames looking very much like the team that I'm used to, or that we're all used to seeing. And there's a reason why they beat Sprout last week, 16-13 in the end, but 10-5 on the half and taking both pistols. Simply put, Nuke is their kind of their sweet map in a way. Not the best, but definitely their sweet one.
I was going to say maybe a little bit of a chance here for Russ to do something. Only got one with the scout before going down to Farley on the Mac 10. I think he upgraded towards Eagle as well then in the end, so we'll be able to retain that into this round, a stronger weapon than the Mac 10. Although they are going up against an Eco again, so maybe the Mac 10 wouldn't have been a bad option either way. But a little bit safer maybe with the rifle. Nodio's still having a Mac 10 though, so he'll be the one that looks to try and build up some extra money. $600 per kill, of course. Let's see what the plan is. 3 nades here for Vex, so I feel like they're probably just going to take this towards outside, but as I say that, no one really going towards there, so instead a counter perhaps to the quick A pushes that have actually been coming in towards the door. You see the nade does some good damage onto Nodios, And as he tries to get down the vent, he will be finished off by Crave. So they've actually been able to counter that. A 1-for-1, not too bad. The weapon now down in the vent, so they may be able to retrieve that fairly soon. But overall, I don't think Copenhagen Flames are going to be super worried about that.
I mean, the only thing they will be worried about is if they go in 1-by-1, then they should be worried about any weapon lost. But then again, they're smarter than that. We know that. And in this case, Sicilian kind of alone, kind of isolated. He gets a kill, tags onto Mezzi. That's more than enough in the end. Unfortunately for Russ, he's snuffed out as well. And that should be the end of the road here for the British boys. And yeah, it was a nice attempt, right? At least they had, or at least dealt a little bit of damage to Copenhagen Flames, but it's not going to change the outcome in the end. 13-5, and the full buy coming up. Vexed. Again, I'm eager to see if there's going to be an AWP. Russ, I think he has just barely enough to scrape up together a glass cannon. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if perhaps is the best position to go for a glass cannon, though, with the explosiveness of Copenhagen Flames and with the likeliness that they don't pick up an op of their own. Maybe it's best to stick to just the rifles, right, and keep it simple and keep it retakeable. But let's find out how this goes.
I mean, that AK pretty handy from Mezzi. So, will he drop a rifle? Sometimes you do see that just over the extra bit of utility, but yeah, he does actually throw over an M4. I was curious if he was gonna bother, since everyone else did have enough money to buy themselves. Sometimes you see a player just being like, I'll just keep the bit of extra money. But they've been able to spread it out. Adam keeps himself a tiny little bit of money. They do have the op coming out here on the CT side for Russ. So they have that to try and compete up against Farley, at least early on now in these rounds. But he's been fragging like a monster so far, 21-7. Tessis is 22-10. So you can understand why this has been a little bit one-sided. And again, the opening kill goes over in favor of Flames. I didn't manage to catch it with the auto-director, but it was Farley with the op opening it up in towards A.
This is actually quite dire, and there's no other way to put it, isn't it? With Vex losing 2 players before they even respond at all, it's certainly starting to tell the tale that is Copenhagen Flames and their victory in this best-of-1 series. Vexed, unfortunately, they are on the wrong side to be a bit more comfortable with this, but Link, wait a second, Jesus, this guy pulls off some amazing feats when most required to, and that's beautiful to see. At least he's able to pull it back into a 2-on-2. Through main, Mezzi, there's a chance. Oh, he finds an angle somehow through the gap of the smoke and is able to take down Nodios. The plant denied, and it's back to a 1-on-2, and TMB spots him, or at least spots Cray. Now knows that Mezzi's outside, takes the fight. Is low HP though, needs to be careful, does not wish to challenge this straight up. It's a 1-on-1, and Mezzi, no kit. Keep in mind, that is going to be vital, though there are quite a few around him.
Yeah, you can see one right there on the middle of the bomb site even, so that's not the biggest of issues for Mezzi. TMB also being quite low within just 1 bullet of that AK, so this is definitely recoverable for him. The only issue is he doesn't currently know the position, using the Molotov to try and clear out the bomb site, but it's in towards the door right now, where it's being wrapped around towards, as you said, not checking. TMB doesn't manage to connect the shots immediately though, so Mezzi's been given a bit of an opportunity. Knows where that final player is, now spots the kit to retrieve as well, but the time is ticking away. He has to, as you said, just go ahead and stick it. He has the flash to work with. Is it going to blind them up? TMB turns, but I don't think he's going to make it. He wasn't able to stop it. Very well played by Mezzi. He had no other option, and TMB, it looked like he was ready to push in straight away, but the flash delaying him just by that extra half a second or so. Despite not even blinding him, it did probably win Mezzi that actual defuse.
Absolutely. It gives him a half-second delay on the response of TMB, and that's enough. As you said, that's more than enough, and pros don't fake and all that certainly reigns through in this case. 13-6, Vexed, they pulled it back. They pull it back layer by layer slowly, but they are doing that at least. They win a vital round for their current position. Although, unfortunately, when it comes to economy, it's not exactly a rosy position to be in for themselves. They are down to a FAMAS, MP9s. It shows to tell how little money they have left, or had left, in their banks. But at least they're able to win it, and that's what matters. The op in the hands of Rusto. Let's see if it can work in this position. He's already revealing his spot though, shooting a bit prematurely. The Molotov breaking stride, and Copenhagen Flames, they should be making their way down B easily without a problem whatsoever.
Yeah, it's just Cray right now that's actually close, and only having an MP9, not ideal. Does get taken down quickly. Do you call that Titanic or something?
Yeah. I don't know. It's a classic call out. It's always been used since
it's just not the one I use. I don't think I've ever heard it before. I was just curious if that was what you meant. I just call it dark, honestly. That's what I've heard. We keep it simple in Ireland with our call-outs. Mezzy trying to see if he can stay alive with that M4 in towards Garage, but it's not being allowed. That leaves only Russ. Of course, he's no longer going anywhere near the retake. Instead, he's ran back towards the spawn, where it looks like Copenhagen Flames do have an idea about him actually being here, because there's a few of them beginning to push forward. Low already, but it doesn't really matter against the op. Rush just needs to connect the shots, and right now blinded up, kept on the corner, being spammed down, and eventually eliminated by Tessie. So the op will be retrieved. It's 14-6 now for Copenhagen Flames, and I mean, we can call Vex Titanic, because it's a sinking ship right now.
I knew it. You're going to use it. I love it. Well, effectively, the last round where Russ was trying to save, it's kind of a throwback to how they were chasing down Farley, if you recall.
Revenge, yeah.
Yeah, revenge. Revenge is best served cold and all that. Unfortunately for Vex, the revenge that Copenhagen Flames are serving right now is mostly unrevengeable in a way. In their current position, having to work with basically pistols and nothing else, and having to go up against the map point and series point effectively soon enough, it's kind of, it has to be tiring for Vex. They know that they're close to being able to pull it back, at least in certain ways, but then again they know that they're up against an overwhelming opponent, and Copenhagen Flames, they're not concerned for a single second. The economy is favoring them, the position they're in is favoring them, and if we draw the line right now, this is going to CPH Flames, no doubt, or there should be no doubt in anybody's mind.
Yeah, no real doubt in my mind at this point. I think maybe Vex can pull back a few rounds here now that they've got the guns out again on the CT side, but I just don't feel like they'll be able to get 9 in a row to actually bring it to the overtime. Seems like from what we've seen, at least on the Copenhagen Flames side, they've just been too strong overall that they will be able to grind out that one round that they need. But here we go. I mean, this is where we find out the ops available now for Adam. They have the rifles on everyone, a decent amount of nades, a kit on Cray at least, so they do have one if it comes down to the retake. Let's see if Vex can at least start pulling a few rounds back, and I mean, when they bring it up to around double digits, maybe that's when we can start believing in it.
Maybe. We're about to find out. Cillian, though, already getting himself the entry. Mezzy is not aware of that top position. And it's, this is, I don't want to say it, but it's kind of more of the same, isn't it, for Vex? They're just looking for frags alone. Nobody really supporting each other too much, even though that would be the only way to really get a hang on Copenhagen Flames. Russ gets himself one at least. Good return. Back to a 4-on-4 we go. Yet still, Copenhagen Flames, they're moving down secret by the looks of it. Although, wait a sec. No, Tess's in Garage. Excuse me, I thought he was down secret. Never mind, Adam Blank. Fair enough. Finally, something comes to fruition. And the stars align as they're able to take 3 without a single health point lost. And it looks like the 7th is coming on the board at least. Vexed. They'll not be hexed yet.
Cray has an easy kill there from behind as we swapped over to him. He was just looking at Nodios.
Yeah, having a bit of fun in.
Good recovery. I think, yeah, I kind of agree with what you were saying. It was a little bit of a wild play from Mezzy to go for on his own outside there, because he's trying to use the one-way smoke, of course, to find anyone who'd be up close, decently peeking on the boxes. So ideally, you just want a teammate looking up towards Silo at least. They may have, to be fair, but I don't think the angle, of course, allowed for him to see the player who was up there. So maybe he was playing a little bit more passive back towards the garage. But that's a little bit of a lifeline now. Vex, they can start trying to crawl their way back into this game, but as I said, it's going to have to be a crawl from this point forward, slow and steady. Let's see if it'll allow for much else to happen from them. Right now, most of the focus for Copenhagen Flames around the lobby. It's just one player putting a bit of pressure outside. The smokes do go down, so they're trying to sell that again. They're going to be approaching outside to get that secret control, but instead, as we can see, 4 players focusing on towards ramp. Has it been successful in pulling the rotation away? Is there anyone holding it towards ramp? Yeah, it's Cray right now. He's been blinded up, and he's actually called in for Russ as well, who's there in hell to help out.
Oh, again, perfect lineup. It seems like Vex really has the stars aligning for them right now. And Copenhagen Flames, as soon as they start to entry, they all get kicked at the same moment, and Vex, Control seems to be their name of the game right now, and they're doing a good job at it. Yet they cannot falter in this position, right? They cannot start to feel too comfortable. It's all about exercising proper control at the right time. And the point I was trying to make previously with Mezzi pulling outside or pushing outside is, sure enough, if you want to go aggro, it's all good. Nobody, there's no problem with that. It's a problem if you go aggressive and you have nobody supporting you and you don't do anything with it, basically. If you go push and don't get even a single kill, that's the problem, because you cannot afford it as Vex right now. Every single aggression should be properly and, previously or beforehand calculated in a way. Let's see how this one works off. A classic full eco for Copenhagen Flames that Vex should have no problems clearing off.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, once Vex bring this up to 10, once they reach double digits, that's when I can really start believing that the comeback is possible, that they can make it happen by bringing it into overtime. This round looking pretty straightforward. You would hope for them to be able to take this cleanly so they can start really getting that confidence, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Going to shut it down without a single casualty. Cray, the only one to even take a tiny bit of damage. That allows for them to buy up all of the nades that they need to just fill out that buy right now, and of course leaves them with plenty of money to keep reinvesting if they do lose a couple players throughout these rounds. So here we go, Copenhagen Flames back on the buy. Another opportunity, and I mean, most likely there's going to be around 4 or so gun rounds, depending on if the Flames can actually keep getting the bomb down. So it's still a long road ahead of Vex right now.
A little bit of out of topic. Thank you for sticking out to me in chat. Sorry, guys.
I was going to message you when I heard you say it, but I thought fruition was a good chat.
Oh, damn, thank you. Sorry, guys, Dean has me covered, thank God. But this is starting off a little bit weaker for Vex all of a sudden. Back to 3-on-4 we go as Copenhagen Flames are making their way towards A. Where's the defense? Where's anybody whatsoever? And Link, he's in main. Sure, he has a bit of an angle through that smoke, but he doesn't really see anything, and this is looking like it might go in the way of Copenhagen Flames, and soon enough we'll find out. A 3-on-4 retake with 2 players coming out through main. Smoke towards Squeaky, classic position. Cray in heaven, and looks like Russ will join him. This is all or nothing here for Vexed. There will be no second chances. And here we begin. Cray falls. Farley, good start. Farley the second, and looks like that might just be it in heaven. Last man standing. Russ can't do anything. And that will be it. That will be the end. 16 rounds go to Copenhagen Flames as they're able to close out the series successfully.
Yeah, it looks like Vex's plan to qualify this, through this qualifier rather, will not come to fruition. I think we should actually make that a real word. It should be the word for when a fruit is finally finished, like growing, when it's ripe or whatever.
Oh, when it basically
kind of makes sense?
it becomes ripe, yeah. It comes to fruition.
let's make that a thing, people. All right, but yeah, I enjoyed that game overall. Vex, unfortunately, with such a poor start on kind of both of the halves, they just weren't able to get themselves into a winning position. They showed us once the guns were out that they definitely were capable, as you said. Some little individual plays at points did end up costing them some rounds, so it's unfortunate, but I'm looking forward to seeing, of course, what Copenhagen Flames can do now as they continue on, and once they actually do end up going against the likes of maybe even Complexity. I don't know if they're on the same side of the bracket, but some of those top teams, I want to see how they're going to stack up against them, because of course it's going to be interesting, because once you lose, you're out. So I want to see high stakes matches between two teams that you think, okay, they deserve to be making it. But guys, we are going to go ahead and send it over to a break again for a moment. We don't know what game will be coming up next quite yet. We're going to have a look at the bracket in just a moment while the break is on, of course. And as soon as we know which game we're going to do, we will update the graphics and you'll be able to see it on screen. But do stick around as always. If you're enjoying, make sure you hit the follow button above the stream. And you can also check out myself and Oversyard with !Caster in the chat.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go. Brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
No matter what your passion is, soccer, rugby, racing, or esports, become a part of the experience with the moments we deliver.
The signs and I see we're there, and I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever hold, no matter if we're cast away, a fire in the dark. I know that you won't be waiting again. Right from the start, I see the end. A world torn apart, but I know we're meant. Forever hold, no matter if we're cast away, a fire in the dark. I know that you won't be waiting again.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind, 'cause lately I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. us in the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight and wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were. Hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore. No, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you're lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Alright everyone, welcome back for yet another game here in the ESL 1 Rio European Open Qualifier number 2. That is a mouthful. But Diffuse Kids versus Juggernauts, that's the game we're hopping into right now. We have a mixture, of course, over on the Diffuse Kids sides with players from the Benelux region and then Serbia as well, I believe, is it? And then, of course, Juggernauts also from that region. So we have a little bit of a kind of home country matchup, I suppose, at least for two of the players over on the Fuse Kids. So I think this should be quite a spicy game. But hopping into Train, we get to see a little bit of a switch up in terms of the maps. I think so far, what have we done? A couple Mirages, a couple Dust 2s, and a Nuke. So I'm happy to actually see some Train here.
Yeah, it's a nice welcome change for a difference. Definitely from Dust 2 and Mirage, it's a welcome sight for sore eyes. And the pistol, well, it's about to go live. Juggernauts versus Diffuse Kids, and we do have ourselves, or they do have themselves, smokes, flashbangs, and nades on the side of Juggernauts, and a kit on AVN, of course, whilst for Diffuse Kids, 2 smokes, 2 flashbangs, and a Molotov. Classic kind of positioning and classic kind of execution. Through Pop Dog, it's going to be 3 men with the bomb, actually no bomb included, towards A. Dog finds the first, it's already going to be a lot of damage dealt, but nobody's yet dead on the side of DK, and they seem to have good control so far, although Dimke finally responds with 1. And it's going to be Sharani with the second. And well, looks like Impulse will be able to keep control as well. Holmes has been spotted in heaven, and looks like the Fuse Kids are coming to a closing quickly.
Yeah, dominant round here so far from Juggernauts. And I mean, despite 3 of the players being low, unfortunately, so is Holmes. So you still don't really give him the best of chances. And it ends up being AVN that he runs into at the bottom of the ladder as well. So quickly finished off. That was quite a fast round right there by Juggernauts. A couple of quick headshots being connected by Sereni that actually started off. And with that, without the bomb plant actually going down, the Fuse Kids, do they want to go in for just the eco here, it seems? Buy into the round that follows. It doesn't allow for really anything here, of course, to be found, though. A P250 so far being bought up on Fasher, and that seems like it's going to be it. But one positive with Train being, you can actually have a decent chance of getting the bomb planted even without actually investing much. You can bring it over towards B, you can rush down the ramp. If you can catch one player, normally there's a decent chance of you at least being able to stick the bomb plant. Doesn't give you much chance to win the round, but right now at least Juggernauts getting immediately aggressive up through B, realizing that it very likely would be brought in this direction. Having the SMGs up against the Kevlarless opponents, it allows for them to easily build up bank and eventually for AVN to come in and close it out. One player going down, I mean, defaults, he only had the MP9 though, so I think they're pretty happy with how that went.
Oh, absolutely. A little bit of money banked up, and just generally speaking, having control of the round is what they want to achieve. Be able to pull the strings on the Fuse Kids in a way, try to tilt them in a way, right? Try to make them fight amongst each other a little bit, just not be as confident as they usually would be. And we'll see if they succeed in that, of course. 2-0 as the Fuse Kids having to go into the first full buy. And now we're about to find out if there's perhaps a little bit of magic in Doc to make this an easy round for DK. In either case, the op on D. And it's all eyes on Juggernauts. They have full utility, they have the best weaponry possible in this current state. DK, though, going for the classic spread, default, if you will. And I love the fact they don't complicate their lives with some quick aggression or just, you know, some intricate challenges as intricate tactics. Impulse indeed, though. They kick it off first, and AVN finds one more. This is not turning out to be a good round for DK, and no response so far, not at all.
Yeah, only Doc now remaining left in the 1v5, trying to drop down the ladder, just going to be sprayed down as he lands in the smoke. And there it is, 3-0 here for Juggernauts. A very clean opening gun round. No kills at all for the Fuse Kids, so they don't get a little bit of boosted money even from the frags. They don't manage to get themselves a bomb plant, of course, so it doesn't allow for really much to be brought out at all here. Just the pistols, maybe body armor if they're feeling really really excited, rather. But I don't even think that'll be allowed. 5 Deagles, 2 players have bought the body armor so far. They might want to invest into a couple of flashes, maybe a smoke or 2, just to give themselves a chance to work off of a potential opening frag if they do get one with the Deagle, just so at that point they can slow it down and maybe try and at least hit a bomb site together. And there you go, 2 flashes coming in for Holmes. Of course, the pause that was called in, you would imagine, was a tactical from the Fuse Kids. As I said before, during these open qualifiers, we don't actually get the info, so you just have to speculate. Usually it's pretty easy to tell, though, like in this case where you would say it was from the Fuse Kids. Sometimes, though, it can be a close game and you don't know who quite is calling in the pause, because even when you win a round, if it's a close one, sometimes you might call a pause yourself. But here we go. Let's see. A few Deagles, a couple of headshots perhaps to come through. If they can drop 2 or 3 weapons, I think they can be happy with how this round is gone. But that's not a good start.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit complicated. Unfortunately, the Deagles already starting off with a little bit of a rough motion, and unfortunately for Holmes and Fasher, they're not really going to be given a chance to fight head-on at all. Doc and Rillax, excuse me, both are very low on HP, so not much hope for any survival whatsoever beyond this. Maybe a single frag if they can even pull it off. Never mind, they can't. And that's going to be a 4-0 start and a successful one with a clean round for Juggernauts, I think. Or at least should be. Probably the best possible scenario here for Juggernauts in their current position. And given that this is a best of one, given the Juggernauts, you know, I've had the pleasure of seeing them on LAN. And well, you too as well, I guess. Yeah, Dean, you saw them on LAN as well, Christ's sake. I almost forget. This is, I think, a good thing for them, because even if it comes to a close first half, as long as they are able to stave off any sort of early defeat, like in terms of rounds, they'll be going in confidently, and we will be having a good game on our hands.
Yeah, but this is where the Fuse kids do need to actually start picking up some of those rounds if we want to see that happening. Otherwise, I think Juggernauts will probably start running away. At least they're on the CT side initially. They'll build up a tremendous lead. No op going to be coming out from the Fuse kids. Happy enough to just stick on the rifles for now. Full nades behind them as well, so they have pretty much everything they could hope for. Question is, what approach are we going to see from them here? Probably just a default to begin off like normally. Question is, where do they want to actually focus it on? We've seen a couple times already them trying to approach through Pop Dog. We've seen Juggernauts mostly holding aggressive up towards it, or at least around the E-box. And it's looking like a few nades initially being thrown out towards the A-bomb site, try and maybe bait out Molotovs from Juggernauts, etc., and make it a little bit easier later on in the round. But even as I say that, two players actually now beginning to move out through A main before they even have attempted to get the Pop Dog control. We see Rylax being able to creep out in towards Olaf and put himself in a spot where he can at least be a little bit of a nuisance right now.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely can be a problem in that Olaf position. And as you said, without pop control, that can be an issue for the Fuse kids as well, as they might be isolated and then challenged into those tight corners to take a fight with disadvantage. Yet we see Juggernauts are not really being phased by this. D finds the first good return as Vin is actually able to find one. Fasher the second, but it's Impulse that remains through. As Sharoney's holding hell, he's going to get himself a kill. That's Rylax, and that's a perfect frag, because now the delay comes through as Impulse shuts down Holmes, trying to cross through Sandwich. No such luck and no such cigar, and Vin will be spotted as well. Sharoney, he was one of the weaker points for Juggernauts on that LAN in Banja Luka that we did. And it seems like he's finally been able to step up to the plate as well, and I'm happy that they kept him. You know, he is still young, he can still improve, and he's definitely showing promise in certain terms. But 5-0 and Juggernauts, they are in a, I wouldn't want to say perfect position, but certainly in the best possible position you can be in this kind of scenario, especially against the Fuse kids.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ask for much of a better start. Being able to actually take the first two opening gun rounds, doing both of them quite cleanly as well without taking many casualties. So, I mean, yeah, as you said, it's as close to perfect really as you can get. They've built up plenty of economy to fund a couple of buys. They've already taken down Holmes to kick this round off, with Rylax being tagged up slightly as well. And they know, of course, that they're not really up against much apart from just some pistols in this round right now. So, should be quite easy. Fasher creeping out of Pop Dog. He was spotted by Dimka quite early on the bomb site, but D didn't quite react to it. He ends up getting his head ripped off. At least, of course, that weapon isn't retrievable, so it shouldn't really allow too much else to come in for the Fuse kids. As I say that, though, Vin has himself the AK, got dinked down. The nade was already on the way.
And they also salvaged the op immediately, so no chance that they might lose it due to winning the round and nobody being able to reach it in time. Sharoney aware of the Ivy push, and a very straight cut for Juggernauts and a perfect start. And that is, you know, I'm so happy to see them still playing, to keep up the pace, to keep on practice, that they've kept on practicing and that they haven't given up. And that's just the beauty of it. And Juggernauts, you know, if they're able to pull off a victory against the Fuse kids here, if that's going to happen, then God knows how it could go. And we just might be able to see them even in a potential semi-final. But in any case, another buy round, another gun round. The Fuse kids, they have the op, they have the full firepower behind them. Limited on utility in a few regards, but they are in a decent spot regardless. Kind of default, really, isn't it? Oh, the timing, though, could be worse as Doc is peeking upper. Just switching the position from lower ramp. And it's D that gets himself a free frag.
Peek out of A main right there by Holmes. I was going to say Serenity was ready for it. Wasn't scoped in, but didn't even need it. Hip fire plenty with the Krieg, and with that, what was initially the one-man advantage has been extended. You've seen, of course, Holmes was just trying to make a bit of a play because they had already lost Fasher. Wanted to see if they could quickly pull it back into the 4-on-4, which didn't work out, which just puts them in an even worse spot now. You can see immediately just grouping up over towards B. They want to try and commit in. They have a decent amount of utility, but nicely timed smoke right there by D is going to slow them down just a tiny bit, or at least make it a little bit harder as they do push forward. Smoke out through the smoke. AVN up close on the Kyles. Molotov by D going to be a little bit late, but it actually is still going to be a big issue for them, because as the peak came in from behind the Kyles, AVN kept them in position, burning their feet as the bullets were connecting as well, and now it's all on Duck. He's being pushed down. There's 3 players already on the bomb site. There was no chance at all for him to pull off that clutch.
Yeah, nigh impossible, and it's a very one-sided first half so far. Something I never expected to see, at least not this early from Juggernauts, but they seem to have everything under control, not fazed by the plays of the Fuse Kits at all. And, well, it's going to be a mini-buy, a Galil, a few pistols. We even have the mech tents coming out, a few smokes to support this. And this looks like a straight B rush. I like this. A few smokes being thrown towards A to be able to fake it out, to make Juggernauts susceptible to this full force. And, well, they find the first AVN, only good for the one. That's going to be perfect. Fasher was able to refrag. That's what matters the most in this case. As D comes up to play, Sharani to support it. Back to 2-on-2 we go, but Fasher still in the back lines, and Holmes making sure he gets himself a free frag. No plant even happens, Dean. Jesus. But they get the round regardless. The first one is theirs.
Yeah, I mean, I swapped over the both of those players there on the side of Juggernauts just as they died. Trying to climb up the ladder. Wasn't going too well for Dimka, of course. 7-1. So as you said, the Fuse Kids finally get around on the board, but we had pointed out the fact that Juggernauts had taken some of those rounds very, very clean, in fact, so they've still got plenty of money to be able to buy back into this. They'll have enough left over for another couple of buys at least. I mean, look at the money for Sereni and Impulse right now. They've already full bought up. Sereni has slightly over 10,000. Impulse only has a tiny bit below it. D, even after buying up the up, still has 5,000 left over. So Juggernauts, they've still an opportunity to just immediately come back with a round of their own. So really, the Fuse Kids, they need to chain together this round, and ideally another couple behind it before they really have an opportunity rather to force Juggernauts down to an eco. So it's going to be tough for them. They're going to be up against gun rounds for a while here.
Well, definitely 1 or 2 more afterwards for certain. Yet I wouldn't count them out just yet that easily. Juggernauts have been a tough nut to crack in the past, and there's no doubt they're not gonna tilt just yet. Oh, Doc boosted, but he misses a shot. A shot, and he has himself an easy kill, and they're ready for Holmes. They know somebody was there to boost him. D is not going to be faked out. Is not going to be shoulder peeked that easily. You miss against him, and you will pay the ultimate price, which is death. And Fasher, well, he gets himself one at least. It's still going to be a 3-on-4 though, and with D and Sharani coming out through connector, they do lose Impulse. Actually, not Sharani, excuse me. Still going to be a 3-on-2. This retake has to succeed for Juggernauts if they wish to keep the lead. Or at least, I wouldn't say the lead, but rather the momentum. Whilst for the Fuse Kids, it's monumental to get it. In the current terms, at least.
Yeah, they do know Fasher's up close towards connector, so you can see how much that has actually slowed them down. The kill going to be found out by Sereni either way, coming in through the B halls, and now Fasher in the backline's all alone. It's not even planted for him. It's on default right now, so he's not going to be able to do anything. He was forced to try and take the fight as they were coming down the ramp, just because he couldn't do anything about the bomb once they hopped onto it. And either way, Dimka was peeking in from connector. D with the up was too much to handle. He was the one that actually finished it off. It was just impossible. Even if he did get the first kill, there was 2 more players shooting at him. 8-1, the Fuse Kids, unfortunately, one stray round before immediately Juggernauts come back with one of their own. But at least with the bomb plant and with the loss bonus, they are able to buy once again. The op coming out onto Doc, rifles on everyone else. But it's beginning to look a little bit dire here already. Juggernauts are building themselves up a good CT side with still room for plenty more rounds to actually be added on top of it.
Yeah, definitely. Room left yet. AVN goes for the peak. Doesn't do much, but is able to get a little bit of information as well as put an end to the early aggression out of Diffuse kids. In that term, having to, scare them a tiny bit. Forcing them to rethink every step of the way. And even though they have established Brown Hall's control, and for the first time actually no, the second time we're seeing Diffuse kids take utter and complete map control towards their position, towards their side. They take Ivy, they take Brown Halls, they take Pop. No, actually no Pop control, excuse me. I thought they were in Pop. But at least they have somewhat control established. And this will allow them to execute to whatever position they want to. Like, they do not need to commit anywhere just yet. But they definitely want to be patient, and patience is a virtue, as Doc proves this. Finds himself one. The Pop flash was a little bit too deep. Or it wouldn't have worked either way against the op angle that Doc was holding. And I think this is now an ace split. 100% almost.
It does seem like they want to focus on the ace split. The bomb's outside at main, and I think it's just Rylax who's in main itself, so he'll be able to go back for it, but he needs to do so right now because the rest of his teammates are pushing him. As I say that, actually, Vin beginning to come back from above Pop Dog, so he'll be able to pick it up instead, but as you can see, the push is coming in, so they're not really all with each other right now on the Diffuse kid's side. It's given the opportunity for the kills to be pulled back from Juggernauts, and that's exactly what's happening. Doc able to at least pick up one quick headshot, but now it's all onto Vin as the trade comes in. He is going to be trying to get that bomb planted. Not a lot of time left, so he has to stick it. And now he has the 1-on-2 after plant. He's brought into a recoverable position once again.
Oh, does he know, though?
Oh, it doesn't seem like. No, over towards the old bomb train, rather. AVN had wrapped all the way around from B. And although Vin was going to go ahead and clear it, just a little bit too slow, AVN recovers it, and as I said, yeah, the fact that the bomb was back so far, the fact that Vin had to go back rather than coming out Pop Dog and having the ability to trade that player who was up close, who just shut down the main push. If they had that player coming out of Pop Dog, the second one, they likely wouldn't have struggled with that as much.
I have to agree. If they had only immediately had bomb control in their hands and they would have pushed out at the time the two players were dropping down Pop. And sure, the Molotov deployed by Juggernauts did put a halt to their overall execution, but in the end it still allowed for them to go for the A take regardless. And again, it's down to Vin having to go all the way back in order to retrieve the bomb, only to then die immediately on site. Well, Vin gets killed again. This time Fasher comes out of Pop, gets himself one, and the return comes through. The bare minimum, that happens. Doc, ooh, nice shot actually. Not even sure how he spots him through that mushy position of nades flying in such and such. Doc this time, though, he's trying to fight against D, and unfortunately for him, he's getting caught. Impulse, good return. Still Holmes keeping it at 2-on-2, and Fasher, oh boy, that was a close call. Avian with a knife in hand trying to challenge, and this time Fasher is smarter and ready. And it's going to be Diffuse kids that pick up themselves the second. It might be a high price to pay for the victory, but they win it regardless. And again, that is what matters right now. They need to win as many as they can.
Yeah, I don't know how reliable a style that is. They kind of just ran out everywhere on the map and took fights, which is risky. It can work. But considering there's enough for Juggernauts to buy in again, we do need to see if they can actually replicate that performance now. The op's still available, of course, for Doc. It must have been picked up and dropped back over, I'd imagine. But the pause coming in, I'm not sure who this is by. I wouldn't be surprised if it was the Fuse kids, knowing that after reinvesting, they maybe will have a little bit of a weaker buy. You can see Rylax left on the Mac 10. On the other hand, though, also could have been by Juggernauts, just because they have to rebuy in. They don't want to let the Fuse kids have the chance to even start building up the comeback. So it could be kind of, okay, we've lost a couple rounds, it's 9-2. Let's pause and just make sure we can close this half out with at least like 11 or 12 rounds, which is what they'd want considering they had such a one-sided start. But here we go. Back into the action now. The op in the hands of D, the op in the hands of Doc, then over on the Diffuse kids side. And to start things off, most of the players going to be going up through the B halls for the Diffuse kids side, and D is the one who gets straight away aggressive up the ramp, rips the head of Vin off. There was a second player to try and follow up quickly, but he wasn't able to quite get in there in time to see if he could even get the trade frag. So a quick advantage, untraded for Juggernauts.
I mean, this is getting out of hand. They're not being able to punish anybody on the side of Juggernauts. And that's, I think, the biggest problem right now for the Fuse kids. Every single time Juggernauts are looking for an entry, they're getting it. Or even if they're looking for an entry and not getting the kill, they're getting away with just looking for it. And that's a problem. Dinka, another free frag. Fasher drops down, gets shut down, and Rylax does the same. What is this? Where's the double drop? Where's the commitment to that pop control? What is going on right now? This is just absolutely devastating. Diffuse kids are being burned at the stake, and there's nothing they can do about it. Juggernauts, 5 players still alive, and I am probably losing control right now, Dean. This is quite concerning. But then again, you know, we have to take into account that Juggernauts are a proper team.
Yeah, I don't know, just lots of individual plays. That seems to be the main thing for the Fuse kids. Dropping down Pop Dog one by one. We've seen other rounds as well where they're just never really in positions to trade each other. I mean, you can't blame the start of that round where D got aggressive up the ramp because he had the flash in from his teammate. He was able to just fall straight back off as well. But once they begin pushing kind of later in the rounds, it just seems like they're never in positions to work off each other, at least not in the best positions. But let's just have a look at this round. The Fuse kids do still have a decent enough buy. They're looking for the Pop Dog control once again. Rylax, the Molotov down, of course, not able to commit to it at the moment. There was one player up close, but I mean, that did actually force Dimkatron to go ahead and fall back out. Dimka, rather, to just fall out and play a little bit more passive. So they should be able to reapproach and get that Pop Dog control now later in the round at the very least. Although a little bit of focus back towards B. Going for it much later in the round than in the previous one, just in case that initial aggression had come in again from the op.
It's a bit surprising that they're not actually focusing more on B. Simply put, they had more success there. They had easier way to getting onto site, at least, if nothing else. Be it with a quick push or be it with a, you know, slow and meticulous execution. Either way, they have the utility to do both. Either way, they can do anything they want, but they have to make a decision, and they have to make a decision soon. The last time we saw them falter, or at least play slowly, it basically cost them the round with the bomb being lost in towards that T-base. Dimke, let's see this. In pop control, he's the classic man for this. And again, they double drop, they fail once more, and it's Dimke for the double. Ah, dude, this is not working out. The Fuse kids, you need to change up your direction. And, you know, the only reason why at least for me, why I'm being riled up like this is because it's some simple stuff that they could have switched out and would have done a lot better, or at least had a better chance of doing. But Fasher, good double, yet not enough. Back to a 3-on-2.
Oh, Rylax doesn't know that player's up close to the smoke right now. I think they will probably get caught off guard by Impulse, actually. It is who's pushing forward, and yeah, indeed, gets the first kill for himself. It doesn't stop the bomb plant, so at least the extra loss bonus goes over to the Fuse kids to ensure they'll be able to buy in this next round, which they wouldn't have otherwise, so that's a small victory there for the Fuse kids in the end. But Juggernauts, they do bring it back with one of their own again, 11-2 now. The buy comes in from the Fuse kids. If they wanted to get an up, it'd have to be Glass Cannon on Rylax, and so far it's been Doc, of course, picking it up, so that's not going to happen again. It is just the rifles. And as you said, I mean, they've been having some success at getting out onto the B bomb site itself and at least giving themselves a chance in the afterplant, which we haven't been seeing when they've tried to get that Pop Dog control throughout these past few rounds to actually commit to A. Yeah. So I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of a quicker B play coming again, but from what I see so far, it does look like another A-focused, I guess, execute at this point. They're not even going to be using much utility, really, just a flash going over.
Fair enough. I mean, it's the more simple it is, the less chances of you effing up. And well, shot, and he this time through the smoke. Oh my god! He deals critical damage to Fasher, kills Rylax, and now Doc coming in through hell. He spots him, at least gets him, and at least able to return the favor. Still gonna be a 4-on-4 with an up on D. You wouldn't want to challenge the angle there. It's a dead angle to fight for. Luckily, the smoke will prevent from him seeing anything, and Dimke gets himself caught. And finally, the Fuse kids, like I said, the more simple, the better. And it seems to be working so far. It's back to a 4-on-2 that Juggernauts have no reason to win, or excuse me, no chance of winning. And indeed, confirmed with AVN falling. D gonna save the op. The money, a problem actually. Juggernauts, they're not as healthy when it comes to economy as one would imagine, being in round number 14 and having 11-2 result. They're gonna have barely enough money to scrape by a proper buy the next. That's the scary part.
Yeah, I mean, the last few rounds have been quite close, so that's why the economy has been kept relatively low, and of course the 2 rounds that have come in from the Fuse kids so far, despite being separated a little bit, they were at points that they were able to actually take massive chunks out of the economy that had been built up. So yeah, I mean, a couple drops will probably come in here, and they will be able to get the full investment, at least for the last round. But it just has to be spread out a little bit more. You can see D can drop over 2 rifles. AVN can buy for himself. It's Sereni who needs one, as does Dimke. So yeah, they're good. Impulse even, actually, I think he ended up dropping one to allow for a little bit of extra utility on towards D instead. So a really good investment from Juggernauts. The Fuse kids also having their buy again, just reinvesting onto the couple of players they lost. And that was a great recovery after, of course, the spam that came down through the sandwich smoke, picking up the opening kill and a lot of damage onto Fasher. But yeah, I mean, well-placed smokes, being able to get that bomb planted. I think, was it Impulsing Connector spamming away? I think he may have tagged up Dimkit a little bit on the bomb site.
It's possible because it looked like they immediately responded to the spray through the smoke, and as soon as they heard it hit something, it's possible that it was Dimka that was hit and heard, and basically that's why they even got the kill immediately. Although, we saw it from the perspective of Impulse, at least I did, so I'm not particularly sure how exactly that went down, but yeah.
I mean, in towards the connector, when they had begun to retake, he ended up shooting his teammate quite a bit through the smoke, I believe.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? He shot him in the back when he was jumping onto bomb train, right?
Yeah, exactly. It was a little bit awkward. But this round, a great opening kill there from Vin, going to be able to come in towards D. We had seen him mostly when he played this up over towards the B bomb site, getting aggressive up through the ramp. Surprisingly, we haven't seen much aggression on upper B. But this time he wanted to just sit towards the lower ramp, wait and, I guess, see if someone was going to peek in towards him. And he got what he was wishing for, just wasn't quite quick enough on the trigger. And Vin flashed in towards upper. Well played by Impulse, just waiting on the ladder for the flash to come in. Unfortunately, he didn't quite manage to get on his feet before the shot started raining in towards him. Holmes then picks up a double kill towards A main. And the Fuse kids very likely going to be coming out with 4 rounds on the half-time, which, I mean, is recoverable here on Train. And is pretty decent considering how they actually begun the half.
I think we should also mention that the one round that Juggernauts do not actually go passive and defensive and just set up a good overall default. They go aggro, as you said. First off, it's D that's peeking from lower ramp into upper. That's a very classic position. And that's why it makes such a difficult position to hold in a very pre-fireable spot. And the second is you see Holmes pushing, or excuse me, not Holmes, but rather Impulse pushing upper brown holes, and then you have another push in towards, like, so many angles being aggressive towards the Juggernauts kind of, pave their own way in a way. But it is 11-4, as you said, Dean, and it looks like the Fuse kids, at the very least, will have a proper chance to make the comeback possible.
Yeah, I want to at least see a competitive game coming in because we have had a few one-sided ones already. I think if this one does end up finishing quickly, though, we'll probably be able to hop into the Pact versus Complexity game. Hopefully it won't have started by then, or if it has, hopefully it won't be very far in, because I think that one could be exciting. It's the round of 16, so that one's actually over on HLTV as well. So definitely check that out, guys. I think there's some Russian streams right now. I'm not sure if there's going to be any English ones. I bit my tongue a little bit by accident while talking, and it really was how I managed that, honestly.
Hey, ouch. Yeah, that sucks. Hopefully it's all good. Is it bleeding or?
No, it's good. It was just awkward. I'm more confused about how I even managed to do it. I was like, what the hell?
Well, I mean, it happens to the best of us. Dude, this has been a long day, though. We've already... Well, this will be our 6th best of 3, right? And...
6th best of 1, I believe, yeah.
So, oh my god, 6th best of 3.
6th best of 3 would be a bit much, man.
Oh, dude.
That'd take days.
6th best of 3s, I think, would be older a year at that point, but okay.
I think the most I've ever done was 4 best of 3s in one day, I think. Anything more than that, you'd be going into a different day, 100%.
100%, yeah. I think I did close to 2 best of 1s or 3 best of 1s and then like 3 best of 3s. So yeah, I feel you, buddy. I feel you. 11-4 though, and this is it. The pistol, it's live, ladies and gents. It's the Fuse kids versus Juggernauts, and this time the roles reversed. The T side for Juggernauts, always I think the best one though for them. They feel like the better team on the T side. But let's find out for ourselves, shall we?
Yeah, I think, especially with how aggressive they seem to want to play over there on the CT side, I do think the T side should be quite comfortable for them here on Train. And you can see a quick A push going to be coming in, a smoke down towards Ivy, one down over towards Connector as well. And the initial frag did go in favor of Juggernauts. Quick trade being found, the bomb now being planted, spammed down, but not quite successfully enough for the frag to actually come in. So it will still be the 4-on-4 as it goes into the after plant. There's a kit on towards Vin, but he's on 1 health right now. So It may have to be retrieved by someone else. Dimka, though, ripping off the head of Rylax towards Ivy. There's so many different angles to actually deal with on this retake for the CT side, especially when you only have the pistols. As I say that, though, headshots beginning to go in their favor. The kill feed lighting up with blue. D is still dinked down, of course, trying to play around Sandwich. He needs to help his teammate over towards Pop Dog, and he will at least get the trade. The bomb right now not being stuck, but the kill comes in with just about enough time for Vin to hop back on it with that defuse kit.
A close call, that is for certain, but they save it, and that's what matters. And Vin, 1 HP, doesn't matter. He gets it. 5 to 11 as Juggernauts will have to take the L. I presume a full eco will be ensued afterwards. There's no reason for them to waste the money they just gained. And they can properly invest into the next, have themselves the AKs, and go for a straight fight. But the fuse kits, no surprise, of course. MP9's coming out. I'm just eager to see who's going to be holding B site, and it looks like it's going to be Vin with the rifle. I love the decision here, right? You want to put the strongest player, or at least the strongest weapon, and somewhat the most... the best player you kind of have in that sense to solo defend is he knows best. And, well, already pushing towards Ivy and towards inside 8. Getting themselves quite a little bit of information, if nothing else, the first kill as well. And Doc supporting the hold of B. Could be a rather simple 6th round for the fuse kits.
Yeah, Vin ended up in quite a bit of trouble right there because the player was able to get out ramp at that point. Then Doc trying to rattle off scout shots towards upper, wasn't able to stop the player from pushing out either. And with this, Dimka's giving them a real opportunity. He continues to hit the headshots. The bomb, though, not currently over towards that B-bomb site, now being just ran up through the halls. So it should be able to make it relatively quickly. The closest rotation being Rylax as well, as he's coming over from connector area, but he's not even starting to rotate yet, so they're going to get that bomb down uncontested still, despite it being so far away when they initially took control of the bomb site. It's just the Deagles, though. Dimka, he's already got 3 kills to his name, but he is tagged up heavily, and Impulse, he doesn't look a lot healthier either.
He certainly does not, but they should be aware of a potential flank. So far, no response from the classic CT side of CT or, well, connector, and it should be a dead giveaway. There's a flank coming through Holmes. The inspection here, well, it's going to come through with a green light, and it's going to be a free kill to Holmes as well as Rylax. They're able to salvage it. Oh my lord, that was a close call though. Dimka, some 6 shots coming through. And imagine if they're able to isolate Rylax or Holmes into a 1-on-2. If they're able to force them into a clutch round of, of the ultimate importance here for defuse kits. That would have been, sure enough, still a chance for them to win, but it would have been so hard and just out of this world. And luckily, that doesn't happen. DK, up to 6 rounds, and well, at least they reached the barrier. They at least get a little bit closer. Still going to be the full buy. Juggernauts with the bomb plant, of course. They will invest fully into a buy. Shot, and he's going to be caught, but it's Avian that's ready.
Yeah, thankfully at least finding the trade right there. A little bit awkward. Jumped straight down. I don't think he realized that the player was pushing up despite a bit of sound being made. The Molotov likely covering a bit of it up. But the 1-for-1, normally not too bad for the T side, but with Impulse also being down to 42 health, I think the Fuse kids are happy enough with the fact that they got the 1-for-1 trade, especially with it only being an SMG that they actually sacrificed rather for it to happen. With that though, Juggernauts, I think they're happy enough to just group up, try and take this on towards B now. A little bit of utility remaining. Vin, though, on the bomb site himself, having a Molotov to try and slow it down, a smoke as well, but he may not be given the opportunity, at least not initially. They're able to get down the ramp beforehand and looking to try and wrap around the grey train right now, repositioning himself over towards the back of the bomb site. He gets dropped by Impulse, and the rotation from D, rather the rotation from Doc is only good for 1, but yeah, this could be dangerous. The MP9 is not the ideal weapon at this range, gets 1 at mid-range, comes out and just cleans up with a double. 3 for Fasher on the MP9. I was a little bit worried when the first player hit the fight was the one all the way back here towards the grey train. There's a Molotov. You had to shoot it out beforehand. Nice eyes, though, from Doc spotting it.
Yeah, it's like all the money he can get, he's going to try and save, of course. Classic. But a magnificent moment for Fasher as well, that he's able to come down from upper brown holes, and Juggernaut's completely oblivious to potential flank. And sure enough, by the time the first player fell, there was a player, well, there was one that turned around towards that grey train, as you said, towards train number 3. And afterwards, it was quite the commotion. But It is going to be a full buy still for Juggernauts. The bomb plant gives them that chance. And look at this, D. Oh, never mind. I thought for a second D was already out, but they're actually pulling away from main. Playing very defensive. I love this from Juggernauts, that they're deciding to make it into a bit of an anti-eco round, even though they know they're up against a buy. They want to make sure, in case of aggression from DK, they're able to respond to it in time and effectively.
It's a very slow round right now by Juggernauts, though. As you said, the aggression towards Ivy gets a little bit of information, at least for the Fuse kids to work with. Will they keep Rylax around, or will they just kind of give it up now that they've shown the presence is the question? Because Sereni is starting to come over, so there could be a little bit of an opportunity here for Rylax. If he just hides up close, it may not be expected that he actually stuck around. But I mean, not a lot of map control, rather, has actually been taken. They do have Pop Dog, though, so it indicates that we're definitely going to see that A split coming in eventually.
Yeah.
And I mean, with Rylax so deep in Ivy especially, that does weaken up the A defense. You can see how passive they're playing at the moment. A couple well-placed smokes could make it tough for these Diffuse Kids players to actually play off of each other right now. It doesn't seem like they're going to use it, though. I think they want to just play off of the contact.
Well, we're about to find out. And well, the contact has been made. Holmes going to be peeking out from heaven, or hell, excuse me, finds himself one. Doc able to shut down AVN as well. And the contact is going to be pretty heavy. Holmes still in hell, though, and this time it's Shadani that's going to be denied, as he's able to get Rylex. It's 10 seconds left, and Dimka, unfortunately, not enough time to do anything about it. 8 rounds on the board for the Fuse Kits. And sure enough, you know, again, you pointed it out, we pointed it out both. The slow play does give them a little bit of an edge, because they're able to deter any sort of aggression from DK early on. But then they seem to have kind of lost their way a bit and just fell into that defensive turtle mode a bit too much. And with time ticking away that quickly, with smokes still being available to defuse kits, then they have to push through those smokes, then they are isolated into those one-on-ones or whatever disadvantages they might have. And well, it's going to be back to square one. Juggernauts, they will be force buying something, but not going down to the limit. And it's going to be Rylex peeking out from Ivy. He's going to be able to shut down Shadani. Right, surely it is. And D gets one, but in the end, it's DK.
Ooh, Holmes almost managing to get himself the 3rd kill there as Dimka was dropping down off the train. Either way, does pick up a couple kills to at least keep it in favor of the Fuse Kids after he goes down. And with the damage also making it a little bit easier there for Fasher, coming in from behind, finishing off Dimka and bringing it up to 9 rather for the Fuse Kids. So this is really becoming a competitive game right now. Juggernauts, they do have enough to buy into this round. They get the oppo for D, as you can see, but they're going to be calling in a pause. They want to have a little bit of a discussion, see what's going wrong and why they aren't able to pick up any of these T rounds so far.
Well, I mean, speculation is obviously going to be present always, but I think we can safely say perhaps the fact that they're going at it a bit too single-mindedly, spreading out across the map and not really being able to support each other in most dire of times. In that sense, I mean, as soon as you wish to go aggressive, something that basically we talked about between Vexed and Copenhagen Flames, and even beforehand between 5 and Little Mix. When you want to go aggressive, you want to support each other. You want to have the flashbangs, the Molotovs, the nades, whatever you can afford to throw to try and either daze your opponent or get the advantage over him so you can get a free kill and get away safely. And in this case, Juggernauts, they get map control, they get brown holes, they get Ivy, they get Pop. But then they just kind of decide they're going to be executing one by one. And I think that's going to be, well, that's definitely punishing them quite a lot. Doc peeking upward this time. It works out for Juggernauts, as Doc is a little bit too eager and a little bit too heated up, perhaps.
Yeah, decent start into this round. I think this is one of the first rounds here on the T side we've actually seen Juggernauts pick up an opening kill early on into the round. So this puts a little bit more pressure on the Fuse Kids to I guess, switch up their setup, try and maybe play a little bit more aggressive so they have a bit of info, either that or take a little bit of a gamble stack towards one of the bomb sites. And right now, I mean, they're keeping it pretty basic. They have 2 players towards B. They have one of them, of course, being back towards Connector so that he can rotate towards A quickly if needed. They also have Fasher around Connector, so if it is the B commitment, he can go back also. But as we can see now, coming out of Pop Dog, Dimka is the one leading the charge, quickly dropping Rylax up in Sandwich. And with that now, Fasher smoked off on the bomb site, forced to try and play around the right side of it. Does at least find one. The Molotov going to stop them from really doing anything about the bomb plant, I'd imagine, for now. But as I say that, I just realized the bomb is still all the way back towards main, I believe that is. So it's going to take them a little while to get this in position. It's allowed for the Fuse kids to actually set themselves up. So let's see. There's definitely a chance here for them to still pull this off despite having the man disadvantage. Oh,
the same mistake
I jinxed it.
being made. Yeah, and well, you said that they will set up for the retake. They did. Unfortunately, no success. The timings, the angles were just too favorable for Juggernauts. And I just wanted to say, likewise as the Fuse kids screwed up the first half with one of the rounds with the bomb being lost in T-base. Well, not really lost, but just being so delayed to be picked up. The same happens here for Juggernauts. They almost get caught in their own mistake. Luckily, they're still able to keep together and still able to keep the advantage. 12-9. And look at the money now left for the Fuse kids, man. They're broken completely and utterly.
Yeah, the amount of damage that I guess had been done through all of the rounds up to that point, just leave them with nothing at all. They had a double eco onto a couple of players, so they're forced to buy in. They have 2 M4s, an MP9, and 2 Deagles. It's really not a good buy, especially if this one doesn't go for them, go in their favor. Rather, at that point, they're down 13, likely 14 to 9, because they'll be looking at an eco. And that is a well-timed drop from Dimkin, managing to catch Fasher as he was dropping out of smoke, was it, I believe?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
A little bit unfortunate, and importantly as well, that was also one of the rifles that the Fuse kids had.
Worst possible scenario for DK. That much is true. And, well, I guess not just the rifle, right? It's Fasher, the best player currently on the Fuse kids. Well, the best. It's just the most impactful within this best of one. And it's... Well, it's going to be tough to having to work without him to go up against this fake B. And let's see if the rotation goes throughly in the way of DK towards B itself. Well, they should have read this now. There are all 4 players on B side, but nobody seems to be reading this well enough, as AVN is making so much noise in pop. Where's the rotation? Where's the... I mean...
I don't know.
They're saving. They should be
You
saving,
can hear all
right?
the utility going down. I guess that's what they're going for, especially having the M4.
Yeah.
The MP9 and just the Kevlar in general on a few players. It's worthwhile for them to go ahead and save. They took a gamble by stacking up B, and I mean, gambling, it's a risky business. It doesn't always pay off.
It really does not, yeah. A nice fake by Juggernauts, right? They even composed they put 2 players to push down the ramp to try and sell it fully. And usually to go for the full sale, you actually commit with 1 or 2 players to either die or just, do what they can on that opposite bomb site. And in this case, Juggernauts, they realize, you know what, it's not even worth it. Just pull back, and they still got the free round easily. All 5 players alive. And, well, this best of one is turning out to be a lot closer than one imagined, I guess, in a way. I certainly, would have put my fate into DK before the match started, but Juggernauts, I'm always properly surprised by them. And a full buy. It's going to be... Well, excuse me, not a full buy. A full eco with the M4 saved up. Jesus,
Still chances, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we could have...
It's been a good few hours so far. We've been constant CS. It's okay to make a mistake every now and again. It does happen.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, we're human. It'd be cool if we could just be like turned into robots that never make mistakes.
I mean, I don't think that would be cool, because then again, there wouldn't be any good CS then. You would just have perfect CS, and at
no,
one
not the
point
players. I just mean us.
Okay. Us. I mean, sure enough, maybe.
I'm not being
no
serious.
emotion. I know.
There's more sarcasm.
Well, I mean, if we can have emotions as robots, maybe. Why not?
I don't know if we've advanced that far in technology yet, man. And then when we do, they'll probably take over. So do we really want to?
Oh, God. Taking over. Mobot taking over the world. And Nightbot over the night. That'd be fun.
Very
to
slow
anybody,
round.
A very slow round, yeah. I respect that out of Juggernauts as well. They know when to take their time, right? They know when to fall back and just relax for a second or two.
Yeah, they know they're up against the weaker weapons, so that is why it is just such a slow round in general. Maybe expecting the pistols to perhaps get aggressive alongside the SMG that was saved over. Let's see, already that opening kill from D being found there towards A. You can see rotations beginning to come in, but at the moment, all the smoke's down holding off the player towards Ivy at least. The peek from Holmes, trying to catch one player off guard, doesn't work out, and Fasher just about getting spotted. I was going to say, had AVN actually seen him around that smoke or not, he definitely did, and was allowed to finish it off with a second kill for himself as well. 14-9 now for Juggernaut's Defuse Kids. They'll be coming back onto the bye, but if this doesn't work out, it could be their last bye of the game, and the last bye of the qualifier as well, because it's all single elimination. Yeah, I had it right the first time.
Yep.
There's no second chances, unfortunately.
Nope. No second chance, no second wind, and most definitely a single map, unfortunately enough, for Defuse Kids. Match going to be paused, I presume, again, a tactical for DK. Might even be for Juggernaut, something we saw on the LAN, that they were actually actively taking timeouts even after the rounds they won. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was one of theirs, actually, and just discussing how they should move forward, what would be the next step along the way. And you pointed out well, basically. They've read that they're up against Pistols the last. They slow down, they take their time, they just group up when they hit the site and make sure they don't get isolated into one-on-ones. And now, well, it's an open market, really. They've got a decent enough of an advantage, they have the money, and they know they have the firepower as well.
Yeah, I mean, this really isn't the buy that you'd be hoping to come into this round with, rather, for Defuse Kids. It's an AUG with no utility at all there for Holmes. That gives them a little bit of ranged capability at least. While I say that though, it looks like Juggernauts want to try and bring it quickly towards B. I mean, a lot of the times you'll see this after a pause. Maybe it was Defuse Kids that went for a pause. Juggernauts are like, okay, they're planning something. Let's just hit B straight up and not let them have a chance to do whatever they want to do. But for the moment, taking their time above B. Most of their players around this area, you do then have the op in the hands of D, watching for a potential flank through Pop Dog. You initially had Impulse making a little bit of noise around main, I believe it was. Just showing some presence at least. In the meantime though, Rylax rather has gotten aggressive down Ivy, so he's got info that there's no one here, so that lets them focus a little bit to, more towards just A main and Pop Dog, and then also put a second player over towards B, so they do have a good setup. Although that flash from Impulse forces Rylax back a tiny bit, so he may now be thinking that there could be someone coming in his direction.
Well, we'll find out soon enough. Let's see how DK handles this ace. Well, not even an A split, actually. This is a... Well, it looked like they might be all going out through Pop. They're pulling back up Pop towards B now, Brown Hall, so... It's like they're making it... They're literally making it up as they go along. And look at the deep push through Ivy as well. Rylax, as you said, he's having so much information go his way and go the way of DK that right now, Juggernauts, they're wasting time and they have no more time to waste anymore. AVN finds one, it's Vin that finds two, though. He's able to defend the side. Dimke, good return. It's still going to be a double for him, and it's D that's able to shut it down. Now Rylax, once more having to go in here, having to save the day. Is he actually going to be able to do so? That's a different question. Rylax right now spots one on heaven, well, upper. He knows that D is there. He's going to be able to shut him out. See, still fully blinded, no kit. In a 1-on-2 clutch round. Look at this, both spotting the same angle. This is such a smart idea. And they get it. 15-9. No money left for DK. And they're left, well, empty, really. Left defenseless.
Yeah, it's not looking good at all. The buy in this round, of course, being even worse than what they had in the previous. They're just scraping together what they can off the back of, what did they have, 2,900 loss bonus there in the previous round. So, yeah, a FAMASA Scout, 3 MP9s. I mean, nades-wise, it's actually okay. But even when they've had the weapons on top of those nades, it's been a little bit of a struggle at points for the Fuse Kids. So despite having a good start to the CT half, it looks like they may still just be falling a little bit short, unfortunately, of actually making the comeback happen. I mean, a decent amount, but they were getting it going. Doc on the Scout, putting up a small fight over towards the B-bomb site right now, but so far, the only one to actually put in a frag for the Fuse Kids.
Well, I mean, at this point, you know, even if he had gotten, what, 3 kills, would it be enough? Would it be what DK needed? In this case, I'm not sure. Honestly, I don't think it would have made a difference if he had gotten 2 or 3 kills, unless it would have been an ace or a full save. A 3-on-1 here for Rylax, unfortunately, no chance. 16 rounds go to Juggernauts as they're able to close out the series, they're able to close out the game, and they will continue on into the next phase of the tournament. 16-9 overall in the score, and it's Juggernauts that make the way through. A very difficult opponent to some, but easy to others.
Yeah, I mean, Juggernauts did. Oh, drop my mic.
All good?
We good. Yeah, no, Juggernauts did look quite impressive throughout this game, but I also do think that the Fuse kids didn't look too great themselves. So I want to see what Juggernauts can actually do up against some of the stronger teams, because I don't think we've seen the best possible the Fuse kids in this matchup, if I'm being honest. But guys, I think we're going to hop over to the 5G versus Copenhagen Flames match next, because I think that's going to be interesting. We did want to do Complexity versus Pact, but it's already started, although Pact are up 5-1 and there's no English stream. Oh, okay. Hang on, I think we might just hop right over to that. The only issue is I do have to quickly run the ads first, so while I'm getting the IP, I'll go ahead and run the advertisements, and then we should just hopefully hop straight into that matchup then. So we'll be back soon, guys. As always, check us out by putting ! caster in the chat. Follow the ESL channel. Have to do it quickly if we want to get into this game. So.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go. Brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
No matter what your passion is, soccer, rugby, racing, or esports, become a part of the experience with the moments we deliver.
Alright, boys, I told you we wouldn't be too long hopping into this. Quickly swapped over GoTVs while, of course, the ads were running, and we've got into the action. It was 5-1, I think, a moment ago to Pact, so Complexity have picked up the last couple of rounds from, I believe, although, of course, we weren't here to see it. But yeah, as you can see, a little bit of the loss bonus now haven't actually built up there for Pact. They'll be getting themselves 20-100 in the next round, so indeed, they have lost the last 3, actually, in a row. So despite a bit of a poor start for Complexity beginning to recover their CT side. Of course, I am joined by Overseard, as he was here a couple of moments ago before the break. He didn't just run away. We're good.
I threw myself out the window after that loss for DK. If only. But yeah, you said it well. Pact were leading 5-0, which was a mighty surprise, I think, for anybody. But then again, you know, Pact, they have a few names everybody should recognize. Maniz. What? Oh, what? Oh, Config, how do you miss this? He's going to miss 2 players crossing the bridge there as Blame F does get caught. He's still going to be in a 1-on-2 here in this case, and he's not going to get more than 2. And unfortunately for Complexity, that's actually a pretty big mess up. And Sobol sprays down Blindful, and he gets himself around. But the round is done nonetheless because they don't plant the bomb. Oh, what just happened, Dean? How? Okay. I guess that happened.
Running the time a little bit too low, or rather, just too much too low to not have time to actually plant. A strong round from Complexity in the end, with it going in their favor, I guess. As Pact are at least able to keep their weapons. Of course, a couple of them into this round. They do have rifles across the board. At least I think Maniz is the only one really lacking at all, with only a smoke in terms of the utility rather to work with. But let's see. Pact, I mean, they've lost 4 rounds now in a row, but 5 to actually kick off the T side was decent. So, I mean, if they can pick up even 2 more just throughout the remainder of the half, then they're still on 7 rounds on the T side. So that's the issue for Complexity. The fact that they got off to a poor start, they ideally want to make the CT side from this point forward pretty much flawless if they want to be feeling like they're in a really strong position, at least at the half point. But here we go, grouped up in balcony right now. 3 players for the T side. It does seem like they want to favor over towards that A bomb site, but I think they may want to at this point reconsider going back and at least getting a little bit of mid control beforehand, and you can see beginning to do so from Byler.
Yeah, Maniz is going to be looking for any sort of information, for anybody might be crossing his path, Goofy following his suit. With the bomb included, this is an A split through balcony, or specifically through apps. Pop flash. Oh, they don't rush. A huge mistake, a classic mistake. Don't check the corner deep enough. Goofy even team kills Maniz. Luckily, they do get the refrag though, and they should know that B is wide open. Well, not open in terms of not having any defenders, but definitely should be easier to take. It's going to be only Config to take down, although he's still holding the line pretty nicely. Oh my god, Config! Saves the day here for Complexity. That much is guaranteed. And well, even though Sobel gets the kill, it's a 1-on-2 he's going to have to win with. As Pact, or Actina Pact, are in a bit of a troublesome spot. How the hell they screwed up that much, though?
He's going to struggle to get this bomb down, though. Both players already coming through. Banana, he gets it planted, but he's left, of course, very exposed and very, very blind. Nice little one tap to finish it off from Poison. Yeah, very dead now. As you can see from how stiff his body is beside the bomb. That's not natural. Plenty of time, though, for the defuse, of course. It had only gone down, so we seen Poison, I think, run away. He was trying to see if he could maybe find any utility line around the map, but I don't think there was really anything that had been dropped, at least not within a retrievable distance, unfortunately. 5-5, that's 5 in a row now for Complexity. A pause comes in from Pact. They did at least get the bomb planted with the full loss bonus. Of course, they can keep buying, but it's getting a little bit worrying. The only positive being Complexity still yet to really build up any money at all, so they're still in the spot where if they lose one immediately, Pact they're going to be running off with at least a couple of rounds off the back of it, because we would see Complexity looking at least right now, we'd see them looking at a double eco on 3 players.
Absolutely. It would have been dramatic and definitely problematic at the very least, but at this point, you know, it's max loss bonus for them. A plant and a kill, and they got more than enough to buy. Even utility coming alongside it. One thing I would love to see is an AWP, and Maniz, of course, the one that usually wields it, although I might be wrong in this case. I'm not sure if they have perhaps switched out their opera. Maybe you know more in that case, but Pact, well, they are on the T side of Inferno. If there's anything true for the T side of Inferno, it's a hellish T site to play. It's very difficult to get effective map control. It's very difficult to get anywhere on the map itself if you know, or if you're dealing with tough opponents, especially the likes of Complexity. This is a commendable first 5 rounds already for Pact, and I'm eager to see what more they can present to us. In any case, minute and 20 seconds, Pact going for an A split yet again. This time Obo from balcony.
Yeah, I mean, they've still a lot of time left here on the Pact side, so I don't think they're going to be making the commitment too soon off the back of this. They have got the brackets control. They've got Darko kind of moving over towards Banana in the meantime. He actually dinked down Config there through the edge of the wall, I believe, with one of his last bullets. So with that, they might want to reconsider going back for the Banana control, because they spotted that Config was jump peeking at the wall. That normally means that he's left alone towards that side of the map while they stack up towards A early on. He's just really in a spot where he can get the info, he can fall back and allow for the rotation to come in. But let's see. They are indeed slowly making their way back up Banana. Still just the 1 player left around Boiler. Nicely timed smoke by Config. And then Blame as well, not really having any utility. So, I mean, yeah, once the smoke fades away, Pact, they can move forward. The only thing dealing with that boost, I believe, now in the back, as you see, Blame F is up on top of the quad box. Could be quite difficult. That's a nice flash, though. So that's pretty much the perfect counter. Immediately, Blame F goes down, and with a single bullet, Config gets finished off. They overrun the B-bomb site, and it's only actually Poison who's already rotated in through construction to try and put in the defense. Gets himself a second. Poison is somehow reclaiming this round for Complexity. Despite missing a shot there, still stayed alive as well. That was my main concern. I was wondering how they hadn't actually traded him out. But he gave them a fighting chance. I mean, Obo and Rush are still going to go for this, it seems.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's a 2-on-3. Why not? There is a flank coming through, but that might be too delayed to actually have an effect at all. Rush close range, gets nothing done as Obo is able to refrag, but it's Lunatic that peaks at the right time, at the right place. That'll be the 6th round to Pact. Thanks to Poison, Complexity is given a chance to retake, but unfortunately, that is the only thing they're given, a chance. And it's going to be a full force. We're going to have the pistols, the Kevlars, the utilities coming out. Not really much they can rely on, but then again, from what we've seen them work against, was it Puma? Wait, was it
Spuma?
East Puma, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Yeah, something like that. Weird name, but you know what we saw between Complexity and ES Puma was that, sure enough, when you have to go head to head against them, it's easy. Excuse me, it's not easy. What am I saying? Jesus, it's not easy. It's actually a lot harder than it seems, and you should not be underestimating what they can do even with pistols. Is what I was going for. Jesus. But yeah, 5-6 in fact, taking it slow, having map control as well alongside it. It's perfect right now for them.
Oh, I'm in there for Poison. Just managed to catch Goofy rather jumping. That was a little bit awkward. The nade towards mid should do some pretty good damage as well on Lunatic. I think he escapes a lot healthier than he should have been with that nade landing right beside his feet. Fragments would have been everywhere, but it seems like having lost the player early on and towards mid, immediately Pac just going to fall back and go for kind of the trusted, I guess, approach. A lot of the times when you see a team lose a player, they'll group up towards B. But I think Complexity have a read on that as well, because they've rotated over another player already to assist. We have Poison towards the spawn. He's out ahead of the smoke and gets one and does a little bit of extra damage on top of it as well, weakening these two remaining players now. Two more to overcome on the bomb side. I was going to say this is awkward for Pact, but they have recovered it a little bit to at least allow for the bomb now to potentially be planted. But they, of course, don't know that both players right now are up close on Banana. Being cautious in case anyone had already rotated around through construction.
Oh, 13 seconds. Time is everything in this case. In fact, they get the bomb down, the smoke about to dissipate, and the timing couldn't be better in this case. Sobel, not only does he veer away from the angle, but he hears the step as well from Complexity. It's going to be a 2-on-2 retake. AKs for both, and that's enough. Sobel falls. It's Maniz from Rockets, and he's got himself one. Without a kit, Obo is in trouble. He needs to hold it here, or he needs to go for the fight immediately. Presses the bomb, tries to draw attention. Maniz knows no kit is there. No kit should be present in a position like this. And of course, the timing couldn't be better again. He catches him off guard, and Obo will fall. 7-5 as Pact get themselves, I would dare say, probably the best possible outcome for the first half of Inferno, especially when you go up against Complexity. This is legitimately one of the better possible outcomes you could have hoped for, really.
Yeah, and that's what I said even when Pact had gone down like 4 rounds in a row after being up 5-0 initially. I said they already had 5 rounds. It's a good foundation. They only needed 1 or 2 more to be happy. And the fact that now they've got those 2 more to around 7 and off the back of it have completely broken the economy of Complexity and put them on the full eco, meaning they're going to be coming out 8. They're very likely at least going to have a 1-round lead at the halftime, with the opportunity for even more to be found throughout these next couple of rounds. But let's see, full on stack coming in towards the A-bomb site right now from Complexity around mid. You do like to see a 3 around the quad area, 2 towards long. Pact knowing that they're not up against a very strong buy at most, maybe a couple of upgraded pistols. They don't want to get too aggressive early on. You don't want to be going into the apartments right in the beginning, getting caught off guard by pistols, etc. on your own. Instead, slowly move forward, use that utility well to try and actually flush them out.
Yeah, and try and also to force them into the angles, as you said, flush them into those tight corners where you can handle them easily. Although Goofy needs to be careful, doesn't want to lose the rifle, but then comes Sobel, just runs out of apps, and with a Mac 10, it's easy as that. I mean, to say as well, not only you can use utility on full ecos to flush out your opponents, but also in gun rounds, I would love to see a little bit of conservation from the side of Complexity, to not use the utility immediately, right? When we usually insinuate how important it is for the CT side to control the map in order to be able to kind of I guess battle it out against their opponents as best they can. And in this case, when you want to control B effectively, you need utilities in terms of Molotovs, smokes, nades, flashbangs, you name it, they need it. And when you want to take B control, or specifically banana control, you need 2 mollies, and you need a nade, and potentially a smoke or 2. Well, 1 minimum. And in this case, Complexity, it might be best if they just kind of, conserve ammunition, if that makes sense. They want to make sure they have at least something left for the later stages of the round. As we can see, Pact, they're not really throwing everything immediately. They're not even going for the straight control. So in this case, they are smarter for that part. They're definitely getting the better deal out of it. Also, did you lag as well a little bit?
Yeah,
there?
that's what I said Utu a minute ago. It seems like the GoTV may have just disconnected. Ooh, that's not good. Are we back?
Oh.
I hope it's just on the GoTV side and it's not the server side. If so, the players will be having issues as well.
Yeah, I think it's just GoTV because it seems like the players are playing normally, but for me it's just lagging a little. Yeah. We'll see what it is. But either way, gents, it looks like Pact will be going for a bit of a B take yet again. Poison this time. How can you even... Like the lightning fast reflex of this mad lad. Config close range will be caught by, of course, Goofy, as Maniz is able to shut down the long position of Blame. F finds the second as well as Obo is trying to retake long. That was a vital mistake there. Obo should have stayed onto site, leave CT wide open. Keep control of A for the most part. And just try and save yourself. And sure enough, that would have endangered the B site, but rather that than... Oh, rush! Oh, the angles are just...
Oh, Maniz, I don't think he's going to be able to escape either. Has been spotted retrieving the bomb, and indeed Rush going to be able to finish him off. 3 kills for Rush in that round. 1 for Config and Poison each. As Complexity do go ahead and finally pull back another round for themselves, but they ideally need to come out now with 7 on the half to really feel like they're in even a decent position going over to the T side. I mean, 7 is definitely recoverable. It's a decent spot, especially if you win the pistol, then you're getting yourself into the lead. You have a chance to get good momentum at the beginning of your T side. But let's see Pact, of course, they've still got their bye here in the final round of the half. If they can come out with 9 from the T side, they will be feeling spectacular.
Who wouldn't? Especially against Complexity, and on Inferno T side, it really is a magnificent result to go by. And we can see here Complexity, they're going to be trying to take deep banana control towards wood or towards tree. It's Darko tucked away in the corner. There's no Molly to snuff him out, and that could be a problem down the line for Complexity if they decide to continue on chasing the dragon. But Config seems to have pulled away alongside Blame F. They don't want to risk their lives any longer. But they've used a lot of utility, and this is what I was talking about earlier, right? They've used the majority of their utility in order to get no control whatsoever. They pulled back, and sure enough, Poison is holding the angle towards Banana itself, but beyond that, nothing more.
Looks like Complexity want to try and actually challenge right now. Yeah, Poison is the one that's going forward on the up. I was going to say 2 more players nearby. Goes for the wall bang there onto Darko, expecting someone to be up close, and in one shot, instantly taking him down. Do Pact want to continue fighting for this banana control? It looks like they do want to go for the split. Maniz has actually spotted Blame F in towards Library. Horrible timing for Blame F, unfortunately. Initially had been looking in that direction. Push coming in towards Banana now as well. Goes in favor of Lunatic jumping through the smoke, and now Poison has so much pressure on his shoulders to hold this down, and he's only able to find 1. Pact have overrun the bomb site. The quick flank coming in down through mid from both of the remaining CTs, but a smoke put in place to keep them at bay for the moment as the bomb gets planted.
Well, unfortunately, a save will not be an option. The last round is here, and they'll have to commit to this no matter if they like it or not. No kit as well. Another problem to be had on their hands, and surely they'll retrieve the kit towards car, right? They have to. They have to take that kit. There's no other on the site itself, is not as far as I can tell. And well, Maniz from Dark finds 1, sees the second player in Dark. Freddy takes the fight, and it's going to be Rush that's going to have to save this 1-on-2. No chance. Sobel from second box is ready for the take. And it's going to be 9-6. You said it, you called it, and it is going to be a dominant show of hand here for Pact. One hell of a performance, and I, for one, did not expect that. Certainly not against Complexity. Pact, they surprised me yet again. A long time since I last casted them, to be honest, but, you know, this is definitely a welcome surprise.
Yeah, they've definitely had some roster changes, I believe, since the last time I casted them properly. So it's good to see them playing well. 9 rounds on the half-time. Had the 5-0 start initially, but the fact that they were able to go down a few rounds and then still pull themselves back into it to grind out a few more was just an impressive showing. Impressive resolve, but yeah, Complexity coming into the second half now need to pick up this pistol round. If they fall short at this point up against Pact, I think they'd definitely be disappointed in themselves. They're a team that you would expect to be making through these qualifiers. Last week, of course, they ended up losing to Big in the semi-final in that best of 3 on map number 3, if I remember correctly. So they went all the way pretty much the last time and just fell short.
Well, that will be... You know, it will be sad if they get eliminated in, what, round 6 this would be? Yeah, this is round 6, right? No. Wait, yeah, it is.
It's the round of 16. So, top 16, it's the quarterfinals, I guess, is it? No, that'd be top 8. Sorry, round of 16. So I think that is round 6, yeah.
I think so as well. I mean,
I'm not on the bracket
either
right
way,
now, so I'm actually not sure. We
it
just
doesn't
we
matter.
hopped into this game quickly. Remember, it was already started.
Yeah.
We just finished it. We didn't even take toilet breaks.
It is round 6. I just made sure to double check. But basically, the point is, you know, it would be a sad thing that Complexity, the last time, as you pointed out, they make it out against Big and they get eliminated basically in the semifinals. The one game away from picking up the spot in the minor qualifier, or the closed qualifier for the minor. And now they are looking to be, well, not yet eliminated, but at least on the verge of at least close to being eliminated against Actina Pact, a team that, let's say, half a year ago nobody would consider a proper challenge against a team like Complexity. But I guess the Meniz pickup was a perfect one. You know, I've had the pleasure of casting Meniz quite a few times, and it's nice to see him performing, to keep on playing, and you know, keep on fighting. And his stint with basically with Taz, I think, also made him into a much better player than he was beforehand.
Yeah, I mean, having the experience of Taz is always going to help you grow as a player.
Absolutely,
he's just going to have so much to bring to any team that he joins. But we are ready to hop into the second half. We actually had a decent halftime break this time around. Maybe both teams just wanting to compose themselves, knowing how important this matchup is, especially Complexity being down by 3 rounds right now as they go on to the T side. It's Rushdo who's going to be buying up a Molotov. That's all they have in terms of the utility. So it'll be interesting to see where they bring this exactly. Right now going up through second mid. The Molotov maybe to be I guess, thrown out towards the pit if they wanted to go through balcony. I suppose that could be an option. But a stack right now from Pact actually coming in. 2 players up close on quad, 2 players on long. So I suppose the balcony push right now would be pretty much the perfect counter. They'd just have to deal with the first player on short if they wanted to drop in the pit. And then Meniz would probably not be able to fight it too aggressively. But let's see. Rush is also going towards Boiler, I believe. And then they do also have Blame F lurking towards B.
Well, we're about to find out. Lunatic is alone in this case, and with the smoke deployed, Blame F is not even going to try this. Of course, it's smart to just fall the hell away from this position, and as you said, right, if they were to jump out of balcony, Meniz would have had a hard issue, but look at the 4 players that are lined up here, the 3, well, specifically, they're already tagging up a few. Sobel, Darko, Meniz all coming to chime in a clean round for Pact. What in the world?
That works.
I guess that works, yeah. Also, I would also add on top of that I'm not particularly fond of apps jumping, well, balcony jumping, just because it's such a linear way of entering the site. It really gives you limited options. Luckily, in this case for Pact, they were not on site, but nonetheless, they were ready for it in a way. And Complexity, that's going to come back to bite him a little bit, at least. The buttocks, if nothing else. And it is going to be a forced buy. I'm not surprised. I think neither are you.
Nah, you expected to come in at this point would have been 10-6.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that setup right there for Pact is really strong. It just required heavily for, I think it was Sobal, the first man who was standing on short watching the apartments. If he went down, for example, first, then it would have been so difficult for them to actually hold it, because then the player on their quad would have been pretty much trapped. And if he fell especially, then the bomb site's down. It's a retake that has to come in from Pact. But yeah, all of the shots were connected. So a very strong pistol round. We do indeed have the Deagles, Kevlar, and a bit of utility across the board. It's 4 smokes and 1 flash for Complexity. If this round doesn't work out, then they're looking at Nico at that point 12-6 most likely for Pact before the guns actually come out. So Complexity right now, they really do have their backs against the wall. This is looking quite difficult for them. Team damage.
Yeah, a little bit of team damage alongside it. It sucks, but I would add here that they made their own bed in this case, right? They know what they were dealing with. They let Pact have control of the first half, and beautiful pop flash Lunatic with a double poison response. Obo, hold on for a second, getting himself a second. This is a workable position for Complexity, especially if they don't lose the bomb. Well, there you have it. And sure enough, Rush gets himself one, but I mean...
Nope. Did yours freeze as well? I don't know if that's just my GoTV now messing up.
Mine is all fine. I'm seeing it normally.
I'm back to normal now, but it did freeze on one player over on long for a second. I'm not sure what's up with it.
Might be just your Irish internet.
My internet's okay. Yeah, I've got 37 ping to GoTV right now. I'm good. All on Rush, though. Ironically, not able to rush in towards Banana because another smoke has now gone down.
Rush B and all that doesn't always work, unfortunately.
Time's getting low, so I don't think he has much of an opportunity of actually recovering this bomb right now. They're just going to fall back towards the bomb site, I think. They are actually being cautious because it's a possibility that he could have wrapped around through the spawn. They aren't actually aware of his position, so they were falling back, playing a little bit more passively. Eventually do spot him. A flash goes in, and Rush goes down. 11-6. This is going to be the full eco now coming in from Complexity. Maybe a couple pistols can be upgraded, as you do see Oboe buying up a Deagle and Nade being pulled out for Rush, but on paper this should be a very easy round for Pact. They should be increasing that lead up to 12-6.
Yeah, definitely. Getting themselves a hefty lead now all of a sudden. As Complexity, as I was saying, just previous to the end of that to the end of the round, they allowed so much control to go into the hands of Pact that they set their own bed, and unfortunately for Complexity now they have to lie in it. And well, I mean, I don't know what could be affecting them more. Is it the mindset? Is it the fact they're facing off of an opponent they might not have really had the pleasure of playing before against and not really knowing how to deal with them? But either way, it's they have to forego what happened in the first half and just focus on the moment, focus on right now. And deals, nades, all fine and dandy, as you said, an eco, so there's not going to be much they're going to be relying upon. But honestly, I think just slowing down completely, going back to the basics, going back to the defaults, and just working from there forward is the way to go. They cannot allow any more freedom to Pact. In that sense, they cannot allow Pact to take banana control continuously once the gun rounds come, take apps control, challenge through middle. If nothing else, they'll have to punish everything Pact do.
Yeah, and that's not going to be easy with how Pact are performing right now. Just even having a look at the scoreboard, you see 19 frags for Maniz, 18 for Sobal. Goofy's up there on 13 as well, but he has 10 assists. I'd like to know what his ADR is, but unfortunately at the halftime it gets reset, so it's not correct. But yeah. I'd say he's a pretty solid ADR, probably up there, if not even higher than the guys who have 19 and 18 kills. But yeah, just overall it seems like the fragging power is there a little bit more for Pact right now. Yeah, I mean, no one on Complexity is necessarily doing bad, but there's also no one standing out quite as much. Poison and Configure doing a pretty decent job. Rush has had his moments as well, but I just feel like overall they've been a little bit inconsistent in the fragging. But I mean, there's still the opportunity once they get onto the guns here on the T side. Issue being this round right now, very little to work with. I would imagine this is a technical pause at this point because it's taken quite a while.
Yeah. It's possible due to Steam update being Tuesday and all. That there's
maybe.
a chance
they're all in the
somebody
server,
of the players. Yeah, there's could be a different issue. I'm not sure, but hopefully they'll be able to deal with it. I guess in a way. Either way, tech pauses or not, it is good time for the teams to discuss their move forward, or at least their next move in this case. For Complexity, I think I've said enough. There's no point in beating a dead horse. Basically, just go down to the basics. Trust in what you know. Trust in what you know works, and then work from that point forward. As for Pact, you said it well. It's hard to play against a team that's riled up, that's fired up. So for Pact, I think it's just important that they do not get lost in the mindset, right? That they do not feel overconfident, because then the tables could turn immediately, and we could see Complexity quickly pick up 5-6 rounds in a row, going back into a 12-12 potentially, or 11-12, whatever you want to call it. And then it's going to be another landslide and a thin ice that Pact will be walking on.
Yeah, I mean, we are a bit away from that, though. We'll have to see how Complexity do coming into their first gun round here on the T side. If they don't pick up the first gun round, then all the hopes of the comeback at that point are probably shattered. But lots of nades. Okay, this is an interesting buy-in here for Complexity. 4 HEs in terms of the actual pistols then, just 2 Deagles and 1 P250 with Blame F and also Config sticking to the Glock. So rushing up Banana. Nades going to be coming in from both sides. Damage going in favor of Pact, despite them only throwing 2 nades, or maybe even just 1, I believe. I'm not sure if Darko followed up with one himself.
That was a sick amount of damage, no matter how you spin that. And, well, I mean, the Deagle's already kind of falling apart just because of that alone. And I like the idea that Complexity went into this round with the nades themselves, that just hoping to either tag up a few players, you know, just wound them enough for the pistols to get a few free kills. Then again, Pact is playing so safe. They really are taking every single precaution, and that's what I love to see right now. They know that they're up against pistols, and the only thing they need to worry about here is making sure they refrag each other and help each other out when most needed.
Ooh, quick cleanup on mid there from Miniz. Spamming down a couple of players on the M4, or a few rather. No actual casualties there in that round. It was just a little bit ironic that Complexity had bought up 4 nades for themselves and then ended up just getting absolutely destroyed by a nade on Banana while trying to throw their nades out. So their own plan was kind of used against them, and it only took, I believe, the 1 nade as well to foil the 4 nades. So a perfect counter. But here we go, the buy coming in from Complexity, the first full investment for them here on the T side. No op going to be coming out, but it is Inferno after all. You don't really need an op on the T side of Inferno. It can be a bit of a hindrance sometimes, especially with how close range the map is in general. But let's see, a little bit of presence being shown towards Banana from both sides early on. Complexity, I believe, through the molly up towards the car. Will at least try and stop Pact from peeking in. And it has worked out, but they're going to be going quick over towards the A bomb site, and already Pact actually read that apparently because they rotated 2 more players over. Goofy been able to find one. So many flashes going in. They were just kissing each other up close to the wall there for a couple of seconds. Completely blinded. It was blind love, that's what it was. 13-6 for Pact, and Complexity, I don't know, my hope of the comeback happening is really beginning to diminish at this point.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest about it. It's certainly looking pretty weak right now. Complexity getting absolutely roasted in a way, and utility-wise and kill-wise, it's all leaning towards Pact. So I don't know. It's not looking sweet anymore. And my predictions that what we could be seeing, what we should be seeing, kind of just fall on top of each other, and there's no real hope left almost. But 13-6, it's not the end of the line yet. There will be a Mech 10 buy with a few pistols to support it. Hopefully Complexity can get something done here. Honestly, they need to do at least a bit of an impact onto Pact. You know, they need to at least show them that they're not completely out of it yet. Because if you, like I said, if you allow freedom to Pact, even though the players themselves might not be as powerful individually, you give them the mindset, and that's enough. That's what breaks you. That's what takes it away from you. In any case, 13-6. Oh, that nade. It's a... Well, not as much as I would have hoped, but then again, Rush, he's ignorant towards balcony, finally sees it, but he's blinded out. Sobel falls, still going to be a few more players to deal with. Somehow, BlameF gets a free kill on Lunatic. Where is the response this time? Pact, I praise them for their quality. Then again, in the next round, they get absolutely blasted, and Complexity, Pistols and Kevlar seem to be enough in this case.
I mean, it's still recoverable. Pact do have the favorable weapons. They still have a Molotov to try and clear out some positions as well. Usually that wraparound on long from BlameF, able to quickly drop Goofy. The trades then successfully coming in favor of the T side, with Miniz only finding himself 1 more before going down, leaving it all on Darko. And he was already towards the bottom of mid, so he's just decided to save that Krieg over. I mean, there's still plenty of money here for Pact, but considering they have such a lead, they may as well just go ahead and save the weapon. Winning a 1v3 is very, very unlikely, so it's about weighing the risk and the rewards. And despite having enough money to rebuy, Darko's like, okay, well, I have a Krieg here, may as well save it. Keep some extra money. Maybe I can actually spread some of my money out to one of my teammates if they're a little bit lower. As is the case for Sobal, rather, so he might actually take a rifle over. Nah, he just buys for himself. Whatever, they keep the money. 13-7, though. 6 more rounds for Complexity if they want to try and bring it to an equal score. As a pause comes in. I wouldn't be surprised if this is from Pact here, because being kind of proactive with the pause, they know reinvesting here is going to use the majority of their money. So ideally, they want to come straight back in with this round themselves before they really let Complexity have any chance of building up a comeback.
Yeah, it would make sense in a way to discuss their plans further and go a little bit into detail and just remind everybody what's the goal here. As you could see, the last round was a bit hectic. They let go a few vital corners, especially the fact that they had a player on balcony, but had nobody else towards long to kind of watch short. That was the weird part for me. If you have a player on balcony apps, you absolutely need somebody either on graveyard, either on site, either be it in pit, watching short. You need that. There is no other choice but to play it like that, because then you just isolate your defenders. And we've always spoken about this, or at least I think it's self-evident. Crossfires is the only way you can defend the site when it comes to a full-on execution. Unless you're a hero and you can, make up 3 headshots within a split second easily every single round. But then again, that can happen at times, but that's about it. 13-7. Complexity, full investment, and packed. Well, the open Maniz might be heard yet. And with 3 players on the B defense, they seem to be reading pretty well onto Complexity and what's coming their way.
It's still very early in the round, so I mean, they don't have to commit in towards B. You can see they are getting that banana control at least at that point. Then they can probably slow it down a tiny bit, having so much time left on the clock. And it looks like they are going to move a couple of players out into mid. Oh, the nade stack is perfect. Darko is gone.
Oh, boy.
That is just absolutely spectacular. They still don't have to commit to the B bomb site, and they're going to know that right now. They took down 1 player in the CT spawn. They are just going to throw in a smoke, a flash going over as well, hoping to try and pull some rotations off the A bomb site. But either way, only 2 players here right now, so as long as they move in together and trade efficiently, then they should be able to actually take control of that bomb site. As I said it though, I mean, it is still Maniz on the up, and then also Sobal, who's been playing well.
Well, a 2v5 hold. Let's see how this one works out. Dean, Maniz on the op might be an effective weapon at long range, but not when you're encroached by 4 players. It's going to be conflict with the refrag. It's still Sobal that's alive. You said it well. This guy is going to be defending the site until the very end. And, well, at least 2 kills could have given a chance to pack, but no. They'll be falling back. The save already coming through, and a smarter call in this case. They can reinvest the next and have a proper buy once more.
Yeah, Darko, as we said, having quite a lot of money left over. Maniz should be able to buy for himself. Even then, I think they'd probably be best having a weapon be dropped over to him just so he can get the full utility. Otherwise, he'd only have, well, he'd be going into the next round with 5,050. So even then, he probably could just buy for himself. But we'll see what way they spread out the money. 3 players, though, going to be surviving here for Complexity. I was going to say, I wasn't sure where exactly the bomb was planted, so I wasn't sure how safe Blame F was. But he's good, is able to survive Complexity, keeping 3 up. They definitely need to be taking these rounds as clean as they can. Otherwise, if they end up losing one, they could be looking at an eco. So, I mean, yeah, keeping the 3 alive, they're having to just drop over a couple weapons, keeps the money in a decent spot for everyone. As they slowly begin to actually bring this comeback into fruition, as it's actually said over Seattle.
Are you sure it's not fruition?
Oh, I don't know. We'll check the dictionary, you know.
I know. But yeah, it's gonna be at least a hope of a return here for Complexity. That is true. And with the op on Poison, we know how good he can be. We know how good he was against the Espuma team. Although I don't think that's a comparable team against Pact in this case, even though they might have been Polish as well. But in any case, with 1 minute and 20 on the clock, Complexity have more than enough time to decide what the hell they want to do here and how they want to go about doing it. Ooh. Was that Config in the corner there? As far as I can tell, yeah, that's Config in the corner. He can be lucky that the smoke was deployed, because if they were, if Pact were watching the angle, he would have a hard time getting out of that corner. Although Maniz smoked off towards Library, now he has to make a decision. Does he go back towards CT and actually hold the angle a bit differently than usual? But this is well, it looks like a B take, a bit of a split through CT, or at least a bit of a lurk through CT. But wait a second, not yet. Seems like Complexity last second decision, going back towards A, and Goofy, I think he definitely heard them, or at least realized what's coming their way. Although again, look at Complexity. Back towards B we go. They've got B control, Dean. They're not even lost in the woods yet.
Yeah, Config has the full control, but there is still 2 players relatively near. So, I mean, I don't know if Config is going to be full on expecting that right now. You can see he's been watching out at least. But no one yet to show themselves here for Pact. Molly goes down, unfortunately, a little bit too late to actually deny the bomb plant itself. But it does do some damage on towards Poison. Weaken him up a little bit, make it a bit easier for those rifles to finish him off. So, a man advantage right now coming in towards the retake for Pact. We do see 1 player left for the T side even to try and actually flank around through mid, so that needs to move quite quickly. If Pact just go forward right now on this retake, they've only 3 players to actually deal with on the bomb side, but that still seems like it's too much. Config mows down only actually 1 for himself. It ended up being Rush and Poison to do most of the work. 9 for Complexity now. very slowly but surely bringing themselves right back into this game. You can see, of course, they should have a 10th pretty easily right now, because it is going to have to be the eco from Pact. And finally, because we had seen them buying for, what was it, 3 rounds in a row? And they had no issues.
Basically. Yeah, they had like $10,000 on a few players, Darko specifically, so it's finally an eco, as you said, and a few Kevlars will be bought, a few pistols, that's about it. I would have actually hoped for a nade or two and just try and, you know, chug it down banana, chug it down middle, hope for the best, if anything else. But Complexity, I am surprised they were able to get banana control and specifically B control that easily, that quickly. But let's hold on to that thought for a second. Zobo is able to find 2. Sobel, a free frag to him, yet the pistols are still up and active. They shouldn't be discounted just yet. Although... Or mind. Wait a second. Obo missing his chance. We go back into a 3-on-3, and Darko has a CZ, man. He shouldn't be disregarded that easily, at least. Not yet.
Yeah, the main issue really being that he is already low on health, so only really one bullet needs to be connected. He does still find 1 kill alongside actually a bit of damage on towards Blame F. So he keeps it into the 2 versus 2. Maniz has a rifle coming through the spawn, but Blame F posted up, ready for it. Going to be able to shut it down quite easily. All on Lunatic now. Only having a USP, you really can't give him too much hope in the clutch at this point. And indeed, gets double peaked there. Blame F finishes that one off. It's now 10 for Complexity. But that was a lot of damage for Pact, considering they didn't invest really anything into that round. Now they're coming onto the bye. They were able to successfully keep the economy at least in a fairly modest position for the majority of the Complexity players. As you can see, Obo only has 900 Russian config, although they do have enough for a bye to come back in. It's not great. It's only really Blame F and Poison that are in a very comfortable position. So there's still a chance for Pact if they can get this round, if they can get the round afterwards as well, going into the final round of the half. Even then Complexity could be on a weak bye. But I mean, the main worry right now is that they have lost quite a few rounds in a row, and it seems like Complexity are starting to build up that momentum. And it's Complexity. I mean, look at the players on that lineup. Once they get going, they definitely could be difficult to stop. They have a lot of fragging power across the board.
Oh, absolutely. I pointed out previously, as I said, you know, Pact, if nothing else, they have, you know, a decent team vibe, decent team structure. But when it comes to the personal performance, it's Complexity that takes the cake all the way, and that's the one thing that they can rely on continuously. And God knows how this would have gone if it weren't for Inferno, but the timing in this case, Darko pop flashes himself, goes for the peak, only challenges config, or at least tags him a little bit. But look at the defense of A side. Yet again, Dean, they seem to have nothing prepared for the defense, as Pact is going to be split far apart between each other. Maniz has to get himself into a better position. And I'm actually thoroughly surprised that Maniz is continuously playing from that long spot instead of being in pit, instead of having, you know, in the play close range to kind of try and hold this together. And Sobel, he's going to come in close. He's burning already. He sees a few through short. Oh my god, Sobel, what? He gets all 3. Somehow he's able to tag it up together, and Maniz on site. He might be still able to do this. If he's able to survive, he's able to find 1 at least. Then maybe, just maybe, Pact are gonna win this. Blame F and Obo. This is it. They have to get the kill. They shut down Maniz. Sure, 20 seconds left, and this is the timing here for Pact now to go for it. They need to go now. The bomb planted, and time is ticking slowly but surely. And Lunatic from Vespa, he gets 1, and he gets the 2nd, and yo, Sobel. Once more he delivers. Once more.
Yeah, how to make the best of a terrible situation. He got forced out of pit as he was trying to play above the smoke when he got spotted by the apartments player. Then the new spot he chose got Molotov, so he was forced forward around the edge of a smoke, which is very difficult because you're not going to be seeing them immediately. Maybe your legs will be spotted, etc. But he just killed 3 of them instantly somehow. I don't know how that worked out for him, but great round by Sobal. Good job by Maniz to even stay alive for the extra few seconds on the bomb site to actually allow for the rotation to come in. So Pact finally pick up another round here on the CT side. But Complexity able to come back onto the bye. The only thing is now for Complexity on that T side, if they want to be winning here during the regulation rather, they need to be flawless. They need all 6 rounds in a row.
Oh, absolutely they do. And we can see already early on this round does not start off beautifully as Complexity lose a few points of HP. I mean, if you look at it from the perspective of Pact, I guess it starts off beautifully, but they don't know it yet. Although we have a little bit of a slowdown. I like this. Complexity finally realizing perhaps it's time to take a bit of a different approach. On the other side, though, yet again, this is looking like... I mean, it's hard to say if it's going to be an A take or a B take. It's just simply because Complexity change up their strategy from second to second. And with having top banana control, they can go for either in this case. And it looks like it's going to be the latter. It's going to be a B take. Goofy, though. This is actually perfect. Goofy not only is now going to be realizing, yo, A is empty. Nobody here on site. Or at least towards long. The call should be made. As a pact, need to rotate one more player towards B. Not more than one, though. They do not need to overcommit because they are not sure where exactly this will be ending at. Oh, the timing of the smoke, though. Couldn't be worse. Oh, Dark. Is Dark actually going to try this?
It looks like he is. He should be quite easily spotted, though, I would imagine. I don't think he can see anyone all that well himself. And I don't think people are really spotting him either. So it's more so about catching him off guard once the smoke fades away. Unfortunately, he's the one that goes down. Meniz, indeed. They definitely know he's here because he's just killed 3. Absolutely destroying the bush on his own. Makes it the quad. How the hell is this man able to do that? 2 kills as he was above the smoke. Falls down and just destroys everyone one by one. And it's not like they were peeking super individually. I mean, they definitely could have followed up for the trades a little bit quicker, but the smoke being down on the middle of the bomb site made it very difficult for them to actually work with each other.
Dude, that was... Oh, there is no point in saying anything but beautiful, because Meniz, he's able to defend the site from pillar so easily. And the smoke does save his life quite a little bit in that case, since they can't see him and they don't really know how to react immediately to it. But Meniz, it's all on him in that case. And it seems like it's Sobel and Meniz, the 2 players that are able to keep cool. They're able to keep a clear head and keep on fighting. I mean, look at Sobel, 25 frags. Look at Meniz at 32, carrying hard. And as I said, the School of Taz seems to have done its job properly. And anybody that's been a fan of, you know, Kingwin previously, and then it was Devil's One and all that, and Arcee and Aristocracy, you should be happy for Meniz because he's doing a great job. And look at this. It's going to be Meniz with the entry again. Complexity down to 2 Mech 10s, an SG and an A Galil. And they're about to be eliminated from the tournament here, from the qualifier for the minor in Rio de Janeiro. And Goofy finds one. Meniz burns Rush before he falls. Still a 3v2 as Blamef and Poison are the last 2 men standing. And the flank from middle might already be working. It's Poison in that case. And that's it. Poison, 6 HP. Can he poison the rest? No. That's it. 16 rounds go to Pact and they will conclude the series. My God.
Yeah, Complexity going to be falling short in the second EU qualifier. As we said, during the first one, they made it to the semi-finals where they fell short in the best of 3 against Big. This time, they're being taken down by Pact. I think that is definitely a much bigger upset, and people would definitely be expecting them, I would say, to get through this qualifier. I definitely was, with Dignitas and Big having already made it through. I was thinking that Complexity are definitely one of the teams that should be looking at one of those 2 spots, but it's not going to happen. I mean, it's not the end of the road for them. There is 2 more EU qualifiers for them to play, so it's not like they're done and dusted. But I mean, they played a lot of games today. They'll definitely be disappointed that they do fall short in the end. But I hope you guys have enjoyed so far. We will have one more game coming up. I think we might hop into that Fate versus Nordavind game because it's the only one that hasn't started yet, as you can guys see on HLTV. So I think we will hop into that one in a moment.
Might not be a bad idea, yeah.
Because Nordavind, I think, are another strong team.
I'm eager to see how they're playing now, you know, with their, I wouldn't say new roster, but kind of revitalized roster. I haven't had the pleasure of casting them since, well, basically since I think it was Halls. Wait, no, it was HS. I'm not actually sure who left back then. Oh no, it was it was Hare. My bad. It was Hare and the faction that left back in the day. But yeah, we'll see how it goes, man.
Yeah, so yeah, we will hop into that game in a couple of moments anyway, but we are going to first, of course, send it over to the break as we have to. As always, if you're enjoying, make sure you follow the stream, and if you enjoyed the commentary from myself and Overseer as well, you can put !caster in the chat to actually find our Twitters. We appreciate any support, of course, that you guys give us. But we are going to go ahead and send it on over to the breaks now, and as soon as we come back, we will have Fate up against Nordavind, which should be exciting.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go. Brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
No matter what your passion is, soccer, rugby, racing, or esports, become a part of the experience with the moments we deliver.
The signs and I see we're there, and I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever hold, no matter if we cast away, a fire in the dark. I know that you won't be waiting again. Right from the start, I see the end. A world torn apart, but I know we're meant. Forever hold, no matter if we're cast away, a fire in the dark. I know that you won't be waiting again.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind, 'cause lately I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home.
Alright everyone, welcome back for the final game of the night right now as we have Nordavind taking on Fate. And this should also be quite an exciting one. I think Nordavind are definitely one of the favourite teams in this week's qualifier, especially now that complexity have been eliminated. But Fate, I think they're a team that are definitely capable. I mean, I'm only super familiar with Nikki over there on their side, so it's going to be a little bit more... It's one of those more kind of wildcard games. But they've made it this far, so they must be a capable team. We do have to put it that way. But yeah, Nordavind, I'm just excited to see how they play with this lineup. Rubino, Tensky, HS, Croman, and Nato Safix, most importantly. I think he's a guy that has been kind of neglected for such a long time. He's always been so talented.
Oh, absolutely. You pointed out well, right? It's just a talent pool here for Nordavind that seems like it's struggling to get anywhere, but then they just absolutely smash their competition when most needed. But let's see the pistol. It's already live, and already it's going to be Nordavind with a few quick frags. There's another player waiting behind sandbags, but it doesn't seem to matter as Fate get absolutely obliterated, and it's Double Magic that finds himself one. But it's not enough. Rubino will close out the deal, and that will be the 1-0 start. And as you said, Nikki, yeah, he's basically the known member of Fate. Of course, he was present in was it B-Pro or was it Mortal Kombat esports? I did some of
B-Pro, I believe. I don't remember. I don't think he was on MK. He might have been, but yeah, I'm pretty sure he was on B-Pro.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain that he was in B-Pro, yeah. So basically, you know, he has his spy leader and all the Bulgarian players, you know, energy flowing through him. So definitely there's something to it. But Nordavind, it's pistols for Fate, and they know what they're up against. So it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
I mean, up against a few SMGs, I was going to say the pistols definitely can be dangerous, and that is instantly shown to us. A little bit of a failed nade there by Kaluber, unfortunately, but they still have the two-man advantage. The bomb yet to be retrieved. You see there, Croman trying to get it by jumping in through the smoke and B-hopping back out. And despite picking it up again, the bomb gets dropped, this time through the smoke from the P250 of Double Magic. It was definitely a magical frag, but 4-on-2, I mean, this is quickly falling apart here for Nordavind, and you can see, despite being on banana right now, they've had to slow it down. They have to be cautious of the fact that they could be flanked out as well, because they haven't had control elsewhere on the map. They don't know if any of those A players have got aggressive or not.
Yeah, that is true. They have to be double careful about the flank, as you said, and they're going to be pulling back towards mid. They want to clear it off completely. They want to make sure if they do commit towards B that they're not going to be immediately having to worry about that banana coming right behind them. But it seems like perhaps the A site is looking a little bit more lucrative in this case. And you know what? I can't blame them. B site is really hard to clear when you have limited utility, and A site might be the same, but at least it's easier to hold afterwards to a certain degree. Nikki though finds one, Marlon finds the second, and Fate. Well. Seems like that's going to be enough for them to pick up the first one, and they'll make it into a pretty easy tie here early on.
Yeah, just stealing that one away. I mean, Nordavind tried to just have a quick play up towards the top of banana, try and quickly probe in towards B, but got just torn apart by the Deagles initially, and the main issue being that the bomb was in the front as well, so it got dropped out in the open. Puts Nordavind now as the ones who only have the pistols and the Kevlar. They'll be looking to try and get revenge. They want to give Fate a taste of their own medicine, I suppose, right now. But it's an overall slightly safer buy here from Fate. They have 3 rifles, including 2 AKs, an M4, and then a couple of MAC-10s. But importantly, also having a decent amount of utility and a bit of damage as well going in their favor there early on from that peek down banana. They've been followed up in towards banana. Not going to do anything immediately, but I mean, Nordavind have already used quite a bit of their utility, and just the fact that 3 or 4 players have already been tagged down into a fairly weak position, it's just not a good sign.
It definitely is not, and you can see here the B attempt will be successful for the start as Rubino finds one. It's Haluber that saved. Oh, Jesus, Rubino! Oh! Through the smoke we go, Rubino just tagging on, keeping the fight on, and somehow Fate.
There's the revenge.
They don't even get a chance. That. Oh, dude. Now that is dirty. That can be. You know what? That can be marked NSFW. So, yeah. That was just wow. Something else from Rubino. And who would have imagined that they are able to do it that cleanly?
Yeah, I mean that that third kill from Rubino, just spamming through the smoke, taking off the head of, I'm not even sure who it was. All the kills that came through were from him anyway, so it was one of those 3 dead players. But either way, he wrecked them all. The third one through the smoke, he just spammed away. I think it was like the second shot he took, it was just right on point.
Yep.
And Nordavind, they did indeed give Fate a taste of their own medicine. So there we have it. I mean, they're still able to buy up pretty solidly over on the Fate side, just because of the fact that they had won that previous round, of course, and stolen some weapons rather, so they didn't have to spend all of their own money. So they're still able to pull out a couple of rifles here with the one that was what was saved rather. A deagle then for Duplicate being the main weakness, and even then in terms of the nades, it's actually not bad at all. So it's actually a slightly stronger buy for Fate than it is for Nordavind, so they still have the opportunity to try and come back again with a round of their own. This looks like it's going to be a very back and forth game early on, I'm not going to lie to you. Or at least has the possibility to be right now. Good nade damage though. Returned onto double magic.
Oh, the timing there actually a bit off for Fate. They pop flash and they will flash themselves effectively. But as you said, double magic getting tagged a little bit early on. Might be a problem if he has to go up against an SMG. And we can see the Molotov deployed. This is actually perfect. Car Molotov is actually very effective in trying to force a reaction out of the opponents, because you have to, or they have to throw in a smoke or something to extinguish it. And here comes another B attempt. Pop flash into pool. It's double magic. It's to be holding the line. Duplicate finds one. Carlobert waiting on the edge of the smoke. Gets himself to make it 3. And that will be a denied 4th. But that is enough in the end for Duplicate to finish the job. What a quick ending. And you called it. You called it. Can quickly turn around. And it did. Back to a tie we go. And Nordavind having to play with pistols and Kevlar once more. And yeah, I was just meaning to say, most likely we see a force here.
Yeah, I mean, it's happening. They've been kept down on the $1,400, of course, only coming in from that round. The little bit of money they had left over is given a rifle at least over towards Rubino. So they've got a chance here, but it's not quite as good as what we've seen, of course, from Fate there in that previous round. They were able to pull out a much, much stronger buy. So a good opportunity for Fate. Hopefully this, for their own sake, is where they can start getting a little bit of a lead, because you definitely do say, of course, coming into this game, that Nordavind are the favorite rather. So for the sake of Fate, you'd be hoping for them to get off to a good start and get some momentum. I don't think they can afford to keep trading back and forth, or especially being on the CT side. If they were on the T side, then you'd be like, yeah, they can be happy with that.
I guess they would, yeah, but yet again, Fate. They seem to have Fate in their hands for the moment. A little bit of a pop flash action, a little bit of a slow round, but it's Marlon that gets himself a free frag. This is where previously Complexity failed, specifically Rush, when he tried to clear the apps with the pop flash for his support. Didn't clear the angle deep enough. And, well, Nicky gets himself a second. Nordavind not exactly looking too strong anymore. Their rounds previous were very effective when they hit B. This time with 3 men only, it's going to be a lot harder than imagined.
Yeah, this is not going to be easy. I mean, the flashes towards Duel definitely helpful. Allowed for Duplicate rather to go ahead and open it up, and he duplicates that first frag with a second. 1 kill also found from the player in the back of the bomb site, of course. So it's just a quick enough shutdown right there for Fate. So they are actually finally able to overcome one of the force buys. Nordavind now going to be going onto a full eco. But from what we've seen so far this game, I'm not going to completely count them out. I know we've seen a few crazy things. Just in this qualifier in general, that previous matchup between Pact and Complexity was just insane. I'm still a little bit shook from that 4K from Maniz. I'm glad we get to see more Inferno, and I hope it's just as competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to agree. That's perfect.
Never mind.
Oh, I thought that would do more damage as well.
He got into the underpass. Right? I think it saved them a little bit.
Fair enough. Yeah, jumped into Rats, able to save his life. Ooh, a bit of a block there, but seems like it's not going to affect Marlon too much. They even get away with a kill with a nade, specifically. But Fate seem to be playing very well so far. They have a good understanding how to handle Nordavind to at least a certain degree. They're not playing overly aggressive, but they're also continuously keeping an eye out on the majority of the angles. They're not letting any freedom to Nordavind, and that's something that I guess Complexity really failed upon. That, you know, they gave too much control to Pact, or at least too much free roam to Pact in a way. And ooh, timing on the molly couldn't be better. Another halt in the plan for Nordavind, and the pistols at this point, they're just going to be hopping out a short, trying to get some damage in, trying to do something, whatever.
That was quick. Yeah, nothing being found.
Yeah.
I said I didn't want to count Nordavind out, but you also don't really expect anything to come in out of those rounds where they don't have any investment at all. The main kind of hope being that they'd be able to overwhelm one or two players, maybe just drop a weapon or two. That was really the optimal outcome for them, but even then that didn't happen. But they're back on the bye now. Nordavind able to get in their first full bye, so this is actually the first round where we have both teams on the full weapons. Before that we had mostly weaknesses. I mean, it's not perfect for either of the sides right now. No op available for Fate, it's just all rifles, a bit of utility lacking for Nordavind, but the fact that the first full gun round is actually on round 7, it's just a bit surprising. Something you used to see a lot more with the old economy.
Yeah, it's a little bit concerning as well, if you ask me, because it's it shows to tell that Nordavind. I mean, we all know that Nordavind do like to force up quite a little bit. They are a team that is very reactive in that sense, and when they feel like, oh, we can win with pistols, they're definitely going to be going to invest everything into it. But yeah, it's reminiscent of the old days, and in this case, it might not be the best old days. Croman, though, blinded, but still able to fight against Double Magic. And, well, the entry goes to Nordavind. Decent nade comes in return from Duplicate, as two players are heavily tagged up. Of course, in this case, HS and Rubino. But Nordavind will not falter. They'll continue on pushing towards Banana. Seems like the B take will be their goal, but Fate... Oh, was this a wrong... This had to have been a wrong call, right? Surely. They are...
I guess just calling over for the stack towards A. It's expected to be the push, taking a little bit of a gamble. It's interesting though.
Yeah, that's... I don't know, man.
They didn't need to. I'd understand the gamble like that. Maybe if they were all low on money and they were in a position like maybe we'll stack up A. If they go B, we just save. But I think that was just a little bit of a miscall. Maybe they thought they heard something around the A bomb site. But I mean, there's one quick kill at least coming in towards Banana. Maybe gives them a small chance to try and work forward for the retake. Duplicate going to be able to at least trade that out towards the CT spawn. So this is definitely still winnable. Smoke over towards construction. A flash going in actually blinds up Nicky and slows down the retake a small amount. And
Nicky?
I think the flash made him time out. Maybe it actually blinded him in real life, and he just doesn't know what's going on anymore.
Oh my god, please don't. No,
I think he timed out. He's not going to be able to save the weapon. Oh, he's back. He took one shot. He's indicated we are back. Duplicate takes down one more player at least. So, I mean, they're saving the weapons and they've done some extra damage. And only one player survives. Croman just about managing to stay alive on top of the sandbags. But yeah, that was horrible timing to actually time out right there. Otherwise, I think they might have had an okay chance at actually pulling that retake off.
I'm fairly certain they should have been able to make that retake possible if Nicky wouldn't have disconnected. Even with the pop flash or the flash coming through, he wasn't
completely blind, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He could have continued on, but that was a lucky break for Nordavind. They're able to handle that easily because Tensky and I believe it was either Croman or NATO, excuse me, in that case, peeking towards CT, and that was a huge mistake. But you can see right now it's going to be Double Magic that's to be caught, and early on it's again Nordavind getting the entry onto towards the round itself. And Croman, wait a second, he's just patiently waiting in the smoke. There's one, and he's going to reload. Where's the response? Thankfully, Qualifier will come into play, but it's going to be a 3-on-4, make it a 3-on-2, and A side is lost, or at least by the looks of it will be.
Yeah, now it's lost. You seen Nicky push through the smoke and try and put up a little bit of a defense. Unfortunately, caught pretty quickly as he went through. And considering Kaluber has that up right now, he definitely just wants to save it over. They will still be able to get a pretty good buy in this next round. I mean, Faith built up a solid amount of economy for themselves. It's only Double Magic who's going to need the drop to come in. So we'll probably see that being thrown over. Of course, it's the op that Kaluber has retrieved, so he'll just throw that back on over to him. But yeah, I mean, Nordavind now beginning since they got those guns in their hands to pick up a couple rounds, doing so relatively convincingly as well here. Shout out Rebello for updating me. I'd forgot the score of that previous game, so it was 16-10, not 16-9 in the Pact versus Complexity. Well, either way, Complexity lost the Pact. That's just shocking.
I was just about to say the difference wouldn't matter. The end result is what matters, and that is the fact that Complexity lost that series, and there's nothing else to say about it besides it. But yeah, Nordavind, they're getting a little bit of headway here. They are going to be establishing themselves a bit of money, a little bit of bank to rely upon. And this is, this is a good sign. They will be perhaps a bit more content with the way it's all been going so far, and maybe they won't make too many foolish mistakes as sometimes they're prone to. Fate on the other side, a little bit unknown for my eyes at least, as besides Nikki. And they're doing a great job so far at controlling Banana. They're fighting for it consistently, and that's what I love to see out of the CT side. They just do not let any freedom to Nordavind, and there's the Kobe. Nikki shutting down NATO.
Yeah, and a lot of damage as well into Rubino right now, so not a good start for this into this round rather here for Nordavind. Rubino wants to try and just push into that smoke, but Nikki is watching it. Has he actually spotted him? You can see he's crouched down, waiting to see if anyone will pop around the smoke, and Rubino is actually too quick for him. It looked like he was as prepared as he could possibly be right there. He ends up going down. Croman going to be able to find one on the bomb site as well, and this is just falling apart. The A bomb site has been completely overrun. Honestly, it looked like Fate had a pretty much perfect setup to actually hold that right there, especially with the man advantage and with the damage already done to Rubino. But no, Rubino, I mean, that kill on long just started spiraling the round completely out of control right there for Fate.
Yeah, and afterwards, the player on balcony getting caught immediately in the process as well. It was the final nail in the coffin, and Nordavind, 5 rounds to them. They're starting to wake up the beast within, and that's the beautiful thing to see. Nordavind, of course, a very specific roster with those Norwegian players, of course, coming into play. HS, then, you know, the standout player, a player that was once the prodigy of his time, and you know, when you look at his hair, you definitely can see why. He's a Super Saiyan in human form. And every time he plays, he seems to activate his superpowers. But it is going to be 5-4 nonetheless. Fate going to have to deal that like any other would. And, of course, a full investment. Double magic. The op already for him ready and steady. Full investment in this case. We have utility. We have 2 kits only. That's a surprise. 3 is the optimal amount. So, you know, would have loved to see that. But conserving a little bit of economy is also fine.
Yeah, hopefully that won't be an issue. I mean, as long as they're in retrievable positions, Double Magic is in a great spot here to hold for this peak. As I said, though, Tensky able to just rip his head off. Didn't have a helmet, I don't believe, so that M4A1S extremely dangerous. Rubino right now known, there's one player up close in Boiler, able to get himself that frag quickly as well. Will they expect Marlon, another player in towards the apartments? I mean, not initially. He gets that 1 kill on Tensky, but now they know where he is. They can just commit forward onto A. The bomb should be planted quite easily, and as you can see, the closest rotation being Duplicate coming in through the library. And I'm 90% sure that Croman has heard those footsteps. Oh, hang on. Marlon actually going to be able to catch HS off guard, rather. We were casting HNS earlier, so I messed up a little bit.
Yeah, I actually wanted to say HNS previously when I was calling him out. So I was like, wait, no, that's HS. But Croman, well, you said it. He heard the steps. He's going to be ready for that. Shutting down the potential retake was his job, and as soon as he gets the kill, it's pretty much a clear-cut exit strategy for Fate. They need to get the hell out of there, save what they can. Money-wise, let me double-check really fast. Yeah, loss bonus should be high enough for them to actually reinvest. Duplicate has enough of his own money to rebuy. Marlon will have enough to drop. And Calibert, well, yeah, he's missing $50 to drop an M4, but he can go for a potential FAMAS or something, and they can attempt a rebuy if they would like to do so. But they'll be limited on economy overall, well, specifically on utility. And it hasn't really worked out for them so far. Even with an AWP, it hasn't really been the answer. So Nordavind, how do you stop a team that is continuously just running up in your face and taking the fight to you?
Well, you need the utility, and that's the issue for Fate. They have been a little bit low on money in some of these rounds, and I mean, we've seen them at least try and go for the aggression in towards the apartments. You like that there's a little bit of a swap up. They had the opportunity definitely with the op posted up on the corner initially. It just seems like Nordavind, in terms of the firepower, are definitely outclassing them. Neosafix hasn't even got a kill yet, and they're currently up 6-4 on the T side. That's definitely worth noting. I mean, it can be hard to op here on the T side, but Neosafix is such a strong player that I expect him normally to still do a good job, but he hasn't been needed / hasn't had a chance to get going yet, and they're still already in here with a decent T side, and are likely going to bring it up to 7, because this isn't an amazing buy. I mean, there's some chance for Fate. They have a couple rifles with some pistols, but on paper, Nordavind, they are definitely favoured to continue to increase this lead.
Oh, absolutely. Calibert there opens it up towards Banana. Again, control is going to be contested full, and it seems like Fate is going to come out on top in this case. Double magic. Of course, with not a full investment, but actually just pistols and Kevlar, they are still in a bit of a weird position when it comes down to it itself. Yet, with the entry secured, Fate could be contesting for the round itself. And as you said, Nordavind, you stopped them with utility. And in this case, it seems like utility might not even be needed. If Nordavind play a little bit too aggressively, if they're a bit too cocky in their own right, there's a chance they might be absolutely blasted away. Marlin, well, there it is. That's what I'm talking about. Another free rifle to Fate. Nordavind, I'm not sure what the point was there. You're trying to fake out an A play, sure, but then you don't need to fully commit towards it. Tensky gets one, but it's duplicate with the response, and this B defense will hold up to standard. Quite the day and age we live in, don't we, Dean? That bloody pistols are more effective than rifles. Well, then again,
I mean,
we can
it
blame
depends on the player. I'm sure if the players in those exact same positions had rifles, it would also work out. You get me? And probably be even a little bit easier. See, Nicky able to catch that long wrap right there on Tensky, leaving only NATO Safix. He finally goes ahead and gets himself on the scoreboard, but be able to do much more than that. Nicky there to finish it off. 5 now for Faith as they do begin to build themselves up a few rounds now here. They ideally need to start chaining some together. I mean, the economy is still pretty decent for a couple players. You see Croman going to have to invest. That'll leave him with very little, actually. So it's only really Rubino who has any money. So they can definitely still recover this half, win out this round, then suddenly Nordavind looking at an eco. Fate will be reclaiming the lead, and then there's an opportunity for them if they take that one more gun round after that point to still come out with a 9-6 half. So it's not like Nordavind have built up all that much money. It's been overall pretty back and forth throughout the map so far. Just slightly favouring Nordavind. At least it's decent as well there on the T side. Well, let's see. The ops available for both.
Yeah, the T side definitely favoured in this case, and yeah, ops on the both sides might be the vital centerpiece here for Fate as well as Nordavind, but we're about to find out. NATO, a single kill on the board. He's having a slow start, although I think that can be also accounted to the fact that, well, he hasn't really seen anybody, and whenever he went for an engagement, he was immediately shut down by a straight headshot. But Fate, relying on double magic towards Banana alongside Kaluber. They seem to have a pretty decent setup on towards A. I like the way they're posted. It gives them a fair amount of crossfire. And as long as they don't lose the player in pit, which would be Marlin in this case, this is a very defensible position. Croman, here comes the play. Marlin finds one. Croman refrags though. This A take is now in full swing. Croman needs to get through long, needs to shut down pit. Marlin still finds a frag. He will finally get caught as Nicky falls. In the end, Fate will lose the 2 vital key defenders, and Croman finds a as well. Make it a hat trick. Actually, an ace. Never mind, that's an ace. Ooh, okay. I didn't even notice that he actually got all 5. Fair enough. Nordavind back up to 7.
I'm glad to see Croman as well having a strong team around them again, because when he was standing in for FaZe, wasn't he? He was just an absolute monster. Yeah. So I want to see what he's going to be able to do with this lineup. And I mean, right now looking strong so far. Him alongside Rubino have been fragging extremely well in this game so far. And Tensky, I mean, HS is a spectacular player, also as his NATO Safix, and they haven't been doing all that much so far. So it shows you that this roster definitely does have the depth. Let's see Fate. They need to pull this round off right here. Otherwise, Nordavind, they're just going to run away with an absolutely spectacular T side. Really, at that point, they're looking at least 9 rounds on their D side. So this is kind of getting into a do or die area a little bit for Fate. I mean, it's still the first half, of course, but you ideally want to be coming out with at least 6 or 7 rounds on the CT side to feel even slightly comfortable that you'll be able to start pulling it back on the T side, especially when you're up against a team like Nordavind.
Let's be realistic. 8-7 rounds is what you're looking for as the CT at the bare minimum, right?
Yeah, bare minimum. That's what it is,
especially, right?
To even feel slightly comfortable. It's not a position to be happy with.
Exactly, and oof, a nade by Duplicate. The B execute comes through, and triple, it's Caliber that's boosted, but he can't do anything, and Croman and Rubino again deliver. And you said it well, it's him and Rubino that are able to keep up the numbers, punch in the tickets, and just put Fate lower and lower on the pedestal, and oh god, through the smoke we go. And yeah, this is almost certainly confirmed 9 rounds to Nordavind. That much is clear. The next round is an eco for Fate. At the very best, they can go in with a few pistols and Kevlars, and maybe if Fate is truly aligned with them, then they can perhaps pick up a round victory, but it is highly unlikely. And Nordavind, they're doing all the right things. or at least, you know, they're not making any basic errors. In that sense, they're not allowing themselves to go in one by one, getting challenged by pistols or rifles alike, and just continuously refragging. And that's what it's all about. And they even get rid of Marlon, which is the worst part here for Fate, because now they're absolutely forced into an eco. Marlon had enough to drop a rifle. Duplicate had enough to buy of his own. Nicky had enough to drop. They could have actually had a buy. Instead now, pistols and Kevlar is what they go for.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. As you said, if they had the second rifle saved over, we might have seen a force coming in, just because of the fact that they're already down 8-5 right now. Ideally, they don't want to be losing any more rounds here on the CT side, but not able to go for it anymore. Only the one M4 saved. Pistols, Kevlar, and some nades elsewhere. But already, the opening kill there coming in from HS over towards Banana. The Molotov up towards the top initially to spam, then through the smoke as he tries to follow it up for a second. I think that was Kaluber there jump peeking on the wall. But he is going to be forced back off. You can see NodavindDNB just slowly working their way up for the control around both Banana, and pretty soon it looks like they're going to go in towards middle as well. Using their utility well, and indeed, yeah, no one really able to actually challenge around the mid. You can see Nicky looking tempted to re-aggress on short. I mean, there is also a bit of a gap in the smoke on long, so Marlon able to get himself one quick headshot. Almost had the spam lined up on mid there as well to find them coming out. Unfortunately, though, his teammate on short did go down, and that was the one rifle that they had.
The one hope they had left, and they should be looking for a save unless they can get a frag within the next few seconds after the bomb is planted, which is the unlikely scenario. This should be Fate looking to keep the Kevlar, looking to keep whatever they can in the bank. Exit frags is the way to go, perhaps, and just be a nuisance, a thorn in the side of NodavindDNB in this case, trying to diminish their money or economy as much as they can. Not like it's going to make a difference. It's going to be the last round coming up. And Fate, well, it was a good start, we can say. It was a decent beginning. They had themselves a good challenge and even a proper wake-up call. But it seems like that ended at just that, a wake-up call and nothing more. At 5 rounds in on the CT side of Inferno, it should be cause for concern. And it should be, looked at by Fate. Not sure if they've prepared anything special for the T side, but if they have, they'll have to pull out all the ace cards from their sleeves. 9-5, and we are in for a proper gun round finally. I'm not sure there's enough for... Well, are they going to go for the op? Double Magic could go glass... not glass cannon, excuse me. Mini Kevlar? Nah, never mind. He goes for the M4 utility. Fair enough.
Yeah, I think especially here on Inferno, the utility is very, very important if they want to hold off. So
absolutely.
It's kind of a worthwhile trade. I mean, the op can be very handy as well if you want to try and pick up an open and frag, especially in the early moments of the round. But they decided against it, so we'll see what they're going to be doing right now. Will they look for any early map control potentially? It looks like definitely Banana is something that they want to try and find, because they do have 3 players committed over here early on. Quite a bit of utility actually being thrown down. It seems like NodavindDNB grouping up pretty quickly to try and go out through this mid smoke. 2 players up close. Flashes going in, forcing them to fall off. Play a little bit more passively. The spam through from Double Magic is good for 1, but they jump through very, very quickly to return it again. Duplicate going through the smoke, trading places. Ooh, HS and actually managing to get the kill in the end. Fate are actually coming out on top of this right now on mid. It was such a strange round, but the way it plays out, it does go to Fate. They're able to come out with 6 at least on the halftime. But 6 still isn't really enough really on that CT side. We're going to need to see them ideally coming in with a pistol here on the second half to give me really the confidence that they're going to make this still a competitive game.
I have to concur. It's 6 is like this, it's just the cherry at the end. It's like to tease you a little bit, to give you a taste of what is to come. And that's it. And as you said, the pistol, it's going to be pretty important here for Fate. Winning it is not really going to give them any automatic victory or anything of the like, but at least it gives them a bit of a boost. It gives them a chance to keep up the pace. And above all else, they have themselves a proper opportunity before NodavindDNB gets settled into their CT role and before NodavindDNB actually start to pump up the numbers, or specifically the economy. And here we go. Second half is live. It's going to be the second pistol. We've got smokes, flashbangs, nades coming out for NodavindDNB. No kits whatsoever, insinuating that they're not really counting on playing retakes, meaning this will be a straight fight coming out from NVD. Whilst for Fate, a smoke, make it double, a Molotov and a double flashbang. If I wouldn't know better. I would say this is an A take, because unless they're looking for a B execution, that wouldn't really be. I
mean, maybe it could be just a smoke down onto Kyle's and one towards CT, and then a Molotov towards Dark or something, or potentially even just for the after plant so they can try and hold the bomb off for a while. But I don't know. There's a few different things I guess they can do with it. Right now they're splitting up and just trying to see what they can find. A couple players towards the apartments. A few initially focused on Banana. Excuse me. But it does seem like now they're beginning to go back. They want to try and focus a little bit more over towards the A-bomb site. But with those two smokes, where are they going to put them? I'd imagine one towards Moto so that they can try and come out of the balcony. Yeah, there's one being thrown over towards Moto, one out onto the balcony itself so they can flash and try and just get down out to the left, I guess, onto the bomb site. Although, as I said, that they do go in towards the pit, so let's see how it works out for them. Rubino able to find himself a pretty quick headshot onto Nikki. NATO Safix also getting one, and it's Tensky who's been alive in the corner of the bomb site the entire time. Able to just absolutely demolish them with 3 quick kills. Nordavind off the back of that bring it up to double digits. It's 10-6, and Fate, without the bomb going down, probably just going to take 1 eco and then buy up in the next round. But that means we should see an 11-6 lead here for the Norwegian side. Or the partly Norwegian side now. There are only 2 Norwegians, 2 Danes, and then an Estonian for HS, right?
Yes. He is Estonian as far as I'm aware. I hope we don't mess it up, because I know we're going to get a lot of hate from the Baltic region if we do. But as far as that round goes, I have to point out the Molotov was screwed up. As far as I could tell, it was thrown a little bit too far to the left, didn't fully envelop broken wall pit, and it allowed whoever was in pit a few seconds longer to defend the site with. And afterwards, it was just the end of the road. Tensky, of course, was the key component for the defense itself, but nonetheless, Fate, they had a decent idea. But again, jumping out of apps, I've never been fond of it. I'll say as much. In any case, it's going to be full eco, as you said. Fate looking for an A take through short. I like it. Keep it simple, right? Maybe they can get a kill. Maybe they can even get a bomb plant. Highly unlikely, but it is going to be 11-6.
That's a quick cleanup. Blender on short. Lots of money for the SMGs as well. But this is going to be the buy now coming in. Fate, this is kind of a do or die round right now. If this doesn't work out, then they're going down 13-6, and that's when you really start to think, okay, this game is pretty much over at this point. Especially when you have the team who are favoured in the matchup as well, being up by such a massive scoreline. You kind of think, okay, not much hope anymore. But if Fate get this, then of course, I guess the buy wouldn't be amazing for Nordavind, despite actually keeping 4 SMGs into this round. So this is their opportunity to start working up a little bit of a comeback here towards the start of the T side for themselves. Looking for quick banana control. That Molotov going to be going down. Not actually any nade initially being, any damage rather being initially connected from those nades. Small bit on the double magic and nothing substantial. One above the wall and one spamming through the smoke as well. He may not expect another player to be up close, but it's still the man advantage for Fate off the back of those 2 openings.
Well, the lucky break for Nordavind is the fact they still have 2 players on A, and they should keep to it so. As long as Rubino is... Okay, never mind. I was just about to say, as long as Rubino is able to keep an eye out on Banana and able to keep out on the edge, or at least on the ledge, maybe he would have had a chance to defend the site a little while longer. But Nordavind, well, this will call for a save. It has to. And Fate, they will take their first gun round. They will take a very vital round for them and for the continuation of this best-of-1. Nordavind might have been able to escape with the result if things would have gone a little bit differently. But that double, by double magic, Jesus, he is truly a double magic man, isn't he? The name reigns true.
Yeah, and you can understand why he did go through the smoke there, not expecting the third player to be up close. But I mean, even then, just finding out immediately that it was Rubino up close on an MP9, that he'd already taken out 2 players, it put Fate in a great position. Of course, NATO Safix and Tensky just saving. NATO Safix probably going to drop the MP9 over to potentially HS because he'll be a little bit low on money, but even then Tensky could just drop him a rifle. Although if Tensky doesn't, he could get himself full utility, so it really depends what way they want to go with this. And even then, NATO Safix can get himself the op right now, so let's see what way they spread it out. The op indeed does come into play. Croman will be able to rebuy for himself. He goes for the FAMAS so he can get utility behind it. And I believe HS indeed just going to be picking that MP9 up. So it's a pretty decent buy. They make a couple sacrifices in terms of the weapons, just so they can get the extra nades in play, which we have pointed out, of course, on Inferno are extremely important on the CT side. For actually holding off those choke points and also taking map control especially over towards Banana.
Oh, absolutely. And we should point out that it's not always important for the CTs to take map control, but it is preferable for them
Gives you
to at least
options, at
fight
least.
for it. Exactly. It gives you options. That's the right point. But for the T side, it is absolutely vital. It is absolutely of the utmost importance. Unless you're rushing to a site, then it doesn't matter. But if you're playing slow, if you're trying to take, if you're trying to take your opponent and read into them, you need it desperately. But look at this. Fate, they will not delay any further. This is a straight A take, a split through long and through short. I love it. It's a simple, very clean execution that can work beautifully if you time it well. The smoke might force Fate into thinking there's a player in there. Well, they will know about him. Tensky gets one. Rubino from the broken wall, or mini wall actually gets in the second. And a lineup Tensky, a hat trick. And it's all eyes on Kaluber. A minute on the clock, 5 players now around him. He's on site, tucked away in the corner, and he's trembling in his pants. That much is clear. Oh, dude, what a wild turn of events yet again. And Nordavind, like that, like a snap of the fingers, they're back in
I was
action.
very worried for Nordavind right there, I'm not going to lie. Just having the 2 players trapped in the pit, the wrap in as well on towards the bomb site, it was just very, very worrying. But it was perfect. Rubino got one, just continued spraying while they were trying to get him. Then they kind of lined up a little bit for Tensky, unfortunately, and he just mowed down 3 of them. 12-7, Nordavind, they lose 1 round, instantly come back with the buy of their own, steal it away, and now Fate having to go in for the force, not getting really everything that they'd hoped for. CZ and Galil being put towards Double Magic and Kaluber, unfortunately. And if Fate don't win this one, then they're looking at the eco. We probably see 14-7, and they'd have to be flawless on the comeback, so it's getting quite awkward here for Fate.
It's getting a little bit out of hand, that much is true, and I have to agree. Again, it did look pretty weak for Nordavind in that part where they had, well, in the defense of the 2 players in pit with Tensky and Rubino, but they came out on top somehow. Tensky, that smoke worked out perfectly, and well, it is going to be the round that will decide the fate of Fate as safe. NATO, oh my god, I always say Safex for some reason. NATO is of course alone towards B with an op in his hands. He is a dangerous opponent to go up against, but a single mistake might cause him to lose his life or his sight. In either way, you don't want to mess with a round like this. Nordavind are not exactly economically stable, and a single loss here could throw them off the bridge effectively and force them into a very weird position afterwards. But Fate, they will be playing it slow. I love the fact they slow down, that they take a bit of a different approach to the rounds themselves. But then again, they lose a vital component. Again, Marlon getting caught. Nikki at least 3 frags, and ooh, a wraparound towards A. Seems like Nordavind have misread the position of Fate right now, and they're going to be having to deal with a full-on A take. Rubino in broken pit, or small pit, excuse me, yet again, not checked fully, and he gets himself 1. That's enough. A 3-on-2 retake is doable now for Nordavind.
Yeah, the same spot as the previous round there for Rubino. Able to get himself the 2nd kill of the round. And with that, allowed them to at least keep the man advantage still as it came in towards this bomb plant. So it's going to be the retake, as you said, the man advantage, at least for Nordavind. But they don't have a lot of utility. They do have an op as well, which definitely limits them a little bit more on NATO Safix.
Yeah.
But he has the flashes to try and actually support his teammates who are on the run. So let's see as they push forward. A crossfire right now between the pit and the bomb site, but they deal with duplicate straight away. So now Kaluber just pinned in that back corner. Not really anything he can do about it. HS jumping up on top of the box, I mean, that was probably his best opportunity to get the kill, because HS would be inaccurate for like a couple of seconds or so, but HS just instantly ripped his head off. Living up to his name, I suppose. 13-7 now. And it's just going to be pistols here for Fate, so we're going to see Nordavind likely sitting with double the scoreline of their opponents before the guns actually come back out.
And this is a harsh blow to Fate. Of course, they're probably happy at least that they're able to compete against Nordavind in such a manner, but the first half was devastating. The second half is no better at this point. They've only been able to pick up 2 rounds, and ooh, that's a bit of a shame. Look at this. 4 players towards B. Nordavind is pulling out all the crazy plays. This is an unusual tactic that you can go for at times, and you definitely don't want to push the tempo on it, but when you do go for a 4-man B play, you always want to commit the 1 man that's holding A to the one that you trust most. And in this case, that was Tensky. But Fate, they didn't read what was happening. They didn't really explode on towards A site. They seem to still have the prerogative to do so, but this is going to be a lot harder than it looks. with 4 men defending. Oh, the timing of the feet as well as Croman comes out to play. Gets only the 1. Double Magic, beautiful return. Although he is low down to 12 HP. HS comes out to peek. He's going to be clearing Boiler, although never mind. As Tensky gets that frag, it's still HS in the end. The spray down comes through and last few bullets, it's actually Rubino that gets the kill. But it is going to be 14-7 and Fate. It's do or die time, as you said. Double the score of their opponent has been achieved. And this is where they have to step up to the plate and say enough is enough.
Yeah, no, I just don't know if they have it in them right now. Nordavind, they're just looking very, very solid as a team, it seems. NATO Safix is 8-7 right now. I think he was like, what, 0-5 at one point? So he's gotten 8 kills and
yeah,
died
he was 0
twice
and
since then.
he was 0 and 5, yes. And then he got 1 and 6.
Yeah, so even he's begun to have a pretty good recovery, rather. Yeah, he had such a slow start. That was only a few rounds into the first half when they'd been trading back and forth a lot. So he really started to pick it up and just didn't really die at all from that point. It's not like he was fragging crazily. He just wasn't really dying anymore, apparently. But I mean, that's what happens when you start taking control of the game. The first kind of half of the first half of the game was so competitive, and then it was Nordavind pretty much all from that point forward. And it's continuing in that direction towards Vito from Fate. Will be enough to claim the bomb site. It was only the up and towards the spawn that was quickly smoked off and stopped from really being able to do anything about the actual the bomb site itself. As I say, that NATO Safix still finds 1. Get that bomb planted right now. HS spamming back through the smoke, able to take down Marlon, and what started off amazingly for Fate has just completely fallen apart. It's all onto Nikki in a 1-on-4. They just got the bomb planted in a 5-on-5, and within a couple of seconds it's a 1-on-4.
And this is the worst possible outcome here for Fate. As you said, they start off so well. They even get the bomb site without losing anybody, and they're able to isolate, of course, NATO. But then in the end, it comes down to Nordavind just like somehow, first of all, HS getting that smoke kill. Then, of course, the boost going unnoticed, unchecked, unheard of. And, well, in the end, it comes down to Fate losing a vital round. They will be able to rebuy the loss bonus, the bomb plant, and a few kills they were able to garner. They are able to pick up, the AKs. But this is some of the worst case scenario that is happening here for Fate. At 15-7, now they have to win 8 rounds in a row to be able to pull it back home, to be able to pull it into a potential OT and victory afterwards. Look at this. 4 players towards Banana. Nades flying in. The damage being dealt, well, the kill is returned in favor. Double Magic finds himself 1 at least.
Yeah, not too terrible. I mean, a 1-for-1 trade normally something the T-side can be happy with, but how it's been going so far, I don't know. Double Magic did also take a little bit of damage, so they're still slightly weakened up. And, I mean, right now, Nordavind have a 3-man B stack. So the question is, do Fate maybe try and take it back in the other direction? For the moment, they've kept it very passive. They haven't put any real presence towards the A side of the map, so it looks like they're still favored on B. Croman will be the last line of defense towards the car itself. At least HS was waiting in the smoke. He will eventually pop out. He actually used Croman as a little bit of a bait because he was already so low on health, and it allowed a quick double spray down. Now it's all on Nikki up close to the wall. Another smoke going to be dropped, making it almost impossible really for him to peek out for this frag. He'd have to emerge through the smoke, which would not be the best of ideas. Although HS at the moment doesn't know where the final player is. It seems like Tensky rotating in thinks that it's also a possibility that he could have creeped around into the spawn. Oh, okay, he actually does get the kill coming out through the smoke, so now it's down to the 1v1.
Yeah, good response from Nikki, at least. He's able to pull it back into a clutch moment. I mean, the clutch already began beforehand, but at least now a 1-on-1, as you said, is a doable, workable position. And Tensky, he's clearing Banana, making sure nobody's there. Well, he's a little bit duped right now because Nikki's already planting on A site. And that should be a dead giveaway. Tensky, though. Does he walk? Does he... Yeah, I was just about to say, does he run past this angle? Nikki, setting himself into Boiler. The angle has to be absolute perfect here. And he is perfect as he gets the kill. Nikki saves the day for Fate, as his reaction will keep him alive and his team alongside it. In this quarterfinals, basically, we can say, right? Yeah, this is the quarterfinals, effectively. The round of 6... No, excuse me, the round of 16. No, wait.
I think the next one's the quarterfinals.
Oh, yeah, the next
round
one's the
of 8.
quarterfinal. You're correct, yes. Yeah, you are right.
Yeah,
this is
round
the
of 4 would be the top 4 teams would be semi-finals, so yeah.
Yeah.
But pause has come in. This is probably from Fate. Of course, despite losing that previous round right there, they are still down by 7, and they only lived with one player, so they are going to be a little bit limited in their investment right now. So they call in a pause. They're going to try and optimize their chances of being able to take this and actually trying to have a chance to build up that comeback. But it's still a decent enough buy here from Nordavind, doesn't it? Now, Suffix have the op. He does indeed have one on the ground. So the only real weakness being that FAMAS. I mean, they have plenty of utility as well.
Well, they have a lot of utility to take banana control. They can contest continuously towards it. They can even go for a bit of a mid play if they wish to do so. Double magic going to be mollied out. Here comes the push. They will be pushing down mid, but they do get the kill and fall back. They realize, you know what, it's not worth chasing any more frags. We got what we came for, and that's exactly it. Nordavind, now they can play it safe. They can turtle up. They don't need to push the tempo. They do not need to push the envelope, and this should be Fate forced into submission in a way. They are going to be forced into their executions. If they wish to get the round, well, they'll have to come to Nordavind. Again, they leave Croman this time alone on towards B. I'm surprised they're deciding to stick to rotating full players towards A. It's a little bit unusual, especially when you don't lose a single player and when you're not exactly sure what might be happening, but it seems like NATO has cleared out mid. He gets himself one, Croman the second, and, well, Dean, this seems to be it. Yes, it will be Fate. There it is. 16 rounds to Nordavind. They take the map, they take the series, and that will be the quarterfinals to them.
Yeah, quite a convincing 16-8 victory right there. As we said, it started off initially being quite close with a few rounds being traded back and forth. We were thinking, okay, we might have a spicy game on our hands, but we did also point out the fact that Faith being on their CT side, the trading wasn't really going to work out for them quite as well as it would for Nordavind, and Nordavind came out on top of it, so they just looked spectacular from that point forward. But yeah, kind of as expected. I mean, Faith aren't a bad team, but Nordavind, when you just look at them on paper, definitely the team that come into this matchup as the favourites. But that is it for us for tonight, guys. So I hope you did enjoy. Of course, it was myself and Overseard who brought you through all of the action for today. Tomorrow we will have the best of threes, I believe, starting. I think we might have one more best of one before it actually hops into the best of threes. It'll be the quarterfinals normally, and then we do the first semi-final, and then we go back and do the other quarterfinals to decide what the other semi-final will be. So tomorrow, I think, is when we definitely will have a lot more exciting games. But as always, guys, if you did enjoy, make sure you follow the ESL channel here. Of course, click the follow button above the stream if you want to make sure you know whenever we're going live. And if you enjoyed the commentary itself, you can check out myself and also Overseard by just putting an _caster in the chat, and you'll find the link to our Twitters. But thank you guys for watching. We are going to go ahead and send it over to the end and ads, etc. now. But one thing that is worth noting rather is that I believe the NA qualifier is also going on. If you go over to the B channel, you can check that out.
Thank you very much, guys, and well, have a good one.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go. Brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
No matter what your passion is, soccer, rugby, racing, or esports, become a part of the experience with the moments we deliver.
And I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever hold, no matter if we cast away a fire in the dark. I know that you won't be waiting again. Right from the start, I see the end. A world torn apart, but I know we're meant. Forever hold, no matter if we cast away a fire in the dark. I know that you won't be waiting again.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight, then wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we would hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. me to a place unknown, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bones, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby